shortly. Thank you.
All right, you guys ready? All right, we are reconvening from closed session. Started a few minutes late. Sorry for being late. We had a lot of things on our closed session agenda, and it went long because, yeah, a lot of stuff on there. So, reconvening at 6:17. Can we get a roll call, please?
Councilmember Lowenstein.
Here.
Councilmember Horvath.
Here.
Councilmember Obaji.
Here.
Councilmember MD. Here. And Mayor Pro Tem Narenheim.
Here.
Thank you.
All right. Do we have any announcements or actions to?
No announcements. We were joined by Councilwoman MD for all of closed session. That's the only announcement.
That's right. You were. Forgot about that. Okay. So we are now adjourning to a regular meeting at 6:18 on this beautiful 24th of January 2023. Can we get a roll call, please?
Actually, we're just continuing the adjourned meeting, but well, I'll do another roll
Thank you.
call.
Yeah.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
Here.
Councilmember Horvath.
Here.
Councilmember Obaji.
Here.
Councilmember MD. Here. And Mayor Pro Tem Narenheim.
Here. All right. We're going to do a salute the flag and then a moment of silence directly thereafter, please. On three. 1, 2, 3.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right. Thank you. All right, we don't have any checks to receive or awards to give to any of our longtime employees, so we'll go right to announcements from city council members. So, City Council Member Lowenstein.
Thanks, Mayor Pro Tem Narenheim. Just one announcement, the District 2 Community Meeting will be this Thursday, January 26th, 6 to 7:30 p.m. Special meeting, we're meeting at the Galleria, also known as the South Bay Social District. For those of you who want to see the plans for the redevelopment of the Galleria, it will be held in the leasing office for the South Bay Social District, which are next to AMC movie theaters on the 3rd floor. Best way to reach it is through the parking garage. So again, this Thursday, January 26th, in person, 6 to 7:30, next to the AMC movie theaters, 3rd floor of the Galleria. So please come, there'll be some refreshments, and you can ask as many questions as you'd like. Thank you.
All right, Councilmember Horvath.
Yeah, I just want to say the Beach City Health District held a kickoff event for the Alcove mental health facility there this weekend. Councilmember Lowenstein and myself were there. It's a great facility. So if you have children or people you know anywhere between the ages of 12 and 25, it's a great resource not only for the beach cities, but the surrounding sub-region. Where we really do need more and more mental health resources for our youth. So I really recommend everybody check it out. It's Alcove at the Beach City Health District site. Thank you.
All right, Councilmember Obaji.
I'll second that. I wish I made it to the Alcove event. My daughter was under the weather, hence face masks now, and that's what they get at preschool all the time. But it is a great facility that Beach City's Health District has set up. In addition, in the South Bay, there's a gentleman named Harry Cartwright. I think he's a Hermosa resident, but he passed away suddenly while playing volleyball. He's really well known in the volleyball community because he hosts probably pretty monthly volleyball tournaments and the like. Also just kind of goes to show how precious life is and how we got to celebrate it while it's here. Finally, I'll just make a point that my community district meeting will be February 1st. At 6:30 p.m. That's Wednesday at the Perry Park Senior Center. And if you have any kids who have been enjoying the new skate features at Perry Park, Public Works, by the way, thank you for those. Those are amazing. Feel free to send them on down. We'll give them the first 10 minutes, talk about what they're enjoying about them, what improvements they'd like there. It's fantastic new features there for beginners and intermediate skaters. Thanks, that's it.
All right, Councilmember MD.
Sorry to hear about that volleyball player. Wish his family well. I do want to say I was walking along Matthews, where on the north side, where they have lots of the new condos, and as a walker in this town, I just want to really appreciate the fact that you have been mandating that they put in the sidewalk in addition to the apron. It is such a pleasure to walk on a level field the whole way. I know it's an ADA requirement, but if you ever get pushback on that, that is just great as a walker to be able to go around. You could tell the difference between a stretch that has brand new condos versus the other ones that are relatively new, that they put in, but it's just really wonderful. So I just wanted, as I was walking it, I was appreciating it, and I thought of your department, and I was thinking, I got to thank them next time. So thank you.
All right, thank you. A couple announcements. First thing I'll say is I have my online community meeting. I believe that's tomorrow night at 6:30, Wednesday night, 6:30. It's via Zoom and Facebook. So if you don't have Zoom, you can just watch on Facebook and make comments on there. We read it from there. So it's a little bit delayed from my in-person meeting because I know some people can't make it. It got rained out on the first meeting this month, and on the first Saturday of the month. My normal community meeting is the second Saturday of the month, at Alta Vista. And I wanted to go, we have the Redondo Beach, the Distinguished Speakers Series here at Redondo Beach coming to us. And on Thursday night is Admiral James Stavridis. He is the former Supreme Commander of NATO. Sounds like Star Trek there, or some Supreme Commander. What does that mean? That means he was in charge of the entire NATO command, which stretched from Europe, Afghanistan, anti-piracy, North America. It's a big deal. He's a really big, important guy. And if you go watch him talk, that statement in and of itself is funny because he makes a lot of fun about that. And he has spoken really a lot about leadership. And I saw him on Sunday speak. And the speaker series that's in Redondo at the Redondo Beach Performing Arts Center, you have to buy the whole package. So it's a little bit pricey, but you can buy this ticket and the next 3 tickets coming up. So I really suggest, it does sell out a lot of years. I think they have a few tickets left. So if you do have a few bucks and you want to go watch some really interesting speakers, they had Neil deGrasse Tyson there, Misty Copeland there. Coming up is Bob Eubanks, Ken Burns, and Christina Mittenmeyer, and really fascinating speakers about a whole range of topics. So with that, we are moving ahead. Let's see. Next, approval of order agenda. So we have, anyone want to move anything around or motions?
Motion to approve the agenda.
All right, motion to approve agenda as is. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
No one opposed. Cool. No agency recess this time. Blue folder items. Do we have any blue folder items to add to the record for consent or the one item we have on the hearing tonight?
We had 3 items sent in for blue folder, J1 Public Communications for under L1. We had 3 items submitted, a letter from the developer representative, or representation, I should say. We have a public comment, and we also have a PowerPoint of Council District 4.
Motion to receive and file.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Very good. All right, consent calendar. We basically have 3 items on here with one really actionable item. Contract, I believe it is, agreement. Anyone would like, members of the public want to speak to them, you can come down and speak to that 3 items, really just one item. Any member of the public or council want to pull this one item? Any items? Nope.
Motion to approve.
Motion to approve. Is there a second? All right. Any members of the public or any cards, any Zoom comments on this 1, 2, 3 items? Actually, really just one.
Zoom. No one is raising their hand on this item, and we don't have any comments on the consent calendar for an e-comment either.
Okay, thank you. All right, no one from the public is going to come down and speak. So in that case, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right, moving right along. All right, so this brings us to public participation on non-agenda items. And usual spiel on this. This is limited to 30 minutes. It's 6:27. We'll give you an extra minute to 6:28. So we'll give you 30 minutes from there, and you get come down to the podium and speak for 3 minutes. And you can speak about anything that is not on the agenda. So anything you want. We cannot respond to anything that you have to say. We can ask a clarifying question, but we can't respond to anything. And 3 minutes, speak once on an agenda, 30 minutes in total, and I think that's it. So, order. So we do orange cards first, and then we do in-person, and then we do Zoom comments, and then back to in-person. So are there any other orange cards? Madam Clerk.
No, I gave you the ones I do have, though.
Perfect, thank you. All right, first one is Eugene Solomon, and then Chad.
Fellow members of council,
Just a moment.
staff, Eugene Solomon, Redondo Beach, candidate for city treasurer. I wanted to talk with you again tonight about the city charter amendments that are on the ballot. There are 2 charter amendments that the council voted unanimously to put on the ballot. Cannabis tax that the impartial analysis estimates can raise $300,000 to $900,000 per year. And also ranked choice voting, which can help the city eliminate our runoff elections as we go forward. 2 really important items that can save the taxpayer dollars and can improve the efficiencies for staff and our election officials here in the city. We also have the 4 other items that are charter amendments that were recommended by the Charter Advisory Committee. All of these items were unanimously recommended to be put on the ballot by the Advisory Committee. All of these items were unanimously voted by the city council members to put on the ballot for the public to vote on. The first 2, California 1 and California 2, or CA1 and CA2, improve our procurement processes, updating numbers within our contracting for capital improvement projects that haven't been updated since 1989. And there hasn't been a mechanism to improve those. So this will update them to current numbers and allows a mechanism to increase them going forward with a supermajority of the council. This will help get projects shovel-ready in the ground that otherwise would have to go out to an extensive staff, labor-intensive bidding process. So please vote for those. Another is 8.3, which is mayor's signature of checks, also freeing up valuable staff time and reducing some of the bureaucracies within our city processes. We have a couple of other amendments that are for gender-neutral language across our charter, which is a great item to have on there, unanimously approved by our charter advisory, unanimously supported by the council. So these are all items that you all have supported. I would hope you go out to your stakeholders and support them in your community meetings if you can, or wherever you have influence with your supporters. I've spoken to a number of stakeholders in the city and asking them to reach out and inform their members about some of these items to try and get this approved through the charter amendments that are on the March 7th ballot. It's an all mail-in election. Please mark those off, drop them in a mailbox, drop them in the drop box before then. Thank you very much for your time.
All right. Next up is Chad and then Lee Collar. And then it's anyone who wants to come down and speak in person.
Hello, Council, Mayor Pro Tem. I just want to, first of all, express my support for Councilmember Horvath. He's always been very helpful to me and my family. Appreciate all your service and look forward to you serving out the rest of your term. Last week's special meeting made the mayor and certain ethically challenged council members look really silly. The special meeting was a political stunt carried out in concert with the Political Action Committee. Meeting was called for 3 p.m. on a workday. With short notice, a time when most people are usually at work or picking up their kids from school. It was an attempt to limit public participation while you guys jammed something through. It backfired. You guys look stupid. And not only that, but you needlessly exposed the city to litigation. Several actions during the meeting and the way the meeting was agendized violated not just the spirit of the Brown Act, but also the letter of the statute. You also violated First Amendment rights, Mayor Pro Tem, by going on a 2-minute soliloquy in which you made several statements about the matter at hand including accusing the city attorney of something he didn't do. Then and only then, you introduced a testimonial oath under penalty of perjury. That oath was not on the agenda. If the Pledge of Allegiance is on the agenda, then the oath like that certainly should be on the agenda. So that's void ab initio. I've sent the city, you should all have the email and you'll be receiving US mail. I've sent you all a formal demand to cure or correct the Brown Act violations and the First Amendment violations that you committed during the meeting. It was all completely pointless and a waste of time. You guys look really stupid. And Councilmember Obaji, you specifically are the last person in this room who should be lecturing anyone on ethics. So that's it. Thank you.
Thank
Sorry,
you.
could you clarify how it is you expect us to cure?
It's in the letter, but you can certainly declare the oath void, make a public notice of that the oath is void, because as long as the people who you forced to swear the oath to their surprise are under that oath, then they're still at peril of retaliatory litigation by the city attorney, in theory. So,
Okay, that's good. All right, Lee Caller, you are next. And then no more orange cards. If you want to come on down, you're more than welcome to come down.
Good evening, City Council, Mayor Pro Tem. My name's Lee Caller. I'm a Redondo Beach resident. I'm a member of King Harbor Yacht Club and also happen to be Rear Commodore of Southern California Yachting Association this year. An association of 88 yacht clubs throughout Southern California with a few in Nevada, one in Mexico, and a couple in Arizona. I'm here to tell you some of the achievements of our local yacht clubs. Port Royal Yacht Club last year won SCYA's Associate Yacht Club of the Year award, and King Harbor Yacht Club won the Senior Yacht Club of the Year award. The purpose of this award is to promote the Corinthian spirit in yachting, foster the exchange of information among yacht clubs, and encourage civic involvement, and reward participation in SCYA activities. Also recognized by SCYA was King Harbor Yacht Club member and past Commodore Jerry Martin, being awarded the Ewart Memorial Trophy in recognition of his service to SCYA with distinction in the true Corinthian spirit. Julie Call, also a member at KHYC, won the highly prestigious Peggy Slater Memorial Trophy, awarded to a female involved in the sport of sailing who best demonstrates outstanding contributions to the enhancement of women's participation in sailing or individual achievement in the sport of sailing. Julie is an active racer and has led the women's sailing fleet at KHYC for many years and leads a waterfront education program here in Redondo Beach. Continuing her promotion of women in sailing, she, along with the women's sailing fleet at KHYC, will be hosting Adventure Sail Day in August, designed to enrich the lives of America's young undeserved girls through sailing with an emphasis on diversity and inclusion. If you see Julie, be sure to congratulate her. She would have been here today, but it happens to be her birthday, and for some reason she didn't feel the city council meeting was a place to spend it. I also want to note that our local yacht clubs had members win awards from the Association of Santa Monica Bay Yacht Clubs, an organization of 14 clubs, most of which are in Marina del Rey. Both Port Royal and King Harbor Yacht Clubs are members of this organization. From King Harbor Yacht Club, Bob McKenzie and his crew won the Home Point Series Trophy, awarded to the boat that has the highest score outside their home harbor. They have races that are divided between here and Marina del Rey, and whoever wins basically the most away games is awarded that trophy. Carola Alexandra Zitsky won the Diane Armstrong Yacht Club Junior of the Year Award for 2022, and Reese Leisure won that same award for 2021. They did not hold an award ceremony in 2021, that's why we have two this time. Mark Hansen also won a service award for 2021. From Port Royal Yacht Club, Forbes Egea won the Diane Armstrong Yacht Club Junior Award for 2022. I would also note that King Harbor Yacht Club member Zafar Khan is currently serving as ASM-BYC Vice Commodore. So just to let you know that Redondo Beach is being well represented in the boating community this year. Thank you.
Congratulations.
Thank you, sir. Yeah, congratulations. All right, any other members of the public want to come down and speak? All right, Madam Clerk, any Zoom comments?
We do. Nancy Skiba would like to speak. Just a moment, please. Ms. Skiba, please proceed. This is for items, non-agenda items.
Yes. My name is,
Go for it, sorry.
okay. All right, my name is Nancy Skiba, and I wanted to say good evening to Mayor Pro Tem and City Council persons. I noticed in the past few meetings, we've had people holding up signs to say things such as, be civil. It would be nice if that would play on both sides. it really isn't necessary every time there's a city council meeting for folks to come down basically abusing or beating up on the city council members. You know, there's a way of communicating and then there's a way of not communicating. Calling people stupid and so forth is really should be considered, you know, out of bounds or out of order. Anyway, that's what I want to say about that. The other thing I wanted to say was I would like to endorse Candace Nafisi for District 3 City Council, Eugene Solomon for Treasurer, and Jerome Chang for the School Board. That's it.
All right, thank you. Anyone else?
If there's anyone else that is registered on Zoom to speak, please raise your hand now. Otherwise, I think we have one e-comment that was submitted just for your information and for the record. And it appears that no one else is raising their hand to speak at this point.
Okay, anyone else from the public want to come down? Going twice. Okay, we do have a taker. There you go.
Hi, council members and Mayor Pro Tem. I'm Carissa, and I just wanted to say how much I appreciate and have a lot of gratitude about the skate park that went up at Perry Park. This has been something that I've been wanting. My son is now 17, but we've been wanting it since he was a little kid and started skating at 4 years old. And I've been by a couple times and I've seen all ages out there. And my son says he's stoked about it and all of his friends are going down there. And then he has a little brother and everybody's kind of enjoying it. And so it's happy news for Redondo Beach. So thank you very much.
That's awesome. Thank you for that. Anyone else? Going twice, going 3 times. All right. That part is closed. So we are on to ex parte communications. So before we open this public hearing up, we're going to do ex parte. Ex parte, just so everyone knows, for this public hearing, the only item we have on the agenda is time for the public to hear and understand who we on the council have been talking to, and kind of just an open informational format so everyone knows who we've been talking to and kind of what we've been talking about. So, Councilmember Lowenstein.
Yeah, I've talked to Mayor Brand, I've talked to the public, and I've talked to staff as well as the proponent of the project.
Councilmember Horvath.
Talked to the applicant for the project last year, a little bit with Councilwoman MD, and that's about it.
Councilmember Obaji.
Talked with the applicant, the folks taking the place of the appellant, Councilmember Narenheim, the public, staff. I think that's pretty much it. Maybe
Outside
the mayor
council.
briefly.
Outside council.
Oh, inside and outside council.
All right. Councilmember MD.
Thanks for that reminder. So I've spoken to Jason and some few of his staff, and also spoke to staff online last week. Outside council answered a couple of my questions. Councilmember Horvath, although I don't quite remember, must have been a while ago, and just the few emails I've gotten.
All right. I've talked to Mayor Brand. I've talked to Councilmember Obaji, and I've talked to the members of the public. I've talked to the proponent, actually. I've talked to members of the Planning Commission. I think a majority of planning, not all of them. I talked to city staff, inside council, outside council, basically anyone that contacted me, I have talked to about this, and yeah. All right. And regarding Mayor Brand, I just want to let everyone know that he's very sorry he could not be here tonight. He's actually in Houston. He's literally going through procedure right now as we speak. I don't want to go into the details because I don't need to do that. But my personal prayers and hearts with him. He's going through a very big thing right now in Houston. So it's 3 hours ahead and he's still dealing with it. And he would love to be here. But he recused from it as well. So he can't be here and preside over this. So I will be presiding over this public hearing. And with that said, we are going, let me read to you the order. We're doing this before we, we'll open up the public hearing and then we'll go over the rules and order go from there. So do you have a motion to open up the public hearing?
Motion to open the public hearing.
Second. All right, motion to second. Can I, all in favor? Aye. You opposed? No. All right. So, just so you guys all know, excerpts from the City Council Rules of Conduct as it pertaining to quasi-judicial public hearings. So this is for land use applications is what this is, an appeal, which is also what this is, licenses and permits. So we are going to do this in the following sequence: announcements and motion to open a public hearing, which you've already done, including ex parte, motion to receive and file affidavit of publication, case file, and written correspondence. We will have a staff presentation. We will have public testimony and presentation of the evidence, and that includes proponent maximum of 1 hour. For the appellant, a maximum of 1 hour, 2 appellants, a maximum of 45 minutes each, and 3 appellants or more, 30 minutes each. Public comment, 3 minutes each. Appellant, 20-minute rebuttal for each appellant. And then proponent rebuttal, 20 minutes for X number of appellants. Then we'll go to City Council questions. Then we'll have a motion to close the public hearing after all questions are done and fact-finding is done. Then we'll have a council discussion debate, whereas at some point in time we won't be able to ask any more or get any more information from anyone in the public or the proponent, anyone. We'll have a debate, and then we'll be motion and action. And after the public hearing has been closed, no person shall address the City Council unless the public hearing is reopened by a majority vote of the council. A public hearing shall be reopened only when there's additional relevant evidence that could not have been presented during the scheduled opportunity for public testimony. I want to repeat that one more time. That could not have been presented during scheduled opportunity for public testimony. A lot of rules that go along with that. And just so everyone knows, on this particular item, technically speaking, the appellant is Councilmember Lowenstein. I did the same thing on Fisk Lane, the 36-unit project on Fisk Lane up in North Redondo District 3. And there was no people there that wanted to speak on behalf of the appellant. I had an open mind, so I wasn't going to talk about one way or another. In this case, we do have people who would like to speak on this. And what we're going to do on this item, I just conferred with our Assistant City Attorney, and we'll give one person, whoever, from the Planning Commission, I don't think I know who that may be, who wants to give their 3 minutes of testimony. We can do a motion to extend some time, and then we can also, if somebody wants to donate time, so if somebody is online via Zoom or here in person, if they want to donate some time, and they can 3 minutes, and we can do a motion of extend off of that, but they need to be kind of there in podium. So that's what we talked about just now, Ms. Park and I, a few minutes ago. Ms. Park, do you have anything to say on any of the other items I covered, or that particular item in addition as well? Okay. With that, announcements, motion is open. Can we get a motion to receive and file the affidavit of publication, case file, and written correspondence?
Second.
All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Okay. All right, staff presentation. So.
Yeah, thank you. I'm Brandy Forbes, the Community Development Director, and with me I have Antonio Gardea. He's our Senior Planner. He's going to do the staff presentation on this appeal tonight.
Thank you, Director Forbes. So this item is, again, the public hearing for the City Council to consider the appeal of the Planning Commission's decision to conditionally approve a 30-unit density bonus project. It's located at 100 through 132 North Catalina Avenue. The Planning Commission certified the final environmental impact report. There was the findings that were adopted, along with a mitigation monitoring and reporting program, and a statement of overriding considerations. Then the Planning Commission granted the land use entitlements, and those consisted of a coastal development permit, Planning Commission design review. There was a multiple conditional use permits, a vesting tentative parcel map for the project, and a historic variance to the parking requirements for the proposed non-residential uses.
was wondering what the paper was for. Let's see. So the project actually started back in March of 2021. And that was when we initiated the environmental assessment of the project. The draft EIR was completed at the end of the year and then released for public comment that was closed mid-January of 2022. The EIR is necessary because the commercial component of the project exceeds some trip thresholds and results in a vehicle miles traveled impact that cannot be mitigated. Over the course of the hearings, the Planning Commission asked for further clarification regarding this VMT impact, and 2 memos were prepared that responded to that, and those are attached to the administrative report. Those were prepared by Fair and Peers, who is the consultant, the sub-consultant that did work on behalf of the city. Now, the EIR analyzes a range of topics other than transportation and traffic, and specifically potential cultural and historic resource impacts. The consideration by the Preservation Commission was key in that granting the certificates of appropriateness for the alterations is the CEQA clearance for the potential historic resource impacts, because the rehab work must be done in accordance with the Secretary of the Interior Standards. That's a federal standard. From there, it went to the first public hearing where we went to the Preservation Commission and they designated the historic district and then granted the various certificates of appropriateness and then recommended that the Planning Commission grant the historic variance for the parking shortfall, that is, that would enable the adaptive reuse of the non-residential structures. From there, it went to the Planning Commission that same week, and it was, again, considered in April of last year. At that meeting, the Planning Commission asked a number of questions about the historic district designation, about the soils remediation, about the parking requirements, and then asked for some changes to the project. The item was continued and brought back to the commission where they reviewed the revisions to the project and then received more information, more detailed information regarding the historic district. And the applicant's consultant gave a pretty lengthy presentation at that hearing. There were questions at that hearing about what entitlements were statute driven and where there was some flexibility, where the Planning Commission could have some specific consideration of different things. They asked for specifics regarding the floor plans, and the outdoor living space, those requirements and how those were being met. They also asked staff to go back and reevaluate the VMT impacts with reduced bedroom count and see if that had any impact to the potential, if that had any effect on the potential impacts. They requested a parking demand study as well that included consideration of on-street parking spaces in the immediate vicinity. Those items were all brought back, and we had another hearing on September 15th with the Planning Commission where they went ahead and considered all the items, the information that was provided, and then granted the permits with some modified conditions. As previously mentioned, the decision was subsequently appealed by Councilmember Lowenstein. Let's see.
Real quick, Madam Clerk, is registration open for Zoom still? I just got a text message that says registration is not open for Zoom right now.
It should be. We don't close it.
Okay. So if you're trying to register via Zoom, it should be open. If not,
Yeah, they just copy and paste from the agenda.
copy paste from the agenda.
The Zoom link, and they can register.
The Zoom link on the agenda actually works this time, so you can just click it.
I did check it.
See, look at that. All right.
It works.
Sorry to interrupt.
That's fine.
Just want to make sure everyone out there.
That's good. We need public participation. It's very valuable for us. So this slide here shows the site plan, and this was in response to the Planning Commission's request for the revisions of the project. The applicant reduced the outdoor seating from approximately 80 spaces, 80 seating, 80 seats in the outdoor dining to about 50. And that helped alleviate some of the parking requirements. So that was one of the things that they did for the revisions. They also increased the number of on-site parking spaces by 8. They went up to 79. And then they reduced the overall footprint by about between 5,000 and 6,000 square feet. I think it was closer to 6,000. And with the additional parking, it meets the standards for the state density bonus law, but would then also be able to meet the municipal code requirements. There was a key condition from the Planning Commission that was recommended for the City Council to consider, and that was if there was a request for preferential parking permits in this area, that the subject site not be eligible to receive them. And that was because they reiterated some of the findings in the parking demand study that said there was adequate parking for the residential uses here. This gives an idea of the scale of the new buildings and the architecture in relation to the former Masonic Lodge building. It's a surface parking lot now. This is a couple of shots of the perspectives along the center of the project. And again, this project was reduced in size, and they took out a chunk of building in the middle there. And if you can follow my cursor, it's this area here in between, and it kind of opened up the area so that you have kind of this wide open area, and you can see some of the units that are in the back. And like I said, it gives it an idea of the volumes of the buildings in relationship to the old Catalina Coffee and dry cleaners. This shows the project is viewed from the north with some of the art concepts that the applicant was looking to implement. And from that, we can go to a little bit of the background again. So as part of the project, the applicant does intend to adaptively reuse the existing buildings as a coffee shop and a tasting room. The coffee shop and the outdoor dining that would go along with the outdoor dining that would go along with the coffee shop and the tasting room both trigger conditional use permits, and that's because they're considered intensifications of use. Now, these buildings were identified as contributors to the potential historic district, and they would need to be preserved in place. So that created some constraints for the site. Now, because the site is zoned for residential, the legal nonconforming properties cannot be altered or used more intensively than the present uses. So that creates somewhat of a dilemma. The uses that are discontinued for more than 2 years are also considered expired. And we know that the Catalina Coffee has lapsed for more than 2 years. So they want to bring that back, and this would be the avenue to help them do that. And they're doing that under the density bonus law concessions, one of which is mixed use zoning. The applicant is also asking for 2 other concessions to be able to consolidate the lots with a frontage of more than 100 feet and to go to 3 stories, which would otherwise not be allowed. And that's under the R3A zoning standards. Because of these design constraints, the applicant is also asking for a height waiver to enable portions of that 3rd story of the roof to go above the allowable height of 30 feet. Again, these different pieces, the historic preservation pieces, the parking layouts, they create constraints. And specifically, the soil remediation and the work that would have to take place there also creates a constraint. And so there's all these different factors that kind of come together, and they kind of press the site so that there's a very limited parking. And so that, when you start putting all these things together, there's a deficit in the parking that comes about. Now, the residential portion of the project when we looked at it initially, it can get screened out of the VMT analysis for the environmental, but the non-residential component does not. And there was an analysis that was done, it was subsequent analysis by the city subconsultant that shows that that either the number of units would have to be substantially reduced or there would have to be changes to the project that really would make it infeasible to move forward to avoid having a VMT impact. And again, those memos are attached to the administrative report. Again, I had mentioned that there's 79 parking spaces that are provided on site. The municipal code requires 70 parking spaces. The density bonus law gives a break and it requires substantially less than that. The parking that's required for the commercial component of the project is 31 spaces, but only 8 are provided on site. So that's 23 parking spaces short. Let's see, so we can move on to, there was 5 items that were called out in the appeal, five main points, and I'll go through some of those items now and how staff is addressing those. So the first is that the project doesn't conform with the R3 zoning, and that there are significant environmental impacts that are that weren't addressed, that were called as not significant. So first of all, the density bonus law requires the city to grant the developer the density bonus and incentives and concessions based on a scale depending on the affordability of units. So in this instance, because of the affordability levels, the percentages, the developer is eligible for 3 concessions and also a waiver of standards to help facilitate the project. One of the concessions, again, that the developer requested is mixed-use zoning. That helps with bringing back some of those neighborhood-serving uses that are kind of cherished by the community. The outward appearance of the new buildings is typical of contemporary development, and the units have up to 5 bedrooms, which is not that uncommon. The applicant has indicated in conversations with other folks that they would be using roommate pairing to lease up some of the units. And per the city's definitions, a household can consist of up to 5 persons living together in a dwelling unit, so it's still considered as multifamily residential. That doesn't change how we would classify it. Now, in the EIR, there was a lot of different impacts that were analyzed. There are some that would be mitigated to a less than significant level, and those include biological resources, cultural and historic resources, geology and hazardous materials, so the soils remediation, and some potential noise impacts. All of those can be reduced to a less than significant level with the implementation of certain mitigation measures, and those are all included in the MMRP. The areas that were determined to be no impact are the following: aesthetics, agricultural resources, air quality, energy, greenhouse gas emissions, hydrology and water quality, land use planning, mineral resources, population and housing, public services, recreation, utilities and service systems, and wildfire. Those are all outlined in the initial study. We had started the initial study, almost 2 years ago, and we had a scoping meeting. So we would take comment on those and then analyze anything that was brought up that could be a potential impact. And there was a long process for that. And we do have our consultant that helped prepare the EIR here available for questions regarding the final EIR in the response to comments. So parking impacts are not considered in the EIR. Parking in the CEQA guidelines, the initial study guide, the checklist, used to have a question about if there would be a inadequate parking capacity that would result from the project. That hasn't been in the CEQA guidelines for about 20 years. And the courts have ruled that parking shortages may be an inconvenience for drivers, but they're not an environmental impact. So that's not included in the IR, that's not considered. So it's another point that was brought up, that the project doesn't comply with its own objectives, that it's not transit-oriented, that it's not multifamily, that it's not townhouse development, and that there are no parking or open space requirements for co-housing. Again, the project complies with the city's definitions and requirements for the multifamily residential development. And it's designed to meet the R3A standards. That was a directive from staff from the very beginning. We told the applicant that he would have to try to make this project fit within that zoning classification. And we had a lot of conversations with the applicant and tried to shape it as much as possible to try and comply with the underlying zoning. Now, the city can't discriminate on a land use based on marital or familial status. And again, a household is defined as up to 5 persons living in a dwelling unit. So we don't have, co-housing is no different, or we don't distinguish between co-housing or any type of co-living facilities and multifamily residences. There's a row of townhouse-style units along the back, along the easterly edge of the project. It's no different than other projects. So the city, again, there's the townhouse units, there's the apartment units, there's the adaptive reuse of the Masonic Lodge that would be for apartments, as well as the new building that would be attached to it, which would be some additional units. While the project is in proximity to multiple bus lines, it's not processed as a CEQA exempt transit-oriented project. That's not what we assess this as. So it's not necessarily transit-oriented, even though as one of the project objectives, they do want to focus or emphasize that there are a lot of people that do ride their bikes, and there's a couple of bike paths in the area, and they would cater to those folks that are going to be using other forms of transportation, in particular, probably walking to the site. Again, the project complies with the standards that are applicable to the residential portion of the project. And aside from that, though, the Planning Commission did grant the parking variance for the non-residential part of the project, and that was to further the city's preservation goals. Let's see. I think maybe I skipped there. Oh, I think I covered these points here. So again, the project is adaptive reuse of the former Masonic Lodge's apartments. It's defined as multifamily residential. The zoning ordinance does not give the discretion to mandate changes to the floor plans for units that may be used by households consisting of multiple unrelated individuals. We just don't have that authority. The project is required to comply with the California Building Code for safety purposes, and it's also required to comply with the accessibility requirements, the ADA, as well as the adaptable requirements of the Fair Housing Act. The parking is not based on maximum occupancy loads, rather it's based on either bedrooms, which is the state density bonus law, or based on units, which is the municipal code. The project would be subject to paying Quimby fees, and those are assessed on a per unit basis. So that kind of addresses some of these ideas that there's insufficient parking based on the Coastal Act. Well, the Coastal Act, we have the implementation of the LCP. It can comply with that, with those standards. Let's see. There was a point that asserted that the traffic analysis was flawed and that the trip generation artificially lowers the VMT analysis. We do have our sub-consultant from Farron Pierce here available today to answer this specific question. It's very technical in nature, and I wouldn't dare to try and answer anything specific on that because it is very complicated. But the levels of service analysis is used to determine the operational effects of the project and if there should be something to correct those deficiencies. And when they ran the model, it didn't have any LOS impacts, and so there wasn't any mitigation. Mitigation is not the right word, but there weren't any conditions that were going to be required to help fix any deficiencies in the local traffic analysis. The way they look at it is the increment in the changes, and those determine the significant impacts. The ITE, which is what they use to run the model and estimate the trip generation, they don't have a different rate for co-housing, so they went ahead and used the multifamily housing classification, the use code. But they did make some modifications to the inputs to try and capture what was initially some larger number of bedroom-sized units. And that's one of the things that they went back, they corrected, they provided more information, and again, they can respond to any specific questions that you may have on that item. But again, the two methods for assessing traffic impacts are unrelated, and they look at different models, different inputs to assess what the impacts are. The project is designed to balance the general plan land use policies that emphasize the preservation of historic buildings, the housing element goals that encourage production of affordable units, as well as compliance with the MELO Act, which is the Coastal Act. So it does look at the LCP, looks at the general plan, looks at the housing element, it takes all of these different pieces into consideration when we're formulating the findings for approval of a project. These are all things that we take into consideration. Again, the project was designed to meet the municipal code requirements in the Coastal Land Use Implementation Ordinance, the Coastal Zoning Ordinance, and that was very deliberate from the very beginning. There are some provisions in the State Density Bonus Act that the developer can avail themselves of to address some regulatory constraints. And the applicant has done that. There was an allegation or an assertion that there was insufficient time or meetings to review this project. Well, as you know, I think as staff, we've spent more than 10 hours in just public hearings, not counting the scoping meeting, not counting a lot of meetings that took place outside of the public forum. So there's been a lot of deliberation on this project. So it's a lot of time has been devoted to this. The city is, however, limited to conducting a maximum of 5 hearings on the project, including continuances in connection with consideration of this project. And that's per state code. So should the council consider support the project, then they could consider adopting a resolution to either overturn the appeal and uphold the Planning Commission's decision and certify the EIR, adopt the CEQA findings, the statement of overriding considerations, and with the statement of overriding considerations, what you are basically saying is that there's project benefits in terms of furthering the city's housing, historic preservation, and land use goals, and pedestrian amenities that are of a service to the immediate neighborhood that outweigh the specific vehicle miles traveled impact of the project. And then you could approve the series of land use entitlements that I had enumerated before. Otherwise, should the council not support the project, we would need findings to be made based on substantial evidence that the requested waivers and concessions do not result in cost reductions and you would have to identify a specific public health and safety impact, as well as cite what federal or state law is being violated by the project. And that concludes the staff presentation. I know the applicant is here, and they would want to also present a more comprehensive outlining of the entirety of the project.
Okay, thank you, sir. All right, so we have presentation. You guys emailed us a presentation, Jason, and did you have like an HDMI cable? You want to put it up on the thing here, or we talk? You have it? Oh, you have it. Okay, come on up. Introduce yourself, and yeah, go from there.
Hello, everybody.
And just so everyone knows, it's 7:13, so you have an hour.
7:13, my lucky number. So thank you for the introduction. My name is Jason Muller. I'm the founder and CEO of Beach City Capital. I'm a father of 2 and 1 on the way. Hello, council people and Pro Tem Mayor, staff, city attorney, all you folks here. I appreciate everybody being here. It shows that you care about this city of ours, and I welcome questions. As you know, that this has been a collaborative effort over the last 4 years, starting in 2018. Pause for pain. Okay, and as you may or may not know, the location here is adjacent to the beautiful King Harbor that we all love. And we have this beautiful esplanade that has 2.5 miles of beautiful sand, great surf, which is just, it's an amazing place to live and raise your kids. I was born in Torrance, went to Torrance High, went to El Camino, went to USC. Now I live in Seaside next to the Christmas lights, and I'm a Redondo Beach property owner. And so everybody told me that Redondo is a place that you cannot invest in. It's way too risky. And I disagreed with them the entire way. I believe that this is a very good place to invest in. And I am homegrown here, and I studied architecture and real estate development, urban land use at the School of Public Policy at USC. And so I've tried to implement as much as possible on the site, which is adjacent here. We're calling it Catalina Village because it's a series of buildings. There are 6 old buildings that are on this site, as you can see in this aerial. The property is 1.25 acres. It's about 14 contiguous lots. And we've been able to assemble these lots, working with 2 of the landowners that have been our partners over the years of entitlements. And with that being said, we met early on with Aaron Jones, with Antonio and staff, literally with a sketch. And I sat down, and the question I asked was, what would you guys like to see on this site? They're like, unfortunately, it's outzoned for commercial, but we would love to preserve as much of these historical buildings as possible. And so we identified a strategy in which that we can do some type of historical overlay, some type of district. This was kind of like our preliminary ideas, where we have the residential behind the building. And as you can see, this is a great view. It's on the knoll of the hill. You can see the power plant in the distance. And there's a wall of buildings that are about 55 feet high on the west side. And I drive this kind of the street every day to work. There's a little peekaboo in between those 2 buildings of ocean view. And then if the power plant ever gets reused, that kind of land use area, we'll be able to kind of look down that corridor there. You can go to the next slide. This is kind of showing a good aerial of kind of what's around it. There's about 1,100 units that are to the west of us. A lot of them, walk to the pier, walk to Ruby's for breakfast when it was there. And then also you have mid-dense, 30-foot high apartment buildings to both the north and south and east of us. And go to the next slide. And we also have a great kind of map that kind of shows you like the extrusions, if you will. So if you see the yellow, that's the 45-foot mark buildings that are adjacent to us. You also have 55-foot buildings that is candy courted to us. And all the buildings that are adjacent to us are about 30 plus feet. They're all kind of like craftsman style, some plantation style. And so that's kind of the urban fabric kind of this site. You can see that we have, the harbor here that's adjacent. You can walk to the park within 2 minutes. You can be to Naja's in 5. You can be to Tony's in 6.5 minutes. And you can see, it's kind of cool how it does that. And then you can kind of see the cool conversion of that furniture shop. The gentleman that owns it, he's a pro golfer and a skater. It's a great place to learn how to golf. He's a great guy. I met with him. He asked me a couple of requests once we build this project to help him with access. And so we're including that into our construction documentation if we're able to push forward. You see the old blacksmith shop there, the old Catalina Coffee, the 2-story Masonic temple, if you will. The buildings that are across are kind of like a historic craftsman style. And then the taller buildings that are to the east, or excuse me, to the west. And this is kind of the site survey here. It shows the older buildings. We had a pretty extensive historical report done by Pam, which was excellent. We were able to kind of work with staff, work with CEQA, as well as with the Historical Preservation Committee to cover that. And so when we were able to get to the next steps in the site, we did a phase 1 and then which we were very surprised that there was a requirement for a phase 2. And we found PCE, about 190 particles per liter of PCE, 2 feet across the whole entire site. It literally sheet flowed across the site. And there's also arsenic on that green patch there, which is like old weed cleaner. It sounds like crazy chemical, but it's like weed cleaner they used for the terminus for the old red car terminus, which is very cool and historical here. And so this was about a $1.5 million cost that we did not anticipate, which was definitely a deal killer. It shocked us all. We had already invested a lot of time, money, effort, and energy into it. And we ended up working with some of the best engineers in Southern California called E2C. His name's Phil. He's on the line if you have any questions. And we were able to identify, after we did additional borings and studies and an assessment, where we were going to be able to do a vapor extraction system to help remediate the PCE, which is kind of like a backwards like sprinkler system, if you will. It just sucks gas out of the soil. And then also in the green location, you can see that we're going to excavate the dirt and do soils consolidation for the arsenic. And so with that, it really hurt the project's like feasibility from a financial perspective. But with that being said, we continue to work with staff to kind of formulate a way that we can preserve as many buildings as possible. If you can go to the next drawing here. And so this is if all the developers that had come to this project before ran. They all left because they wanted to demo everything and build 22 to 30 for-sale townhomes or for-sale houses and just be done with it, right? With the feedback of the planning staff, as well as the residents. When you're there, you walk by, any time of the day, people are gonna say, when is that coffee shop coming back? When can we have something that we can utilize here? Remember, there's 1,100 units that are across the street that we love. We all love the pier, but it's very weather dependent. It'd be nice if they could just walk across the street to be serviced here. And so we devised a simple plan to preserve some of that historical significant buildings and uses, and also a very simple diagrammatic part T for a circulation for fire as well as vehicular access. And so with the constraints of our soils remediation was very substantial. I want to emphasize how substantial that was. Because if we don't develop this site, that soil stays contaminated. That soil stays this way, right? And so we are investing into remediating that site. And so with this Part T, we continued to develop this site's site planning. If you can go to the next slide. And so with that, we were looking at a certain calculus, because the more of the buildings that we preserve, the more parking we can't provide, right? And so we're literally demolishing the bottom of a historical building to provide parking. Like, that is so counterintuitive to what we're trying to do. And so working with staff, we kept pushing and pulling these buildings and trying to work it so that we can provide adequate parking for the use. And so what we did is we have been able to identify building 1 to be converted into a beer tasting room. We have early conversations. Maybe I don't name drop with the people that I've been talking to, but with a beer tasting room, as well as gourmet burgers. And then also kind of like Project Barley, or having like the standing room, similar kind of quality, as well as like the building 2 would be like a breakfast pantry, right? Similar to CJ's Pantry that had the great seafood omelets, right? And so the idea is that it's busy in the morning, like 6, 7 a.m. for breakfast, activates this public-private courtyard that has beautiful jacaranda trees, that has lighting, that has soft and hard seating with water feature, fire features. And then you have building number 1 that's activated around lunchtime for folks to go to lunch and enjoy up to about 8 o'clock. And maybe on Thursdays, we were thinking they would have acoustic music there, and then every other Thursday have poetry readings, right? And then you have we have a step back, what it's called. So there's a row of townhomes that are stepped back, and then further step back are the second row of townhomes. And building number 3 was originally an office that required 40 parking stalls. Pause, right, for emphasis. 40 parking stalls. And the whole premise of us investing into this deal was that we're going to get a historic variance so that we can have incentive to try to preserve as many of these buildings as possible, right? And I said it's going to be really hard to state that we're just going to provide, we're not going to be able to provide these stalls. And so working with staff, we thought of an idea to repurpose this building into 4 units, which require 8 parking stalls, which reduces the parking requirements by 32 stalls, right? That corner lot there has a surface parking lot, and we were going to build 4 townhome loft-style buildings there. If you can go to the next slide, please. So this is kind of helps with the diagrammatic kind of illustration of what I just mentioned. Craft tasting room, breakfast pantry, and then a residential lodge, which will have like a game room on the bottom level, right? And then on the upper level of the parcel to the southwest, it'll also have like a rec room.
Which upper level on which building?
On the, I said the southwest there.
Building 1, 2, or 3? 3. Oh, got it.
On the,
Okay,
kind of on the right, I guess.
got it. For the residents.
Right. So I'm sorry, I apologize if I was unclear. So building number 3, that's going to be on the bottom level. There's like a game room at the bottom, right? And then for the residents, right? So it's an amenity for the residents. I'm sorry. I think that was your question. My bad.
Yep.
And then on top of that podium there's also a rec room for the residents. And then it has a rec room so you can celebrate birthdays, baby showers, wedding celebrations, stuff like that. And also has an outdoor deck for like, outdoor, enjoyment. And then you could see here that it has the parking access. So what I really wanted to do is be able to have people have direct access to their garages. There's something homely about that, rather than having a large podium or something like that. And as you can see, the fire truck could be able to come in and out pretty safely. Fire life safety is utmost importance to me. I'm traditionally trained as an architect. Then I did land use, and then I did real estate development. So I have IBC and CBC codes as I design my site plans. You can go to the next slide here. And so at a high level, we have the garages on the bottom level with the entry across the board. I mean, it's kind of hard for me to talk about the whole site, but generally speaking, then you go to the next level up, and then that's where the residential kind of bedrooms are, right? And then you go up to the next level, and this is where the great room is, where the living room and kitchens are there. This is popular in the South Bay. If I'm sure you guys are all well aware of it's if you don't have ocean views, it's also to be able to take advantage of the ocean breezes, and also for the sunsets that are to the west. And then it also connects you to the rooftop deck, which I find to be a very important amenity to improve the quality of life, to have outdoor living space for every unit possible. And then you go to the next. And so I love architecture. I love high design. I thought I was going to save the world through sustainable architecture, but I realized I had to learn the numbers and the finance, right? And so if you look at these elevations, they're absolutely beautiful. They're done by Dan Withy and their team, and they spent so much time. And we worked with staff they're not yes people. We worked with Pam, that's not a yes person also. And these were fine tuned. I reviewed every facade, right? This is done with, I like to call finesse. So this is the tasting room. We're going to do reclaimed wood on this facade here. We're going to have a roll-up door so they can have an indoor-outdoor feel on that south elevation there. And on the north elevation is like kind of an image that pays respect to the Strand Brewing Company, because I like that place. And then you also have the indoor-outdoor courtyard. As we all seen during COVID, success of the Riviera Village. I loved the Riviera Village before there was outdoor seating. Now I love it even more. Me and my boys love to go there, go to Local 90. It's the best pizza down there. So this public-private courtyard, it's meant for success because it has built-out hardscape. It has landscape architecture. It has a fire feature and a water feature, and it's going to allow it to be able to both bolster and also support the uses, right? You could see that the entrepreneurs in the Riviera Village definitely benefited from the outdoor living space, the outdoor dining. And so if you can continue, and so you could see that we spent a lot of time, money, effort, and energy to be able to capture this. Like, this is a moment in Redondo Beach's history that we can activate this space for the 1,100 units that live across the street. This is not a motorist destination. This is a pedestrian-friendly destination for people to walk across the street, ride their bikes. This is the 2.3-mile mark. If you're a bicyclist, you can go from Torrance Beach to here, and this is the 2.5-mile mark. You can see it as a marker. We're going to put it in Core 10 as a kind of placeholder, and then we're going to be able to design it with artists. But we're going to have much more bicycle racks that are required, because as you may or may not know, this is a very popular bicyclist destination. When my dad passed away, I met my pastor here to just kind of discuss next steps. And I remember how vibrant it was. And so it's a very special place for me. And so the coffee shop has some interesting architecture. I like to call it like the Jetsons architecture, because it has some cool little features to it. But we're going to be we've worked with our historical preservation specialist, the planning staff, historical specialist, also CEQA. So a lot of this stuff isn't what we wanted. It's really what they've requested and said was appropriate, and we've collaborated. So this is 4 years of work. me summarizing it in an hour here. And then this is here, how we've been able to address having the two-story building be symbiotic with the residential there. And as you can see, I was very sensitive to the parking and screening the parking so that passerbys aren't walking by a parking lot, right? What they're walking by is screened, designed facade at the bottom with lush landscape. We're also preserving a lot of the trees. You can go to the next slide here. And then also on top of that, there's like a rhythm, an urban rhythm for this architecture, right? This is not a stucco box. This is not the easy way to do architecture. This is the architecture that we could be proud of. And so I made a big effort to making sure that this was special. And so if you continue the next slide, you see how they have balconies on this side. You have spiral staircases that allow you to have access to rooftop decks. You have beautifully designed, garage gates. Go to the next. And so a lot of this was designed in collaboration with the planning staff to be appropriate for the location, the urban context, as I mentioned prior, and to be symbiotic with the historical preservation. This is what's behind the commercial buildings here. You can see two buildings, which is in concert to be the village, right? It's about 5 buildings altogether. You can go to the next slide. And this is a great example of what to do in urban design and urban planning. So you have the coffee shop to the right. You're walking by the coffee shop, you look at a 45-degree angle and you see the sky. You can build up and you will see building. A step back is what you want to do for urban planning so that you can allow people to see the sky, see the clouds. And then as well as if you have rooftop decks that I find as a very important element to improving the quality of life, you want to make sure that you have a blind spot so that you're not intruding into privacy for your neighbors. And so we designed our site that way. And as we designed this, these are the pillars of the project. It's housing, right, for a city that's under 70,000 people. And affordability, right? Rents are crazy. You go try to lease an apartment right now, you'll have 5 people ahead of you, right? Historical preservation of a place that's been outzoned, and those uses will no longer be available if they were demolished, right? And sustainability. We're doing bioinfiltration pits. We're doing storm water mitigation. We're doing EV charging stations. We're being able to allow people to plug in their electric bikes, right? And also high architectural design. And I think Antonio did a very good job, very good job, not pretty good job, at summarizing the Planning Commission's 3 7-hour sessions, right? 3 7-hour sessions. And this was before the Planning Commission. So you can see you have behind, if you look up, you see the facade, there's a solid building back there, right? And if you go to the next slide, what I chose to do is reduce the square footage of the residential component of this project by about 54 square feet, right? And if you were to sell a home, right, that's a reduction of like $4.3 million. Like that is a substantial reduction to show that I'm here in good faith. We reduced the bedroom counts, which is a long story of why we did that. The short version is that we had the project designed and we ended up putting 4 units into the Masonic Temple office to reduce the parking requirements by 32. And then we had to redesign the other units. So we had to combine them. That's the matrix. That's what it was. And we ended up fine tuning it with the suggestions of the Planning Commission, which worked really hard on this project. And I really respect their input. We also were able to add additional stalls on this site. We added and listened to the neighbors next to us and added foliage and screens to the people to the east of us as well as to the north of us. And then this is after the Planning Commission's approval. You can see that that block is no longer there, which adds depth to the architecture. You can also see in the site plan that we've added parking here as well as additional parking in the other box there. Here, the next one. Also, to be clear, our property management is a tech-based leasing company. So we're going to be able to send out an RFP. And so this became very popular during COVID, where people would apply online, look at the units, and then if they want the whole unit, they can get the whole unit, right? And then a lot of the time people own buildings and there's roommates that come together through Craigslist, right? And Craigslist is very unregulated. So what happens is if you get a roommate I've lived in El Segundo and I had a roommate, right? Sorry. If somebody lost their job, what happens to the lease, right? Somebody didn't clean the dishes. And so we're not allowing Craigslist. What we're doing is we're allowing we're going to hire a tech-based leasing third-party property manager that allows people to do their background checks, sexual background checks online. And if people need help with roommate pairing, we're also allowing that. I'm going to be very clear about that. We're also having an on-site property manager. We're going to have a non-smoking building, quiet hours, 10 p.m. to 7 a.m. And then we have requirements for trash as well. There's not going to be any pets. The next slide, please. And so after the 4 years of what we've been trying to do, you can see this diagram and you could see how we've tried our very best to fit as much parking as we possibly can, right? And with the parking, circulation, and setbacks, that's about 75% of the site plan. Imagine you own a parcel and 75% of your parcel is parking and setbacks. We did it. This is it. And it's I can't squeeze anything else. It's really difficult, but this is an interesting diagram here. Go to the next slide. And so this is a synopsis. This is like a original proposal for the parking and then a revised parking proposal. And I want to highlight something. The tasting room there requires 18 additional stalls. The outdoor dining requires 6 additional stalls, right? If you guys don't want the tasting room and you don't want the outdoor dining, there's all the parking that we don't need. I've heard loud and clear that everybody wants the tasting room. Everybody wants the outdoor dining. So I am a steward of Redondo Beach and I'm trying my best here and I'm okay to get lumps on my head. But if the people want a place and a destination, as well as to preserve the historical component to it, this is all of our projects over the last 4 years. This isn't what Jason wants. And so that's what's coming up. That is the parking difference. So go to the next one. We've also preserved existing palm trees as well. We're planting 40 new additional trees. That doesn't include the cypress trees that are bordering the neighbors that requested additional screenage through the buildings. And there's a 1% art fee in Redondo Beach. And I love putting money into a fund, a discretionary fund that allows people for art, for youngsters and stuff like that. But I also encourage people to be able to put art and make canvases on their projects. I did a project on Avenue B and Juanita 5 years ago, and right by LBJ. And I was the first one that put art piece on my little 3-unit project. They were all surprised. And I thought it was an absolutely great opportunity. And so I have a couple canvases here. I think that the middle, I think you can go to the next one. I think it like highlights it. Yeah, there it goes. There's a canvas here to the north that we could, what we would do is we would put an RFP for artists. We would select an artist. They would provide like submittals, and then we would go to the art art commission, I think it's called, and then it gets approved by the city body. I don't know if that's the actual name. And then here, for this kind of gate, we can have core 10, and it would be beautiful because we can have it where there's bicyclists, it could be bicycle themes. This is an example here. I did one at the High Place Hotel in Emeryville, and it came out beautiful. Go to the next one. There's a beautiful canvas here on the north side of this building. And so I'm really into like the ocean. I surfed 3 weeks ago and have a lot of respect for the ocean after that. And I really think that it's something that we can provide. And so after all of the 4 years, the collaboration with Historical Preservation, Planning Commission, working with City Council, hearing you guys and your questions, right? Meeting with you guys, appreciate you guys' time. This is the collective strategy proposal of the highest and best use for this project. You can see the beautiful tasting room. You can see the indoor-outdoor courtyard there, the coffee shop pantry. You can see the residential that's stepped back, beautifully designed with emphasis on the architecture. You go to the next slide there. Here's a close-up of the tasting room there. Here is a closer-up of the pantry there. And then here is the converted two-story building. And then here, I love the architecture of this building. I love Doug Leach architecture. And then I also work diligently with Dan's team to just, you can tell, like, look at every corner, look at every inch. And so I think that this is a project that we can be proud of. I've worked, I have all of my savings in this project. I'm a business owner, I'm a dad, and I believe in Redondo Beach. So I'm here to answer any questions, and thank you for your guys' attention and time.
Yes, sir. All right, 7:43. Does the council have any clarifying questions that you want to ask him for anything? Laura, you kind of look like you do.
I don't think I'm ready yet. I mean, I do have questions, but we haven't covered it yet, so I'm going to wait. I'll wait for this one. Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, Mr. Schoenfeld.
Councilmember Narenheim, Mayor Pro Tem Lowenstein, Narenheim, pardon me, appellant, City Council Member Lowenstein. City Council members, can you hear me?
Yep, let's go for it.
Just briefly, I know we've got a little time left here. I did send.
Introduce yourself real quick.
Michael Schonefeld on behalf of the applicant, outside Land Use Council. Nice to see many of you. I've seen you in different contexts before. Good to see you again. I provided the council with a letter. Apologies for the sort of late timing of it, but it lays out some of the statutory guardrails that govern deliberation and decision-making on a housing project. These laws, and forgive me if I'm treading on ground that's familiar to you, but I think your outside counsel, Greg Kettles and Cheryl Park can elaborate. These laws are really important because they provide an urgency declaration accompanies them, came out of SB 330, which is the Housing Crisis Act of 2019, where the legislature issued scores of legislative declarations about an urgent statewide crisis that's going to last until the year 2030 by legislative act. I mention it because it added teeth to the Housing Accountability Act, which applies here. And I know that Antonio had referenced some legal issues very briefly, but I did want to mention a few things just to highlight them because they do need to guide consideration tonight. One of them is that the project cannot meet with a denial or a reduction in density or a condition of approval which would render it infeasible. Those are three very important considerations. Absent support of a preponderance of evidence in the written record of a specific adverse impact on the public health or safety. As used in the paragraph, and I quote quote, specific adverse impact means a significant, quantifiable, direct, and unavoidable impact based on objective, identified written public health or safety standards, policies, or conditions as they existed on the date the application was deemed complete. Preponderance of evidence is such a lofty standard, and it's an unusual one, frankly, for local decision makers such as you who generally enjoy broad deference on your police powers and zoning. Not in this case. Preponderance of evidence, again, has to be based on written standards in the record that meet with those objective standards. This is for general plan consistent, zoning consistent projects, and notwithstanding what we've heard in the appellant's claims, this is consistent with zoning, it's consistent with general plan. As a matter of fact, it's identified in your housing element by name as providing units for the report to the HCD, and that's important. It's not only consistent, it's enshrined in your housing element. So please keep these considerations in mind. You're going to hear a lot of concerns, but none of them are going to come close to rising to the standard of the Housing Accountability Act, which I laid out in my letter. On the state density bonus law issues, I think Antonio had set them out to a fairly well. The concessions are not matters of discretion, they're matters of right. The housing development standard waivers also are a matter of right. And when considering the waiver that's sought here, it is based upon a project that features not only the density bonus, but also the concessions. Those are pre-baked in to a determination of whether the waiver applies or not. So bear these in mind. Again, we'll be on hand to answer any questions you might have. I just want to highlight that letter and those two major points for your consideration tonight. Aside from that, on a positive note, because I hate to come here lecturing anyone on the law, to be honest with you. You guys work hard to make sure this city is beautiful. My family goes back to the city since 1923. My grandfather had a sweet shop on the old pier in the 20s. I'm a South Bay guy. I know this city. I love this city too. So I appreciate you being gatekeepers for keeping the city charming, beautiful, and preserving its character. But frankly, this project, you need housing too, we know that. And this project hits all the wickets, I think. It's been very thoughtful, it fits, and I think if you start listening to the architect and the historical consultant, you'll see that we worked hard to present a project that accomplishes preservation, frankly, of old commercial uses that I hate to see go by the boards, and this one preserves them. I also wanted to say that I guess I just present it for your consideration along these lines, and we hope that you will give us, I guess the thing I did want to say is that your planning commission approved it. So that's rather important. These are definitive indicia of consistency with your zoning and your general plan. And we appreciate the hard work. You guys are on hearing number 5, by the way, tonight. You're capped out at 5 under the SB 330, the Housing Crisis Act. Just bear that in mind. I think Antonio had mentioned something about continuances. No continuances are part of that. So is the Preservation Commission's hearing. So bear that in mind if you need any specifics on that. I think it's in my letter. Thank you.
Just a quick question.
Yeah, go for it. Mr. Jones.
On the
Mr. Obaji.
preponderance of the evidence, that standard means more likely than not, correct?
Your usual standard on any of these, and it was cited by Antonio in the context of state density bonus law, is substantial evidence. So preponderance of evidence is the highest standard in the civil context more exactly. You could have competing evidence, right?
Right.
In substantial evidence, you guys are entitled to weigh. But in preponderance of evidence, you cannot if the preponderance is in favor of the project, which we know it is in this case.
What I use in voir dire a lot is we put 2 pieces of stacks of paper right next to each other. We say that they're identical, right? In the number of papers that are there. Let's assume that. Then I just stack one more paper on this stack. This becomes a preponderance of the evidence.
That's right.
Okay.
Basically, well,
you know,
I like your
All right, cool.
explanation of it.
Thank you.
Whereas Whereas in there's substantial evidence, you can balance or weigh them, but yes. And we've seen that you guys have accumulated a record to date, which is already pretty weighty and preponderant, to use an adjective along those lines. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. All right. So since we don't technically have an appellant, Councilmember Lowenstein, do you want to, so you can't, you want to say,
I'm not
do you want
forming
to?
an opinion on this project.
Thank you. Yeah, can you actually delve, actually, we didn't go over that. Could you delve into that for a moment in time and say, since you are the appellant, and then say if you would like to move or have someone speak, we're going to the public portion of it? Is that or no? It's all right, it takes a few seconds. One more time. There you go.
There we go. So, Councilman Lowenstein, you can make any statement that, you wish to make, but I would suggest, since there is no appellant per se in the traditional sense, and you file the appeal based on the written appeal that's in the record, based on public concern, I would move on to the public comment section of the hearing and allow anyone from the public to come up and express their concerns or their support for the project. And if one person, and this is the portion that I talked to you about, Mayor Pro Tem, if one person wanted to provide the bulk of information regarding these concerns, they could do that based on your vote to allow that to happen. But there would have to be someone that would be ceding their time to that person. That's what I would suggest.
I could cede my time to that person to provide the bulk of it.
Well, you wouldn't per se, because you're not an appellant in the traditional sense. So someone from the public could come up.
What we'll do is we'll have someone in the public come up and then.
And just wait.
Okay, could you clarify that?
I just wanted to remind you, that was an amendment of your former rules where it used to be an hour for the proponent and didn't specify for an appellant. So when you had someone, not a council person, who said public interest, I haven't made up a decision, you're not actively opposing the project, you added the appellant part because you wanted to give equal time to the proponent and appellant. There's not a requirement. And so what Ms. Park is saying is, if 10 people want to see their 3 minutes so that one person can seamlessly express community concern, that would be fine.
Okay.
10
Sounds
people. Okay, so the people that are going to speak as public are limited to 3 minutes, is what you're saying. And if 10 people do it, that's 30 minutes total. That's quite a bit of people.
Yes.
Okay.
Correct. Because we
So
don't
it's not
have.
possible for me to say, Joe Smith.
No, because you're not an appellant because you opposed the planning commission's decision.
No, I'm an appellant because for
Public interest, and you can
correct.
remain fair.
Okay,
And you remain fair.
and I remain fair.
Okay, so I have a bunch of cards here. And the first speaker is Gail Hazeltine. And before you come up, before we start your time, I've got Kristen Nelson, who concedes her time, so that's 1. Wayne Craig cedes his time, that's 2. Jill Clausen recedes her time, there's 3. Eugene Solomon, that's 4. Carissa Gallardo, that's 5. Jamie Pagliano, that's 6. Leslie Campeggi, that's 7. And then Danielle Collias, so I can't read that. You also, that's 8. So I believe that's 8 cards. I said that correctly? That's 24 plus Gail's time, so that's 27 minutes. And then after that will be Sheila Lamb. Motion to receive and file.
Yes. Oh, I'm sorry.
No, all good, all good. All in favor? Aye. Perfect. All right, so just to be fair.
Can I ask a question really quick?
You may ask a question.
May I? So after I use my time, this is going to be fast, some of the time, if I don't use it, then Sheila can use my time. That-
You can cede it to her.
I can cede it to her, okay.
So hold on, we're gonna call it 7:57 PM, and that's 30, so we got 27 minutes from 7:57. So,
Okay, thank you.
Don't start yet.
This is the appeal for the Catalina project. My name is Gail Hazeltine.
do you have a PowerPoint or something you want?
I do, can you do it? I don't know if you're gonna be able to keep up. Just move through. Okay, thank you very much. The bottom line up front, this is the last meeting on this project. The co-living project was misrepresented to the public as a multifamily unit by the developer until the last planning commission meeting. The misrepresentation invalidates critical analysis. The EIR components such as traffic, trips, and parking. Analysis of appropriate density bonuses, compliance with the general plan, the housing element, and the local coastal program. Calculations related to the density bonuses and the variances. The compliance with regulations such as the American Disability Act. The parking variance violates Coastal Act and our local coastal plan. Cannot pass as presented. The current zoning and ordinance do not address critical health and safety considerations in a co-living project. Council cannot approve this project as presented. Reject the project and rescind all approvals. Defining co-living. The communal living is a model in which unrelated individuals, not families, share a common dwelling facilitated by a professional host. Individuals, next slide. Sorry. Individual bedroom units rented out to individuals by a management company or landlord with shared common areas such as a kitchen, a dining room, and living room. Renters would be adults, largely single with no previous acquaintance to one another. Renters will use an app to book a bedroom unit. The host or manager for supervision will be on the premises. The Catalina project has 122 units that will be leased to individuals for various lengths of stay, very similar to dorms or hostels. Co-living requires new codes and regulations. Co-living has industry standards and common definitions. Guides for developers by co-living advocates clearly point out the zoning and regulations are the first step in developing a co-living project in a new city. Co-living is defined or is not defined or allowed in our general plan, our housing element, or our local coastal plan. When accurately analyzed, project is in conflict with the Coastal Act, our local coastal program, our general plan, and our housing element. Co-living is not defined in the Redondo Beach municipal codes. And this is going to lead to inadequate protection for neighbors and occupants. Parking standards, size and share of parking spaces, noise attenuation, ventilation and plumbing, fire safety, and ADA compliance are all significantly different than codes for multifamily. This concern has been addressed in other cities by the public, the planning commissions, the city council, before passing a project. Cities like San Jose, San Francisco, and Santa Monica have addressed co-living in their municipal codes. Moving along here. The health and safety concerns. Without specific standards, could health and safety impact we'll have health and safety impacts, specifically spread of infectious disease, exposure to secondhand smoke, overloading of electrical circuits, inadequate noise isolation and privacy, security from other roommates, proper exits in the event of fire, excess storage, specifically of fire hazards. So Sheila had a conversation with Chief Butler, and here's a letter, and it's at the back of your packet that I handed you to, and he had some concerns that we would have gone in more detail if we actually had the time we thought we had. But I'd like to explain, or just at least hit on a couple of these things. What he was concerned with, the occupancy load by main concern his main concern would be an unregulated amount of occupants created overcrowding and other safe lively concern. Number 2, proper exits, fire protection systems, and egress and other systems designed to protect occupants. Number 3, perhaps zoning should be considered specific to where these projects are built or developed. Number 4, the potential for excess storage, and this is really important for hazardous storage. Number 5, ensuring that there's a responsible person on the premises. So our own fire chief expresses safety concerns about projects and lack of Redondo regulations for this type of development. We also have to be concerned about the American Disability Act. The project will rent out individual rooms on ground floor, which will not have access to common areas. So on the ground floor, the developer has the parking. Behind the parking garage is going to be a bedroom. Those bedrooms will have to go climb stairs to get to the common area, the kitchen, the dining area, and the living area. That's against the American for Disability Act. So what will this co-living project mean for the neighborhood? It's going to be more cars to park, more car trips generated, more guests, higher turnover of occupants, 122 more individuals versus 72 from latest census, 2.4 per household, adults living together in close proximity during time of COVID when people want and need more space, not less, no place to park in an already crowded neighborhood. Misrepresentation renders the environmental impact report inaccurate. Trips, traffic, and parking. Parking impacts need to be evaluated against 120 units, not 30. The traffic evaluation needs to be redone at 122. Trip generation is calculated by the number of residential units, and this would be, the way they did it was by the unit, which was 30, but in reality, it's 122 units. Other evaluations are impacted by understated units and they need to be reevaluated. The public cannot rely on the EIR accurately to reflect the impacts. The public would not have commented to this as the developer only revealed the true nature of the project verbally in the last planning commission meeting. However, the developer has a co-living project in Long Beach on Pine Avenue. So throughout the meeting, he knew that this is exactly what this was, but never revealed it to him. And I will tell you that in April of last year, I asked him probably 5 times in one meeting, what is this? Can you explain it to me? What's your business model? And he would just change the topic. The EIR should be rescinded and redone to accurately remains unknown. It suffers from an underestimation of traffic because co-living is not multifamily. You cannot use statistics that represent multifamily in a co-living development. Unknown number of occupants analysis is based on townhome and LA County averages that would not apply to specific projects on this location in Redondo. There's a concern about the intersection at Pacific Coast Highway and Catalina and Pacific Coast Highway and Anita. Those 2 areas or intersection operate actually as one, and as 2, they're a D and an F. But I have to question, wouldn't they be an F if they were actually considered in person during rush hour traffic? I personally take it. It takes 2 lights to get through sometimes. Vehicle miles traveled. How many trips and how long is each trip? Trip generation does not reflect co-living. Should have, Fair and Peers applied factors to reduce trip using data average over LA County that do not reflect the specifics of this community and the project location. This project does not have good mixes of use in proximity, not close to major transit stop. 92% of our workforce leaves Redondo Beach every day. The flawed trip analysis generation underestimated it by 92%. The vehicle miles traveled is aligned with the California goals of decreasing greenhouse gases, air pollution, and other health impacts related to automobiles. Even with a 92% underestimate, The vehicle miles traveled was deemed significant and unavoidable. Reject the EIR project, reject the project. This is co-housing, so true impact not properly evaluated. The statement of overriding considerations. So the statement of overriding consideration is a written statement explaining why certain aspects of the project outweigh the unavoidable adverse environmental impacts. When assessed as a co-living development, the project objectives does not meet its own stated objective. The EIR should be rejected. Okay, so the project objectives. What was in the statement: create high-quality townhomes and apartment complexes. This project's co-living. It's not apartment, it's not townhomes, it's not defined in Redondo zoning. Realize R3 zoning from the general plan and the land use plan. Co-living projects are not R3 zoning. Density far exceeds R3 limits, even with a density bonus. Further housing element policy was one of the objectives. Far exceeds density for this site as listed in the housing element inventory. Density exceeds the highest density allowed anywhere in the housing element. Reserve and reuse portions of 3 historic structures. The project does not include any meaningful preservation of the 3rd structure. Provide neighborhood serving uses. Undersized commercial that is under park severely limits ability to meet this objective. Create new on-street parking. Undersized off-street parking overwhelms minor gains in the spaces and significantly decreases parking for coastal uses. Design residential that complies with parking in open space. Residential parking is significantly underparked. And I would like to concede my time to Sheila.
All right, it's 8:08, and I believe they have, 8:24 was the count. Hold on, let's do some math. 10, 4, 2, 6, so 16 minutes of time, and I actually do have your 3 minutes. 19, thank you. And Rob Gaddis and Jim Light both cede their time to you as well. So that's plus 6, that's 25 minutes.
Okay, great.
And that's not more than 1 hour to begin with, right? No, 25 plus 27, no.
Thank you.
Okay, perfect, thank you.
Could you go back a couple of slides? Parking assessment. Yeah, great, thank you so much. Okay, so thank you so much. My name is Sheila Lamb. I'm a resident of District 4 and a planning commissioner. This project is severely underparked. It violates the local coastal program. And so let's just take a look. The parking assessment is understated. The standard is 2 spaces per unit, 1 guest space per 3 units. Applied to the projects, that's 71 spaces, and the proposed number of spaces is 71, but it's understated for this type of project, which is a co-living project. 1 space per occupant and 1 guest space per every 3 occupants. That's a total of 163 spaces. Minus 71, that's 92. That's short 92 stalls. 71 is what is proposed. The multifamily commercial, that's once adding the multifamily plus the commercial, that's a total of 194. That's 163 plus 31. 79 is provided. So what we have is 115 stalls short. And what does that mean for the residents and for the community? That means 115 vehicles moved onto the streets. The lack of parking violates the Coastal Act and the local coastal program. This project is in the coastal zone on Catalina Avenue, and Catalina is the last public road parallel to Zulaga Park and the harbor in this area of the coast. Catalina and the surrounding residential streets are used by the public to park, to access the harbor and Zulaga. There is no parking lot for Zulaga, and the project vehicle overflow, again, is 115 vehicles, and that means 115 lost parking stalls on residential streets. So let's take a look. This project is in the last public road. So I'm going to point, see if we can get this pointer to look. No, won't work.
I saw it. Yeah, there it
Did you see it? Okay.
Yeah.
So, I don't know. Okay, so you see the square there, the rectangle, that's where the project is. And to the left, encircled in the red, is Zuliger Park and the harbor. This project is in the coastal zone, in close proximity, as you can see. You can see Catalina running through there. And the parking in this area is used by the public to access the harbor and the park. The Coastal Act protects coastal access and prohibits a reduction of street parking and a reduction of new projects from reducing public parking for coastal dependent uses of the harbor. Next slide, please. Coastal zone, this is a map of the coastal zone. This project is in the coastal zone. You can, I don't know if my pointer will work. It's too light. Okay, so area 1, approximately where it says area 1, yeah, that's right. Just right in there, that's where the project is. And you can see all the coloration there is the coastal zone. Certified LCP delegates, Coastal Commission project approval, authority to the city. That's you. The project is not in the appealable zone, so you as a council have the final decision. Okay, so what does the Coastal Act actually have to say about this parking? What does it mean to be in the coastal zone? And why is it important to the Coastal Act? Here's what the Coastal Act has to say. New development projects in the coastal zone shall alleviate shortages of on-street parking spaces and ensure adequate off-street parking. Please keep in mind, 115 vehicles offloaded onto our streets. Decision-making, that's all of you, must be most protective of the coast. And section 30211, development must not interfere with the public's right to access the sea. Thank you. Next slide. The Redondo Beach Local Coastal Program reaffirms the public's right to coastal access. And it goes in more detail, and this is what it says. Adequate parking shall be provided in any development. Residential developments must fully and comfortably satisfy requirements for tenant parking and visitor parking. The Harbor Pier area is a special coastline resource, and the existing public parking spaces will not be reduced as a result of further development. It stipulates you can't take away that parking. The total supply of on-street parking in the coastal zone shall be retained. The city will continue to diligently enforce these standards. And public on-street parking is provided along the frontage of subject lots. They require on-street parking. So let's look at the parking again. Here it's laid out in this table. Over on the right-hand side again, 115 total parking stalls shortage. The local coastal program prohibits using street parking to make up for development parking. But that's exactly what this project does. It uses street parking as a replacement for development parking. And that violates the local coastal program. Next slide. The parking study is invalid. You've heard a little bit about the parking study that says there's plenty of parking on the side, on the streets. But the parking study underestimates the total on-street parking demand because it did not even count the 92 parking overflow vehicles from the project tenants and visitors. Didn't even count that. It underestimates the total on-street parking because it understated the type of project. Didn't include that it was a co-living project with 122 residents. All the parking inventories were in May and June gloom, right? That's not when the maximum parking occurs in this area. And so it's not valid for a year-round parking impacts. The study underestimates the commercial parking. Anyone that's gone to the Catalina Coffee Company knows that that was max to the limit. And so they used the Urban Land Institute shared parking manual, and they did not look at local conditions. The parking inventories used a street called Bellflower in the inventory that doesn't even exist. And the parking inventories list streets too far from the project to be relevant for a commercial establishment. Now you might be asking yourself, well, as the proponent has said, this is a density bonus project, right? And the density bonus supersedes the Coastal Act. This is blatantly false. The density bonus 65915 states, nothing in this section shall be construed to supersede in any way or alter the effect and application of the Coastal Act. The Housing Accountability Act requires that the project comply with the general plan and the LCP. We've already seen that it does not comply. The Mellow Act, the Coastal Act states that although affordable housing is encouraged, within the coastal zone, density bonuses may be reduced if the increased density is incompatible with the Coastal Act, as we have shown. Now, AB 2797, this law stipulates that the density bonus law and the Coastal Act must be harmonized. The legislative intent is not to presume that the density bonus law supersedes the Coastal Act, as was implied earlier today. No, the Density Bonus Act does not supersede the Coastal Act. In fact, the Coastal Act supersedes the density bonus law. So all of those parking regulations, the LCP, they are predominant standards over the density bonus law. I'm going to skip this page. I've already discussed the Housing Accountability Act. It doesn't apply. Here's our conclusions. The developer misrepresented the project to the public from the very beginning. Didn't disclose it till the final meeting. Misrepresentation invalidates any of the evaluations of the project. Evaluations were understated, misrepresented. New facts, such as co-living, right, render the EIR invalid, right? We didn't have time, the Planning Commission and the public did not have time to comment because the co-living aspect was not disclosed. Reasonable evaluation shows the project has substantial compliance issues, as we've shared. As we talked about, the state housing legislation, density bonus law, et cetera, does not supersede the Coastal Act and the local coastal program. The overflow, the project overflow into street parking violates the access provisions of the Coastal Act. The council cannot legally allow this project to go forward. Violates CEQA, Coastal Act, local coastal program, general plan, housing element, and ADA. Our zoning does not allow this type of project. Our regulations do not adequately define health and safety requirements. Again, the council cannot legally allow this project. And finally, here's what we would, next slide, please. Here's what we would request of you. This is actions that we would like you to take. Reject the project based on the following: not revealing the true nature of the project, the EIR does not reasonably reflect the impacts, the parking violates the Coastal Act and LCP, the density violates the GP, HE, and LCP, Redondo does not allow this type of development, and current regulations do not adequately protect health and safety of the occupants. And finally, the project violates ADA. We further request that you impose a moratorium on co-living until regulations can be put into place, that you direct staff and the Planning Commission to define what the regulations are, and that the public be involved so that they can comment, and direct staff to incorporate protections for non-conforming existing local serving commercial uses in the residential zones. And this, we're really referring to the grandfathering of these commercial spaces so that they can be resilient and reflect and improve walkability and reduce traffic. So we thank you so much for allowing us to speak. We believe that this project is not the right project for the city of Redondo Beach, and we believe that this is not the right project for the residents of Redondo Beach. Thank you so much.
Vicky, you want to keep your time for any rebuttal stuff? There are 9 minutes left, okay?
Yeah.
All right, so you got 9 minutes left. All right, any other public comments? Want to come on down? I don't have, actually, take it back, hold on, take it back. Oh, sorry. Frank Buckley, you are up, speaking on this item. And then that's all the orange cards that I have left.
Another one.
You have another one? Yeah. Frank Buckley, come on down. I've seen your name, I believe.
Yeah, I've been in the public eye for a bit. Good evening.
Can you introduce yourself, just, sorry.
My name's Frank Buckley, and I've not been privy to much of the history of this project. I do know Jason, he's actually my landlord. And I've got a lot of notes here, but I'm just gonna go off the cuff. When any city agrees to a project, they're essentially entering into a partnership with a developer. And I know Jason now for several years, and when we went into his project in Hermosa Beach, he promised me a whole package of design elements and so forth that I quite honestly didn't believe we were going to get, because it was really ambitious, and I just didn't think he could deliver. And to my surprise, he did. And it was fabulous space. When it came down to negotiating the deal, he absolutely, he promised a deal, he stuck with that deal. Now that we're looking to move on from the space, he let us out early. So I would just say from a character perspective, I'm very impressed with Jason. You could do a lot worse with other developers. I spent a lot of time in the Hollywood market and worked with a lot of, both developers and investors on projects much like Catalina Village, where there's adaptive reuse, there's historical properties that you're looking to preserve, and inevitably you have parking issues when you have, urban infill projects that just, LA County in general is in large part is a single family suburbia. And, unfortunately, we are faced with continued density and housing shortage, as we all know, and we're all struggling with it. And I think these gals made a great case with the fact that this project is under parked. It's clear that it is, but the question is, are we better off with something that's underparked but thoughtfully repositioned, where you are providing access and affordability to those that normally wouldn't be able to be a block from the beach? I understand that, access to the beach is important, and that's the whole point of this project, is to provide affordability and access to the beach. Not all of us are fortunate enough to live in the South Bay. Very few of us are fortunate to buy our own homes. And certainly the next generation are going to be, even that much more challenged with their ability to live here. So as a fellow resident of Redondo Beach, I will just say that I think that, these projects are always difficult, and I think my time's up, but I would just say that I support Jason. I think he has a great company. He's got a good team behind him, and I thought he did a great job on this project.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do something else?
Just real quickly, do you have any financial interest in the project at all, Frank?
I'm his investor.
Okay.
I'm kidding. No, I'm not.
That's fine.
Frank's my neighbor. I just want to make sure that I know that's.
I'm not, no.
Okay, you're just speaking on behalf of him.
That's
and
correct,
support.
yeah.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Anyone else? Next up is Ravi Kumar.
Hi, so I'm Ravi Kumar. I am a partner of Jason's in Beach City, as well as in this project. I've had the opportunity, I'm a South Bay resident, and I've had the opportunity to attend a number of the Planning Commission meetings to date. I think given the limited time, I'm just going to go right to it. The lack of regulation that the opponents noted does not imply that there is a violation of the regulations. That's what they're conflating, and it is a false argument. According to your own planning folks at the city, this project has been designed within code, right? After multiple iterations, right? There is no violation of any codes here. Otherwise, your own development team would have noted that. I would say, as to arguments on health and safety, it's shocking that they ignore the fact that this is a derelict property that has been sitting kind of as is for 4 years with environmental contamination, right? And the team working with the city has had a plan to remediate that environmental ongoing harm that the opponents have ignored, right? Completely ignored in their argument. In terms of traffic, okay, the project has been designed with mixed use specifically to accommodate the local residents, right? Has been designed to accommodate local residents. The problem in California is we don't have enough mixed use near high density housing, right? So people have to drive. They don't have to drive for this project. And what they're assuming is if there's no parking available, that people are just going to flood in, right? And overwhelm the local parking. Are you going to go to a restaurant where there's no parking? Are you going to walk down the street to a restaurant that's available to you, right? The opponents are denying the fact, and they're also denying the fact that with respect to the environment, EV adoption has taken off massively since a lot of these vehicle use regulations were put into place, right? And so that's not been taken into account here. And the last 10 months that the folks on the Planning Commission have wasted, right, with these specious arguments are exactly why SB 330 was promulgated, right? The NIMBYism has to stop, and a denial of the project will result in putting the city of Redondo Beach at risk of litigation, right? Thank you.
Thank you. All right. I don't have any more cards, so if you want to come down, you can come down and speak. Come on down. Open forum. And then after this, we'll do Zoom comments. And then after we get all the public comments, we'll have time for appellant rebuttal and so on and so forth. Yes.
My name's Christine Munoz. I've lived here in Redondo for 12 years.
on Catalina. And I just want to say that I so admire the two women on that planning commission that I sat and listened to many of their meetings, that they did their homework and that they came back to you with all of those details. And the fact about the whole co-living thing was very informative to all of you, I hope. I live on Catalina. When my husband and I bought that house, we knew that because of the two or three churches on that street, on Sunday, we would have problems with parking. And on holidays and in the summer, we were going to have problems with parking for our families. And we do. But we knew that, and we live with it, and we make do. This will impact us greatly. This will mean, I mean, just the amount of cars that are going to be on Catalina is going to be untenable. And we're going to be coming back to you. I think it's District 2 we live in here, isn't it?
Yes.
That's you.
That's me.
We're going to be coming back to you with our parking problems. And we've said before in the planning meetings, then if you're going to do this to us, then we want spaces for our cars on that street designated for us, not for them. That's 115 parking places is a lot of places. And we're very worried about it. We're very worried about the whole change of our street. And I'm sure the churches should be worried. They should definitely be here as representatives. They're not, but they're going to be impacted on Sundays and on holidays greatly. Thank you. And thank you to the ladies who did their homework.
Ma'am, real quick, may I ask you a question?
Sure.
I podium real quick. I walked around down there. I have a question regarding parking. One of the concerns that the planning commission put in was, like in my district, there's residents have to have parking permits. How would you feel about having forced to have parking permits in order to park on the streets?
Well, it would be better than not. I mean, we would almost demand that because we're going to be coming home at night from work and I'm retired. That's not going to affect me, but my husband's going to be driving home and he's not going to have a place to park. And so we'd have to have something. You're going to have to mitigate it in some way because it will be a huge issue. And I don't know what they're going to do on Sundays because those people will already be parked there. And I don't know where St. James's people are going to be parked.
Okay, thank you. All right, next person coming down.
Good evening. My name is Amy Hudson. I live on Broadway. Chris, you live on Broadway too. You said Catalina? That's okay. I think Planning Commissioner Hazeltine and Lamb for really laying out what a lot of our issues have been. Myself and my neighbors have been very active at all of the Planning Commission meetings, speaking on Zoom about the issues. And so I'm not going to rehash any of that. I think it's been well laid out by people that clearly are more prepared for myself. I just want to, just from the heart myself, this is my view, this is my home. You know, I do have a view. It's not of the ocean, but it is something that's meaningful and important to me. My neighborhood is very quiet, it's very peaceful. I have coastal breezes, I have sunshine. I think Jason mentioned at one of the last meetings that, you know, most people get their sun from southern exposure, but I live in a townhouse, so I have windows that face east and west. So most of my sunlight comes from the southwest exposure. And that'll be gone if this building that's seeking a height variance pushed back pretty close to my property line is there. My living space is also on the top floor, as he says, to take advantage of sunsets and coastal breezes. And putting a building that's several feet taller, a 3-story building behind me, will eliminate all of that. It'll increase my utility costs, my heating costs. I'll have to have the lights on. The sun will set at my house at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. So I hope that some of that will be taken into consideration. And I think I actually loved living next door to the Catalina Coffee. I enjoy living next door to the stores that are there now. It's a pity that it has been closed with no interest in trying to find an occupant during the time that they're pursuing their plans. They actually created a hideous wall with a siren that points at my house if somebody walks too close to it. So I have bore the burden of the shuttered Catalina coffee, but I don't want to endorse a project that is seriously flawed and will negatively impact the residents of Broadway between Diamond and Emerald. It will forever change the makeup of that block, and you can't undo it once it's done. So that's all I have.
Real quick, same kind of question. How would you feel if all of a sudden we started putting parking meters everywhere and putting in a parking permit program? That's what the planning commission.
Parking meters, I would be more supportive of permits. I used to live in West Hollywood. I have friends that live really close to the beach in Santa Monica. Permit is very normal in those environments. It was like once a quarter, you sent in $23 to the city and they mailed you back a hang tag. So you had it in your glove compartment or in your mailbox, and people came over, you just gave it to them and they had a place to park. That would be fine for me to have the permit. I would prefer that over parking meters.
Okay, thank you. Yep, come on down.
All right, cool. Hey, my name's Emmett Jones. I'm AB's neighbor. I, to speak plainly, live right behind this development. There's a lot of different things that have already been brought up. I'll try not to go through too many of those in detail. The height concession is a huge one, right? 3 stories. Jason said it himself, living outside in this area is incredible. It's one of the biggest reasons we moved down here, why we love it. That's gonna be taken away overnight. The view, I've got plenty of pictures I could show you. Like, the thought that there is no view is just completely false. The co-living piece has been touched on a ton. I just disagree with this model in a lot of ways, because when we had a meeting in 2021 over Zoom to kind of get a grasp of what this was, it felt very family oriented. It slowly became evident that this was 7 bedroom units, 5 bedroom units that were part of this. Co-living, tech leasing, like fascinating, interesting, but maybe in cities like New York City, much more dense urban areas. This is Redondo Beach. This just doesn't make sense here. And one of the points I think about is, like, you think about Ocean Club across the street, tons of units, 1,000 units, whatever they were saying. There's no tech-based leasing there. There's no co-living there, because people want to sign longer term leases that they're going to move somewhere with a family. This seems like the exact opposite of that. And to speak very plainly, this feels like you're jamming a lot of stuff on a fairly small parcel of land. The restaurant piece of it, interesting perhaps, but the boring thing we really want here, I think, is townhomes, right? That's what is all around us. That's what I live in with my wife and baby on the way, right? So I think about a lot of the different things we've talked about tonight. The parking I won't get into, because I think every good point has been there. The misrepresentation, though, is tough, because it felt like, okay, this could be interesting. More family units, people that work from home. I work from home. The idea of having a 5-unit place to live is fascinating. But the reality is, these are going to be young professionals, young people living month to month in a very flexible environment that does not create community, for whatever that's worth. Yes, there's shops, there's other pieces to this, but again, I will live literally 20 feet away and look directly into these folks' homes. I understand there's talk of foliage and other things, but to me, that doesn't feel sufficient. And there's a number of other things in terms of, like, the noise ordinances, the types of things that attract, people in their 20s that want to live somewhere convenient, that is month to month, that they can book on their phone, right? There's a lot of convenience in that, but to my earlier point, like, you're putting so much in such a small piece of land. And again, we're biased, of course, because we literally look directly at it. No one else is this directly exposed as we are, as Amy are, Chris, our other neighbor, and all the other folks who feel very similar to how I do, and I think all of us do. When we think about, like, we'd love to have something developed there. We would love to have something developed there. There's a lot of eyesores to look at. It just, I do not think is this project. Thank you. Appreciate it.
All right, thank you. Anyone else want to come down and speak? Anyone? 3 minutes? Any Zoom comments?
There's a pink card on the floor over there. I'm not sure if it's filled out. No.
Are there any Zoom comments?
Yes. Miriam Burgos.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Miriam Burgos, and I just very quickly wanted to share that I lived actually in the area for 2 years while I was a graduate student. So I'm currently a faculty member at the University of Southern California. I don't live in the area anymore. But I do have family members who live in the area near Emerald and Irina. So very, very close to where this development is. And I just wanted to emphasize that Jason is himself a member of the community. I'm very familiar myself with the project. I know Jason well. And he is committed to his own community. He's a local. The project itself is something that fits in well with the existing flow of the community. And it really just, for me, although like I said before, I'm no longer a resident of the local area. I haven't been since I was a graduate student. But it really seems like such a shame for that land to remain as a derelict lot with contaminated soil. And we have this opportunity for someone like Jason to come in and mitigate the soil contamination, build something that flows with the surrounding community, preserve some of the historical value of the lot itself. So I just wanted to express my support, admittedly as an outsider to the community, but as somebody who has family who live near Emerald and Irina, and somebody who, just even a few years ago was a local resident. So thank you.
All right, thank you. Next.
Give me a sec. Nancy Skiba.
Hello. I think that project is going to bring a lot of unnecessary extra traffic to that, number of blocks, those streets, with people coming and going in and out of those driveways to get into the place. And I can foresee people trying to cross from the other side of the highway to run over to the tasting room or whatever coffee shop that they're trying to build there. I just think it's not the right project, the kind of thing that would fit in. That's a residential neighborhood, basically, and adding all these extra things like tasting rooms and that, I don't know if it's the best use of that property when we have so many people in the city who need to find apartments. And ever since the landlords succeeded, I guess, in defeating the rent control, they've been constantly raising the rents to just a ridiculous degree where people can't find anything under $2,400 on up to $5,000 for a one bedroom. And why do we need to have something that's going to be either temporary housing or bring a kind of a transient quality to the neighborhood, and then these little commercial things in there? One of the fellows said that they wanted to create this for the residents. I think they want to create it for more profit. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Bodie Coles.
Hello, this is Bodie speaking. I recently moved to the area, and I will say that it was incredibly challenging to find an affordable spot. I think I've listened to this entire meeting, and all I've heard about is parking and traffic. And, to those who have complained about an eyesore, and your son being lost, it sounds like what's going to be built here instead will be a massive parking lot. So I'd just like that to be considered. Also, comments such as the fire chief expressing concerns for fire safety. I hope to God that all fire chiefs express concern for fire safety. Not sure what point was being made there. And yeah, I just think if parking is the biggest issue that is blocking this, then, that's very unfortunate. There are plenty of people like myself who could benefit from this being built. So thank you.
That may conclude Zoom. I just want to see if anyone else is going to raise their hand to speak. It doesn't. This would be the time. On e-comments, my count shows 16 people in support, 5 people opposed, and 1 neutral. And it doesn't appear that anyone else is raising their hand to speak.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. All right, so while public comment is not done until it's done, we are now going to go into the rebuttal portion. So, the proponent gets to come up, and then we'll have the, it says, sorry, other way around, sorry. No, appellant goes first, yep. Sorry, appellant, come on up. You got 9 minutes left on the clock, and then we'll have the proponent, and then you guys afterwards. And we'll have some questions. We'll still be taking, if someone wants to come down and speak after that, we'll still be able to talk. The public comment will not be closed until it's closed.
I'm sorry.
Yes.
I'm so sorry. I just wanted to ask if they wanted their PowerPoint back up.
No, I don't think so. Do you, Sheila? Want the PowerPoint back up?
Yes. Oh, thank you.
Okay.
Quick question, is it possible for the council to receive both presentations?
Oh, yeah.
Which one?
Yeah.
There's the appellants and the
proponents. Did we get
applicants.
both? Didn't you get yours?
Did we get emailed?
Last night or yesterday?
I give that to you.
Oh, got it.
No, we got a letter.
We'll make sure, you can receive and file, and we'll make sure that it's distributed.
Those are the drawings, right? Right, to the drawings, okay.
I clicked on the link. That was, it looked similar to the thing, but that link was not the PowerPoint, it was the drawings, correct?
Right, I sent it to Antonio.
Okay, got it. Okay, you can email that to us, that'd be great.
Thank you.
Go ahead
Thank
and
you.
start.
So it's 8:48. Just go ahead and go 9 minutes.
I thought I'd start by just addressing some of the comments that were made. To begin with, if the property looks derelict, it's only because the developer has allowed that to happen to those parcels of land. And that's a problem that we have in the city of Redondo Beach. When a project is going in front of the city, nobody goes out there to maintain and make sure the developer keeps things clean. The Catalina Coffee at one point had trash and the time, I guess, and tables out front. They still may be there. Every time I pass by, it looks like trash. Again, this is not mixed use, so they have to quit calling it mixed use. There's a big difference between co-living and mixed use. For co-living, we're going to have 5 different leases in one unit, right? Versus a family in a townhome or apartment building with one lease. That's a huge difference. As far as NIMBYism goes, nobody has a problem, and even the people that have spoke that live in the neighborhood, of having a traditional townhome or something like that, or condo or whatever, they're not complaining about that. So NIMBYism isn't quite an accurate term to be used for us. We're just saying maybe co-living isn't right for Redondo Beach. We haven't even addressed it. We haven't addressed it as a planning commission. You guys have never addressed it, yet other cities have. San Jose, they put a ton of work into addressing it. Santa Monica did. It's something that we need to address, and the public needs to hear the arguments. As far as the parking permit, I just wanted to clear that up. It turns out that Venice was told by the Coastal Commission that they could not give parking permits out because what it does is it limits the time that someone can go to the beach. So let's say that you had a parking permit that said by 6 o'clock you have to be off the street, but what if a surfer wants to surf at 5:30? So they said, no, you can't do that. You cannot limit access, so parking permits will not work.
In the coastal zone.
In the coastal zone. And then I did have one thing that I didn't mention about that intersection of PCH, Catalina, and Redondo or Anita. How are the fire trucks supposed to go through? How are the emergency vehicles supposed to get through when we have over 100 more vehicles on the street stopped at that DE intersection that's probably really an F? And then as far as affordable, the last caller mentioned, these aren't affordable. There's nothing affordable about it. It's market rate. It is at least $2,000 a bedroom. So for one 5-bedroom unit, Jason Mueller will be collecting $10,000. There's nothing affordable about that. $2,000 is a lot of money for a very small bedroom. If you notice, the bedroom on the downstairs is 7.2 or 8.2 inches by 8.2 inches. That's a jail cell, 2 feet. No, 8.2 inches by 8.2. Okay, so that's very small.
Feet.
Feet.
Inches would be really small.
Can't be
8 feet, 2 inches. Square. Okay. And then Sheila, go ahead.
Okay, if you could put up the slide that starts with lack of parking violates the Coastal Act and the local coastal program. Right. So this is what this is about here. It's about the law. Okay? The Coastal Act and the local coastal program. And the 115 parking space, vehicles parking offloaded onto the residential streets. Catalina Avenue is the last public road, and Zuliger and the harbor are used by the residents and the visitors to access the harbor and the park. There's no parking lot on Zuliger, and the 115 lost parking stalls on this means that there are 115 lost parking stalls on residential streets. And again, that violates the Coastal Act and the local coastal program. And if you could move the slides to the Redondo Beach Local Coastal Program reaffirms the public's right to coastal access. Adequate parking shall be provided. This is the law. Levels of density, residential development will fully and comfortably satisfy requirements of tenant parking and visitor parking. This project is not doing that. This is a special coastline resource, and existing public parking spaces will not be reduced as a result of further development. This is the law. This is the law and must be respected. The threat of a lawsuit doesn't rebut the fact that it violates, that this parking violates the Coastal Act. This offloading of the responsibility of parking on site onto the streets, offloading it onto the streets and into the responsibility of the city. I would concur, this is not about NIMBYism. This is about respecting the law, And in terms of the contaminated site, nobody is living in this contaminated site, but potentially will live in an unsafe and unhealthy environment, right? This is the rebuttal against the contaminated site. And I want to just leave with this, and that is, you all know about the butterfly effect, right? Small changes make a big difference. Putting 115 cars onto the streets, taking away spaces for visitors. And when we say visitors, we're talking about Redondo residents who live in districts 3, 4, and 5, right? We're not necessarily talking about out-of-state people, right? But when you put this amount of parking, when you increase the traffic, right? This butterfly effect, these small changes just reverberate down the line, reverberate north and south. We urge you, the council, to follow the law and reject this project.
I have a couple more statements I'd like to make.
You got
Another condition that the Planning Commission put on this was that we were trying to control to 122 units. bedroom units. And it turns out that in the state of California, you can't do that. The minimal is 2 per bedroom. So the 122 is really, there's no controlling the amount of people that can be in each of those bedrooms. That's against the law. The other thing one of the callers said was about beach access. The beach access is not just for the people that live on the beach. The whole point of the Coastal Act, the whole point of this is that people from all over this state and other states can enjoy the coast, can enjoy the beach. We're not making this fuss about parking for any other reason. People need to be able to come, they need to park, and they need to be able to walk down to our beach and to our harbor. That's what this means.
30 seconds.
Okay, I will keep that 30 seconds for later.
Later.
Thank you. Oh, maybe we have more people calling in to donate.
Other people, not you. All right. Back to the proponent. Come on up.
Mayor Pro Tem Narenheim, members of the City Council, thank you again for indulging our rebuttal. We've heard that the law must be respected, quote unquote, and I agree, it must be respected. First off, with respect to the largest, I think, linchpin to the arguments you're hearing from these appellants is this issue of co-housing. This is a no-go area for the City Council. This is a discrimination in housing issue. You're prohibited from regulating, considering. You don't even have authority to decide who's going to occupy these and how. You can talk to your panel of attorneys about that. There's a discrimination in housing law on the books in the government code and in federal housing. And however these end up being housed by families is not an area of purview for you. Yes.
Can I pose a question? I do agree with that point, that discrimination based on sanguinity or anything else is disallowed and invades people's right of privacy. But isn't regulation of capacity within our purview? The number of inhabitants, irrespective of whether they're related, same sex, or what have you. Isn't that within our?
Did you say, Mr. Obagi, regulation of capacity?
Right.
I think density is within your purview.
No, or occupancy, I should say. The number of occupants in a given unit or bedroom.
You're skirting close to discrimination in housing issues with that. Now, what you can regulate are dwelling units and the number of bedrooms that the dwelling units have, and we've done that here. The dwelling units aren't prescribed here under the state density bonus law, but as to how families will, habitate those homes, it's a no-go area. Now, will there be business practices, best business practice put in place? Of course, and you can talk to Jason Mueller a little bit about that to get some details, but I would caution against going too close to that issue of regulation. The second issue we're hearing is this issue of the Coastal Act. Is this project consistent with the local coastal program? And we have to, quote unquote, respect the law. It is as a matter of law, and you can't do anything further about that because you had 30 days under SB 330 to render a decision on consistency with the LCP, the general plan, and any, as we see, not only did you not render any decision, staff never did, that this is inconsistent in the 30-day period. Let me get you the site. Government Code 65589.5 sub J1 B2A Romanet 1.
Sorry, 655 what?
65589.5.
There's
a string of subs, if you want me to recite those again.
Sure.
Sub J, Romanet 1, B2A1. So SB 330, as I said, did add teeth. This is some of the teeth it added. It's the decisions as to consistency with the general plan, and the LCP is the general plan in the coastal zone, has to be made within 30 days for a development, a housing development of 120 units or less, 60 days for 120 plus units. That was never made. To the contrary, your planning commission, and you had a member of the planning commission come up to speak against this project. That planning commission as a body approved the project, which is in and of itself a determination of consistency, of course, notwithstanding the fact that it's consistent as a matter of law at this point. Can parking be used to regulate or deny this project? Absolutely not. Parking is not a specific adverse impact to the public health and safety. Now, parking is completely compliant with the state density bonus law. We know that. That is, your city attorney can confirm that. With respect to your commercial parking, that is part of a mixed-use project where the assertions that this is not a mixed-use project defy the definition under the state and the local code. This is a mixed-use project. To force a parking requirement on this would kill the project. You'd be using basically parking to deny the project in that instance. Parking was a necessary sacrifice to make to preserve the commercial. This is an R3 zone. The commercial uses were legal, non-conforming uses. What Mr. Mueller could have done is bladed those commercial uses and you wouldn't have them anymore. That wasn't the desire of your prior planning director. The prior planning director wanted to see those preserved and wanted to work in close collaboration with this applicant to see a project to preserve the heritage commercial frontage on that street. Now, if you're going to punish this applicant for doing that by requiring parking, you're not going to end up with any project at all. And any developer who comes in and wants to utilize R3 is going to scrape those. Do you want them or not? I like them. I think it's important for the historical character of Redondo Beach. I think the way that he's going to adaptively reuse them is a textbook case of brilliant adaptive reuse of commercial projects. If it weren't for Mr. Mueller, there would be no historical district. He brought the historical district. There wasn't one before him. So punishing him by not providing parking is a no-go as well, because it would violate the Housing Accountability Act. It just is not, it doesn't rise to the level of specific adverse impact to the public health and safety supported by a preponderance of evidence. If you want to look at any evidence, there was a parking study by a parking expert in the record. I didn't see the appellants bring one forward. There's just a lot of off the cuff. Now, with respect to the consistency with LCP, that issue's off the table. With respect to whether the Housing Accountability Act is trumped by the Coastal Act, it's not. There's nothing that says that. There's no case that's come out that says that.
Could you say that one more time?
There was an assertion made that the Coastal Act or the coastal zone trumps the Housing Accountability Act. That's incorrect as a matter of law. Okay? So is there
the Coastal Act or the coastal zone?
Well, the coastal zone is a product of the Coastal Act.
Right. So when you're in the coastal, hold on, let me ask you this. The Coastal Act enacted by the voters of the state of California in 1974?
76.
No, actually it was voted on in 74, 76. Right, whatever.
It goes back before 76. I mean, there was the predecessor statute.
Right, they wouldn't pass.
Yes. I'm sorry, what was your question?
Yeah, so you're saying what is subservient?
I'm not saying anything subservient. I'm refuting an assertion that the Housing Accountability Act is subservient to the Coastal Act. That's incorrect as a matter of law. Nothing says that. So there is a savings clause in the Housing Accountability Act that, the Coastal Act shall be given its place, but there's nothing that says that a consideration under the Coastal Act somehow accepts you from having to come up with a preponderance of evidence of a specific adverse impact to the public health and safety. It doesn't say that anywhere.
No cases.
And in fact, you guys are on record now for your LCP being consistent anyway with this project and the other way around. So that is another area that cannot be used as a basis for denial or any conditions of approval that would render the project infeasible.
You said no cases.
No cases.
Okay.
If you're thinking about the Kelnell Garden case, that's not about the Housing Accountability Act, that's about the state density bonus law, and that was fixed by a legislative act afterward to harmonize state density bonus law with the Coastal Act. Harmonize means harmonize. It doesn't mean one trumps the other. It means you harmonize them. So if there's any interpretation by this panel to somehow incorrectly, by the way, say that the Coastal Act trumps the Housing Accountability Act, you will be committing an unlawful act. And there are penalties, for violating this act. They're pretty draconian.
May I ask you a question on that?
Yeah.
But likewise.
So let me go real quick. Ask the question. The act that was the state legislature that passed to harmonize from the Canal Gardens
Canal Gardens specifically, the state law that was created because of Canal Gardens, that state law was created specifically because of Canal Gardens, correct?
Correct. That's right.
Okay, thank you.
As to the state density bonus law,
Yes.
but not the Housing Accountability Act. And as I said, the provision was to harmonize the two acts. So
harmonize,
it didn't say that one is going to preempt the other, did it? It said to harmonize them. So that means you have to carry forward the goals of the state density bonus law, the Housing Accountability Act, in harmony with the Coastal Act. But again, I think that train left the station on this one. Okay. If you wanted to make an inconsistency determination, you had to do so within 30 days. And instead of doing that, you've got consistent, repeated, over and over, a leitmotif of conclusions of consistency from staff, and ultimately one from the Planning Commission in a final vote after 3 hearings and 10 hours of deliberation and hearing public comment. I think I hit the things I wanted to hit on the legal end of these rebuttals. I appreciate the comments of the appellants and those in favor of the appellant, but we need to make sure that we're looking at the accurate landscape of what's before you on what you're allowed to do and not do under state law. And there's been a lot of conflation going on and a lot of outright inaccurate interpretations of the law. Thank you. I think Jason's going to want to speak now.
Okay, go for it.
Awesome. Thanks, Michael. Thank you, guys. Thank you, Hazeltine and Lamb, for your thoughtful comments and questions and concerns, as well as I want to thank all of the residents for participating and providing their concerns, as well as my prayers go out to Bill Brand, as well as their family, hoping for the best. And I want to clarify a couple things. I'm probably not going to be able to hit every single item, but I'm here in case I miss any. This project has always been straightforward, a for rent multifamily project, right? And this project is going to be managed by a property manager. And that property manager is going to have market leasing. So if there are 30 families that would like to lease this each unit, they could do so. Okay. I built a 3-unit project on Juanita Avenue B. You can look it up right now, and it went for lease for $9,000 a month. I can't afford that. That's expensive, but it's because we don't have housing in Redondo Beach. We have condos. We have for sale homes. Imagine when you finished college. Could you buy a $2 million townhome? You could not. And it's a simple supply and demand issue, right? And I want to make sure that we're clear. The average unit count is a 4-bedroom, 3.5 to 4. There are 8 2-bedrooms and 3 4-bedrooms and 5 5-bed, or an 19 5-bedrooms. The average lease for, if they do the full unit, is usually a 1-year to 2-year lease. And if we're able to do roommate pairing, the average lease is 11 months. The person is about 29 years old, making $80,000 a year. These are the statistics, okay? And that falls in line with keeping the young, talented people here in Redondo Beach. I want them to stay here. I would think that it would be great to raise our children here and be able to have them have a place where they can land after college and not force them to move east or out of state. I think it's important for us to have a place where they could be able to build their careers. And if there's a family that's in transition from being able to have a successful career where they can lease an apartment and save money to step up to buy a home that's $2 million, this would be a good opportunity for them. And to be clear, I chose preservation over profit.
Just a quick question. Can I?
Yes, sir. Yeah, of course.
If they were in the position to afford a place that was, or ultimately save up to a place that was $2.1 million, wouldn't they make too much money to be in any of your affordable units?
The housing authority is who regulates the affordable housing, which we haven't discussed. I'm actually preserving 15% of these units for affordable housing that nobody's mentioned. So 15% of the units that are on this property are reserved for affordable housing. And that is something that I don't manage. That is something that's regulated, and it has to be per certain regulations and per certain incomes. And so that is something that we don't have like a business plan for. And also there's not a minimum or maximum rent. This is all market rate rents. And so early on, I found it risky to invest in preserving the historical portion of this project. I also found it very risky to remediate the site. I had an initial plan for rent housing. Guess what? I couldn't find any financing. Nobody wanted to touch a contaminated site with a 10-year liability on townhomes, right? And this property is zoned for multifamily. It's the general plan was voted on, and it states that would like to have a R3, 30-foot high multifamily building on this project, on this site. And we worked really hard to conform with R3 zoning, and we're providing 15% affordable housing, which allowed us 3 incentives. And I feel a little bit rude talking with your back.
Sorry.
So that's why I keep doing that. I'm trying my best here.
There's a whole bunch of people watching on camera,
yeah,
so
okay.
don't ignore them either.
Okay, yeah. And it's like my pops telling me. And so my train of thought was, and so it was really hard for me to be able to make that work because nobody wanted to finance. Banks, equity don't want to deal with contaminated sites. They also don't like that. So we did a for rent model. And with that being said, we worked diligently with the planning staff, with the third party at arm's length CEQA consultants. We were very clear on how many bedrooms, how many occupants were going to be on this property. I've never misspoken about the misrepresentation of the bedroom count, the occupants. And if you'd like to tell me that, tell me directly, because that is not correct. It's in the traffic study. It's in the drawings. And so the mixed use component allows me to go to 45 feet. It allows me for a 50% density bonus. And I didn't take the 50% density bonus. I also didn't go to 45 feet. I stayed within the 30-foot limit. I also did not take the whole density bonus. And so I'm sitting here today with a project that does require some parking for the historical use that in concert everybody likes, but everybody doesn't want to park. We can simply de-intensify that retail space to the retail space intensity it is now, and it's no longer be a tasting room. We can also have no outdoor seating there, and there's no variance required. But I think that with that being said, it's been said time and time again, Planning Commission, Historical Preservation, and the folks, they like the amenity. And in Hazeltine and Lamb's presentation, we cannot forget the 351 stalls that are available at peak hours at the structure that is within walking distance to this property. There's also a large vacant parking lot in front of Ruby's that is available for people for coastal access.
What structure are you referring to?
The structure that is adjacent to Kincaid's. as well as the parking lot that's,
Pier parking.
The pier.
It's right-
Okay,
right down.
okay. I just want to make sure we're clear.
I don't know the number, but it's like right there. And so we had a parking analysis done, okay? These aren't numbers we made up. We paid for registered and certified parking and traffic engineers to do these counts. And there are 100, I'm gonna average, this stuff is public, it's here. But there is a surplus of parking that's right in front of our site, as well as the adjacent sites. And it is true, it is impacted on Thursdays and Fridays from 8 to 9 during street sweeping. Also on Sundays, right? And if you look at the tables, like the most condensed time is not Tuesday. It's Thursday at 7 p.m. There's 19 stalls available after all the calculations that we provided and everything that we needed, as well as the surplus parking that we need to accommodate for a coffee shop and a tasting room. And people, we're talking about a 30-unit project. This is not a 200-unit project. This is not a 300-unit project. This is a 30-unit project with a small tasting room and a coffee shop. I love the effort that's going into, poking holes, but we've been working at this for quite some time. And I've been very malleable, very patient. I have a lot of my own personal money invested into this. And I'm very surprised about the thorough rebuttals coming to talk about this 30-unit project. I am a homegrown entrepreneur making 30 units. There are under 70,000 units or people that live in this city. This is a 30-unit project. Put it into perspective, 30 units. This is not 200. I'm not talking about a 500-unit project that has a hotel and a bar. This is a 30-unit project that will provide how many jobs? I think it's 571 jobs, full-time jobs for people that need work, labor work, subcontractors, contractors. Imagine how many people you put bread on their table. That's substantial. Like, I want this project to be our project, and I think that it should be approved based on the merits of its design to provide housing, to provide a mixed-use amenity that's walkable. Not because of the legal stuff, not because of this and that and the other thing. You guys are making it way too complicated. This is a 30-unit project that's on an R3 zone that's zoned for a multifamily development project to be 30 units. And we're preserving the historical buildings along the way and cleaning up the site, as well as setting aside 15% very low affordable housing units. I am available for more questions, but I hope I covered most of them. I don't appreciate misrepresentation of all the hard work that the planning staff and the engineers have done. It's lying to the public. If you present information that it's not certified by an engineer or a land use attorney, it's misrepresentation to the public. That skews people's considerations. That is not right. I did it the right way. I paid for my reports by licensed engineers. I paid for my legal review. The staff has an excellent legal counsel, planning staff, planning commissioners, which, by the way, voted. Hazeltine and Lamb worked with the planning commission, and they voted together that this is the right use for this site. They're coming as individuals, not as a planning staff. The planning commission have spoken. So has the historical preservation staff, and so has the planning staff. And I urge you guys, like, I'm here and I'm gonna be working in Redondo Beach. And I'm gonna do what's right. I have my 2 little boys here and I'm not at the bar. I'm here proposing an architectural marvel, beautiful project. And I won't rest till every nail is put in right. The furniture's done. This is something that I'm going to hold for 10 years, 20 years. I'm not a merchant builder. This is something I'm going to be proud of. And I can commit right now and promise you guys that if you guys give me the opportunity, this will be something that we can all be proud of in Redondo Beach. And I will tell the staff and the Lusk Center and the people in the real estate development department at USC and UCLA that Redondo Beach is an investable city if it's done right and responsible. This is a 30-unit urban infill project. I'm not proposing 200 units. This isn't me trying to do 300 units on the corner or anything ambitious. The state wants affordable housing. The city needs to meet their arena numbers. And we're also preserving the historical significance of the site. So I hope I covered all of it. There was a lot that was said. If I missed anything, please let me know.
We'll have questions. In fact, we're going to start opening up to questions. We have two people here. I'll start off a couple of questions. First of all, I want to thank you for taking all this time and doing everything that you've done. I've watched pretty much all the planning commission meetings. Didn't stay up as late as you guys did. Watched it in my own time, so I was here in spirit as well. It's obviously a lot of work to go through all of this, and a lot of documentation, a lot of hours of reading. So a couple of questions. This tech-based leasing, and you mentioned an app. Can you tell us about this app? Like, who is this app? Who is the provider of this cool app?
It's not really an app. It's like Greystar, right? It's like the large property managers are using technology to help lease. So it's like if you buy a home, you can do a virtual tour, right? So the idea is that you don't have to go to a leasing office anymore and go tour the unit. You can do it via online and do a 3D tour, but you still have to provide your financials. You still have to do a background check, all the same things. And then once you're approved, you can move into your unit, and then you can pay like through the website. That's kind of really all it means.
Are any of these work-life areas, structures, like people can work at home, work life, live work?
It is not uncommon for folks to work from home. I'm not regulating whether people work from home or not, but that wasn't really like contemplated that every person that's going to live here is going to work from home. It is contemplated that there are going to be families. There's going to be a mix of folks that are going to do roommate pairing depending on the market demand. So I don't have regulation on how many we do as full apartments or roommate pairing. Or people that work from home.
Right.
I don't think I can even do that. I'm not sure.
Yeah. I remember you, when we sat down, you actually told us about the Juanita project. Mm-hmm. Actually, I got pictures. I'll show the public the picture of the Juanita project. I know that well. I remember when it went up in 2017, I believe when it went up. Yeah. I know that project really well. So I went to your website and stuff. I looked at that. Great website, great videos, everything on there. What does it say? What do you mean by boost our occupancy by 300 basis points? What does that mean?
That means that there is a vacancy average of about 5%, right? And so what happens is when people vacate a unit, it usually takes about 30 to 45 days to fix the carpet, clean, fix the appliances and like paint and stuff like that. And so if this is only for the roommate pairing aspect of it, there's about a 10-day turnaround if somebody has to move out of state or move out of their bedroom. You can be able to fix the bedroom so you're not fixing the whole unit.
Right.
That's what that means.
A moment ago, you said you're going to hold this project for 10 to 20 years, but in the video, what you were talking about, the financing aspect, you're going to sell the project in 5 years from now and refinance it.
Right. That is, you always have to have a pro forma time frame so you can do an IRR calculation. And so my partners is a office who I shouldn't mention their names, but they are long-term holders. And so those are the kind of partners that I've sought out for because if you're in the business of for sale housing, for sale condos, it's very risky. So if the market turns a little bit, you can lose your shirt, right? But if you're building for rent multifamily, it's a less riskier project because it's not dependent on building and selling. It's dependent on cash flow. And so it's a more generational stability investment strategy. And so that's kind of where we've put we have performers for 5-year and 10-year.
Okay. So do you currently own the property?
We have it under contract with the two owners.
The two owners?
There's two, yeah.
Okay. Let's see here. And the commercial, I see there's an air split that goes along with it. Is there intent to sell the commercial portions of the project?
No, it's all going to be one.
All going to be one? But on the website you said, in the video, you said you're going to sell it in 5 years. Right?
The commercial portion?
Well, the whole project as a whole, or the commercial project? I wasn't clear on that.
So when you do your financial analysis, you also have to have benchmarkers to calculate your IRR calculations. And so we have benchmark for 5-year and for 10-year, right? And so the intent for our partnership is to hold the project for 10 years plus. That just so happens to have the marker of the 5-year that you reviewed on our video.
Okay. Let's see here. That's all the questions I have for you for now. I have members for staff, actually. He talked about earlier about the contamination on site. There's multiple, I think there's 11 or 14 lots. There's the parking lot. There's the Mason's Lodge, space between that and the coffee shop, and the space between that, and then the old white building. Where is the contamination on site? Is it to the white building, to the coffee shop, to the Mason's Lodge, to the parking lot? Where is it? The entire area, is it located? You showed a green area there. That kind of was a square area.
Yes. Mayor Pro Tem, there's contamination throughout the site and different types of contamination. There was borings, there was multiple borings that were done and then sampled. And there's different remediation processes for those different types of contamination that's on site. We do have our subconsultant from Rincon that may be able to speak more to the hazard mitigation plan and the remediation efforts that would be necessary for the different types of contamination that are placed on site.
Okay, yeah, I'd love to talk to you for a second. Is it the whole lot that's contaminated? Is it partial lots that's contaminated?
Yeah.
I never really got a map.
So I'm Suzanne Huerta with Rincon Consultants. So the entire site, there's vapor in the soil. So the vapor extraction is going to be over the entire site. The green swath you saw, that's where the arsenic contamination is. So that the remediation for that will be to dig that out, clean it, and then refill it. And then any excess soil that's left over would be removed from the site completely.
Does that prevent, so that's the cleanup. And since this is residential, it's the highest level of cleanup, correct?
Yes.
On the back portion of the project.
Right. Yeah, so the remediation plan that has gone through LA County Fire, there's the cleanup that's part of that. Make sure that that the contamination levels when the resident that the contamination levels are below what's allowable for residential.
Yeah. So the portions of the historic buildings that are not being scraped, that's not being cleaned up, correct?
Correct. Right. So yeah, where there's
Existing buildings that are not being demoed, destroyed.
Right. So the soil vapor extraction
Throughout the site.
would be throughout the site.
Is there anything that would prevent them from, are you hauling soil out of the location?
Yes. So for the arsenic, that whatever is excavated, they will clean it on site and refill, and then whatever excess soil is left over will be exported from the site. But that it wouldn't be, at that point, it would be considered non-hazardous soil.
Right. So they're excavating down.
Right.
Correct. And there's anything that's stopping them from excavating down?
I'm not aware of.
No, for the environmental cleanup, is there anything like you're going down 5 feet, 10 feet? There's nothing environmental cleanup
It's 5
wise?
feet at this point, but it's once they get to that level, if there's any indication that there might still be contaminated soil, then they would go deeper. So they have to do testing to make sure that once they get to that it stops once
the contamination stops.
Right.
So they could go down 20 feet if they wanted to.
Possibly. At this point, they're anticipating 5 feet.
Okay. Yeah. That's fine. That's all I need to know. Thank you.
Sure.
All right.
You're not going to lose your right to question.
Yeah, don't worry. Yeah. All right. That's what I have right now for staff. Councilman Horvath.
Okay, I'm just going to go through some things I jotted down. So Chief Butler, can I start with you, actually? I'm assuming that this email was in response to some questions you received, or?
Yes, sir. Patrick Butler, Fire Chief, Harbor Master, Redondo Beach. Yeah, the question is, that is an authenticated email response I had with Ms. Lamb regarding the project on Catalina.
Got it. And so is it safe to say that any project, regardless whether it's this one or any project in the city, going through this process, it would need to meet state fire code, local fire code, and that you guys would approve or not approve of anything that did not meet those standards?
Absolutely. In fact, at the end of that email, I also state that that these measures can be mitigated through proper policies, procedures, et cetera. But yes, that absolutely, that we would follow the code, follow the inspection process, and ensure that all life safety aspects of any project would be thoroughly inspected, investigated, and assist our department and the planning department with any of the processes of inspecting on site. But yes.
Okay, great. Thanks. That's all I had.
Can I ask him a question as long as you're up here?
Yeah, go ahead.
Chief, as far as you're aware, are there any Redondo Beach fire codes or building codes that address co-housing or this kind of high occupancy housing?
I don't know specifically co-housing. The closest I can kind of assimilate in layperson's terms, it's kind of like dormitory housing or hostel housing, if that's what they're referring to. And I do have a background in my prior department life where I was involved with inspections and actually fires in dormitories and that type. So I don't know any specific ones.
Okay, and how does the fire department, well, and I'm assuming you're referring to your career at LAFD, how does the fire department address safety issues in a dormitory differently than in any other residential structure?
Certainly, the fire department, when it comes to residential facilities like this, we have strict ordinances and we do a lot of training to address this. My experience, and like I say, in layperson's terms, when it's a co-living environment, dormitory style, that normally we would have responsible residents on scene. There would be an occupancy limit to the units that are part of this facility. And there would be a very good on-site safety plan and training. But I think most importantly, as I stated earlier in that kind of that email there, is that really the occupancy load is a really underlying theme for us as firefighters. It's not insurmountable, but it's something that we also take into account. How many people are actually in a unit facility and what would we normally find under those circumstances?
Thank you. That's it.
Thanks, Chief. Jason, just kind of following up on that, you're not going to be handling the leasing. You're going to be, you and your investors are the owners, but you're going to hire, as you said, a
licensed property.
A licensed property, right? And as a part of
with insurance.
As a part of, any person leasing a property, right? They will create their own safety limits for how many. If it was a shared situation, right? How many people, occupants per room, like, any lease agreement typically would state those type of things, right? This is not to some of the things that were stated. Sounds like co-living would be a free-for-all where just anybody could be there. And I just can't imagine that would be a business model that anyone would want. So is that?
Absolutely not. Like we're the ones with the most skin in the game. We want this to be a successful project and piece of Redondo Beach. And so the business model is to have one occupant per bedroom.
Yeah.
Just like a multifamily project, just like a single family dwelling, right? CBC and IBC allow for 2 occupants per bedroom, right? And the parking requirements from the state, the city are calculated to that. We are not doing that. Our business plan is to have 1 occupant per bedroom, and we're going to plan to comply with fire, life safety, and exit, right? And that's all done during plan check.
Yeah.
So that's all done when we submit to plan check, work with fire, life safety, public works, planning, and building and safety.
Thank you. That's it. That's all I got on that one. Staff, there was comment made that the proposed project does not comply with ADA as presented. Can you comment on that at all?
Actually, the applicant's representative architect might be able to better address that question, but the ADA standards are also handled through the plan check process, as the developer, the applicant stated. And so there would be certain requirements that they would have to meet. And at this point, a lot of the plans are conceptual in nature, and we get general feedback from our building division as to compliance with certain different types of standards. As I mentioned in my presentation, it would need to meet accessibility standards, the federal ADA standards, as well as the California Building Code, which also has some accessibility requirements.
Correct. So because it's conceptual as it is right now, there's no way to make a definitive statement like that. Would that be a safe to say?
Generally speaking, they do like a pass through, and we'll note that it's in general compliance. There'll be some specific items like based on, because, for example, the number of parking spaces increased. Well, you have to take a look at the layout and then require, your van accessible spaces, the spaces that are accessible on the ground floor to the units, those types of things. And there might be some adjustments to those that happen through the plan check process.
Great. Did you want to address that at all?
Yes, my name's Dan Withy, BSB Design. This project does comply with ADA and fair housing. ADA controls the commercial section. Fair housing controls the residential section. And where we have elevators, every unit is accessible and adaptable. Townhouses are only required to have 10% accessible on the first floor only. That's it. All the commercial has to be accessible through the ADA. We meet all those requirements.
Okay, thank you. Okay. There was a comment made that the traffic study was flawed. I think Farron Pierce is here. Did you want to address that? Well, you let him answer first and then you can.
Nico Boyd with Farron Piers. Were there specific elements that were called out that you'd like me to respond to?
I'm just, this study is flawed. The true impact remains unknown, suffers from underestimation of traffic because of co-living, not multifamily, any of the comments that were made on that one slide, sure.
So there's a few points to make here.
Nico, I just wanted, before you address the question, I just wanted to say generally that when we worked with Rincon and Farron Piers, we always take a very conservative approach. And when we look at the environmental impacts, we will assess a project that might be larger in scale just to capture some abnormalities or anything that might be unusual about the project. So we did look at this very carefully early on, and in partnership with Farron Piers, agreed with their modeling, and that was done, a lot of staff input was taken into account when they developed the different methodologies. With that, Nico, Farron Piers, you can go ahead and address any specific questions that you may have.
Sure, thank you. So to Antonio's point, the analysis that we provided was fairly conservative. So the project is 30 units, but as has been discussed, it's providing an atypical number of bedrooms per dwelling unit. So we actually analyzed the project as being 42 dwelling units. We used a conversion factor for the bedrooms per dwelling unit to increase the size of the project to provide a more conservative analysis. I believe the point was made that perhaps the ITE trip generation rates should have been used instead of the SCAG model to perform this analysis, which would have been inappropriate to do. The city's VMT thresholds for doing this kind of analysis are developed using the SCAG model. So we have to do any analysis in a way that's internally consistent with the SCAG model. So using ITE would have been like apples and oranges. It wouldn't have worked. So the way that we performed that analysis was the correct way to do it. I think the other point that was made was that perhaps VMT should have been estimated, or trip generation estimated, on a per person basis as opposed to a per unit basis. For the local transportation assessment, where we analyze traffic congestion at intersections, we use ITE trip generation rates to do that analysis, to develop the trip generation. ITE rates are based on national data. So for different types of land uses, we sample, we basically collect counts, develop trip generation rates for different types of land uses using sites all around the country to develop that, those rates. And so for any type of rate, for example, if you're looking on a per person basis versus a per dwelling unit basis, we have there's a sample size that's associated with that. So the way that we analyzed it on a per dwelling unit basis. That's based on 22 studies across the country. The per person version of that rate is based on one study. We would never do a study based on only one sample size. So that would have been inappropriate to make that adjustment to the analysis. And then lastly, for the VMT analysis, that's not on a per dwelling unit basis, it's per population. So we actually analyze the full scope of the VMT that would be generated by the project.
Okay, and then per, discussions we've had on traffic, and it was brought up, the LOS at, certain intersections, was that, considered as a part of the analysis overall?
Yes, it was. I understand that qualitatively, people think that intersection may operate at LOSF. I can only present what the numbers bear out, and they bear out LOSE.
Okay, great.
E or D?
E, during the peak hours.
Okay. Did you have something you want?
Yeah, if you can light up 2B, please, Madam Clerk. Looking at page, I guess this is 166 of the agenda. You say at the time of the, and maybe this is what you just addressed, but I want to understand it a little more clearly. At the time of the notice preparation was released for the project, Fairs and Piers' understanding of the project was intended to serve primarily as family housing based on conversations with city staff and the project applicant. The project description did not address the intent to implement a co-housing model to facilitate leasing of individual rooms within a given dwelling unit. Considering this, it was determined to instituted ITE Land Use Code 220 multifamily residential low-rise was the appropriate housing type to apply. It should be noted that ITE does not produce trip generation rates for co-housing facilities. So this passage leaves me with the inference that you have not adequately determined trip generation rates for this project because the system that you use, ITE, does not provide for estimating trip generation for co-housing or co-living or dormitory type development. So tell me why that's wrong.
So the ITE rates are the best data that we have available to do this kind of analysis. And it's correct that they do not have a land use category specifically for co-housing. The best alternative that we could get to using ITE rates would be to actually go out to co-housing sites and collect empirical data at those sites, which we don't currently have that type of land use in Redondo Beach. So we don't have the empirical data for this specific context. So because of that, ITE is the most appropriate tool to use.
So fair to say that you use the best tools that you have, but you don't have perfect or even necessarily entirely reliable tools.
It's not a perfect tool. No tool is perfect.
Right, but it's not. We don't even know whether it's reliable, right? Because we have not compared the trip generation for multifamily as opposed to co-housing, right?
The only thing that I can conclude is that this is the best tool that we had available to use. I can't speak to a comparison with a data source that doesn't exist.
Could you offer a distinction, though, between multifamily and a situation where you have 5 family members that are all 5 drivers versus a co-housing where you have 5 individuals that are all 5 drivers? Is there really I mean, I know we're using a word co-housing or co-living and multifamily, but it could be the same amount of individuals and the same amount of drivers cohabitating in the same location. Does that really make a difference?
It could. It depends on occupancy of the units. If we're making kind of standard average household size assumptions, then trip generation we could expect to be the same. If occupancy of the units is higher, then we might expect trip generation to also be higher.
Got it.
It is a possibility.
And so the conservative amounts that you have applied to the model, how does that play into this, equation that Councilmember Obaji is kind of bringing into play?
Right. So for the VMT analysis, which is what we had to do for CEQA, we had to provide a very conservative analysis. So we made that adjustment to analyze 42 dwelling units instead of 30. Were the same adjustment applied to the level of service analysis, it still would not trip that intersection to degrade to level of service F.
Okay, great.
The conclusion of that analysis would remain the same.
Great, thank you.
What numbers, may I ask some questions? What numbers did you use in terms of number of trips per unit? Was it something like 1.62 per day? Is that correct? I saw that figure versus say 2.4 for co-living is what I'd seen or had heard.
In the VMT analysis
Correct.
or the level of service?
Level of service, even though we're using VMT, but for this particular intersection.
They're different analyses. The data sources are different. So for VMT, for example, we're using the SCAG travel demand model. And trip generation is calculated internally within that model. Because your thresholds are set up using the SCAG model, we have to use it to do VMT analysis. So the ITE trip generation has no bearing on that analysis.
So the SCAG model you're talking about is basically for multifamily dwelling units, roughly, correct? Based on that.
It can be used for analyzing a lot of different types of land uses. There are broad categories in the model for single-family residential and multifamily. It doesn't make a distinction between co-housing and multifamily, the input that you put into the model is the anticipated number of residents. It's not the household type.
Well, also the number of eligible drivers, that matters. You could have a family where you have a father and a mother, and then you have two young minor children that don't have driver's licenses versus a family with 4 people.
Right.
So that has an impact on it. Co-living, you figure 95% of co-living people are of driving age, if actually probably older than that, and have driver's licenses, correct? So there's a difference. It depends on not only the occupancy, but also the age of the people that are living in that place. So that actually has an impact on it. I do have a number of questions related to level of service at that intersection. That intersection is a thoroughfare for many emergency vehicles. I live about less than 1,000 feet from that intersection. I hear ambulances all day. I hear fire trucks and all that. How would more trips or more impact be measured in terms of its impact on emergency vehicles?
So for the purpose of the CEQA analysis, we do evaluate emergency access to and from the project site.
Okay.
So for that analysis, we determined that the closest fire station would be number 2, and there are alternate routes to get to the project site that don't require travel through that intersection.
I'm referring not just to the city of Redondo Beach, the city of Hermosa Beach, city of El Segundo, city of Manhattan Beach, all use that intersection as they transport patients to city of, to Torrance Memorial as well as Little Company of Mary. So where I get what you're saying in terms of Redondo Beach, there are other cities that are impacted by this, potentially, if there's a greater congestion at that intersection.
Right. The bulk of the trips that are generated by the project would be loaded onto Catalina, not PCH. So we determined that there wouldn't be an impact because the project driveway is on Catalina.
Okay, but most people that would be commuting out of town using PCH or using 190th. Transportation demand management. Can you explain that, as well as who would pay for that mitigation?
Right. So the developer would be required to pay for the mitigation. And transportation demand management is basically kind of an all-encompassing term for strategies to reduce the number of people driving. So strategies that would incentivize use of transit, alternative modes of transportation, unbundling parking, things of that nature.
Okay, so the city doesn't pay. Last question I have for you is this, why was there a statement of overriding concerns?
Because we found an impact that could not be mitigated. The residential VMT impact cannot be mitigated to a level of less than significance.
And that's basing the VMTs produced by the residential based on multifamily dwellings, right? Not co-residency or dormitory or what have you, right?
Correct.
Okay.
So what does that mean? Define what statement of overriding concerns means. It's basically there's unavailability of measures to mitigate any effects on either an intersection or the number of vehicle miles that are at, correct?
Exactly. So we've tested
So it's
all
kind
the
of punting,
feasible,
basically. It's another word for punting.
we've tested all the feasible mitigation.
And then there isn't one. So, okay. Other than TMD is basically what you're telling me. Because TDM, sorry.
Right. TDM is the type of mitigation that we test. It's not enough to bring the VMT to a level of less than significant.
And then I'm sorry, I had one last question. Transit oriented versus transit priority. So that's defined by route schedules, correct?
It is.
Okay.
So there's a nuance there. So within your CEQA guidelines for transportation analysis, there is an option that OPR, the state, provides to screen certain projects from even doing a VMT analysis at all if they're within certain proximity to high quality transit. Redondo Beach does not have that criteria, so it doesn't matter how proximate a project is to high quality transit, it cannot be screened on those grounds.
Okay.
You good? Oh, go ahead. Yeah, real quick, sorry. What traffic mitigation is this project doing?
That depends on whether or not it gets approved. The measures that we tested for the EIR are the feasible mitigations that are available. So the project would be required to do all of them.
And what specifically is that? What page is that?
It is, I'm not sure which page of the EIR.
Mayor Pro Tem, the mitigation measures are listed under the Exhibit A, which is the MMRP and the Statement of Overriding Considerations. There should be a table that lists all of the TDM measures.
Right, so unbundling parking, transit subsidy, commute marketing programs, pedestrian-oriented design, and a bike share system and subsidies.
So I'm
it would
not hearing
require-
any actual traffic mitigation that's being done, like lights, adding lights, left-hand turn lanes, widening streets,
Right, so
actual infrastructure upgrades.
Since the switch to VMT from LOS in the CEQA context, there are limitations on what we can do at an intersection to mitigate an impact. Things like widening, for example, would be considered to induce additional VMT, make VMT worse. So those are no longer things that we can do in the VMT context that previously we would have been able to do under level of service. Things like optimizing signal timing, those are okay. Adding turn lanes, that's okay. Adding additional through lanes is not.
But it's not doing the left-hand turn or signals or anything like that.
No, because of the findings of the level of service analysis, we didn't technically trip any of those operational effect thresholds. That one intersection never gets tripped to LOSF, which is what would have been required to condition that.
Okay, good. All those narrow streets down there. Okay. Thank you. That's all I've got.
Wait, are we still?
Oh, go ahead.
So now,
Go ahead.
since everybody else got
Might
to
as
ask
well.
you questions. Okay, so just based on what I'm reading, I want to make sure it's consistent to what you just asked, okay? So I want to make sure we're reading what it says in the staff report. To provide a conservative analysis of the VMT and transportation section of the draft EIR, and in this memoranda, a bedrooms per dwelling units equivalency factor was developed, which resulted in an analysis of more dwelling units than are actually proposed by the project, which is what you said is 42 units is what you used. Is that correct?
Correct, when
Okay.
in fact 30 is proposed.
And 30 are proposed because you took that equivalency of those bedrooms in those 30 units and you came up with the 42. So that's why you had, I just heard some laughter about the 42 and I wanted to make sure you have a chance to explain why that's equivalent to the 122 bedrooms, which is what you were kind of shooting for.
Right, so the average number of bedrooms for multifamily dwelling units in the city is 3 bedrooms. And this project is providing dwelling units that have more than that, as many as 5 bedrooms now, I believe. So because that's higher than average, we wanted to make sure that we were analyzing VMT conservatively. If we had just analyzed 30 dwelling units, each of which is providing more than the typical number of bedrooms, we would have underestimated VMT. So we used that ratio to scale up the number of dwelling units to 42 from 30 so that we could more accurately capture the VMT.
Because you were trying to get to the 122 bedrooms.
Correct.
Okay. All right, so anybody kind of listening, I just want to make sure that that's really clear. Because there's a difference between the transportation and the population, and there's different measurements for each one of those, correct? So when people are reading this EIR, I want to make sure that people understand there's 2 different sections with 2 different methods of adding this all up. Okay, thank you. That's all I have for you.
Regarding that, actually, if I may ask, you based this on being conservative. You said, I think it was 1.4 for every unit, but the units are being rented by bedroom, what I've heard. So how is it that 30 is the accurate number? Why wouldn't it be 122 for the way to calculate the VMT?
So the VMT gets calculated on a per person basis.
Right.
So we analyzed a population of 101. I know the applicant provided the assumption of 1 occupant per bedroom, essentially, which we wanted to base our assumptions on the data that we had available. So we looked at the
For
census.
Redondo Beach, but Redondo Beach does not have co-living. So then how could you say, if Redondo Beach had another co-living place, then you could base it on that. But you're basing it on the average number of trips per unit. Unit is defined differently in this project than it is in many other places. So a 3-bedroom apartment is considered a unit in a lot of places, but in this particular case, there's 122 bedrooms. Let's say 90% of people drive.
Right.
Then it wouldn't be 42, it'd be a lot more than that.
Right.
That's an important distinction to make when you're calculating this. The other thing is it also makes the assumption, based on what Jason said, that there would be one person per unit. That's the business model, but in reality, it's not prohibited to have 2 people if you had bunk beds.
Per bedroom.
Per room. So it could be more than 122. It could be less, but it's unlikely to be 30 if you have 122. If there's a lease for each bedroom, only 25% of people would have a car. That's a little bit far-fetched to think in Los Angeles.
Right.
I just want to make a clarification. The Planning Commission did, the applicant had agreed to, and the Planning Commission had made a condition that the project would not permit in a unit more than 1 person per bedroom. So to that point of the bunk beds, just so you know, that was actually a condition in the Planning Commission.
I think we'll get to that later.
I just wanted to make that
thank you. Yeah,
clarification.
appreciate it.
That was a condition. Okay, thank you. So let's say it's still 1 person per bedroom. There's 122 bedrooms.
122 people.
Right. When we did the analysis for the EIR, the assumption that we had presented to us was that this is family housing. So analyzing a population of 101 for multifamily housing is quite conservative.
Who presented that to you, that assumption?
That was provided by the city.
The city, okay.
Real quick, did you say that unbundled parking was part of the mitigation?
It was something that we tested.
You tested, but it was as a part of the mitigation?
Yes, which may or not be feasible.
Which may or may not be feasible?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Great, thank you so much. All right, I'm moving on. You can come back to him if you want. In the slide that was about statement of overriding considerations, it said, when assessed as a co-living development, the project objectives do not meet its own stated objectives and the EIR should be rejected. Can you talk just a little bit about what would allow an EIR to be rejected at this stage? Because I don't think it's possible, actually, but I just want to hear from you guys to that comment.
Red is on.
There you go.
So Greg Kettle, special counsel for the city. For the council to reject the EIR, it'd have to make findings that the environmental impact report did not adequately analyze the environmental measures that were called for in the report, and that the report is faulty. And maybe you'd make that finding with respect to certain measures and not others. I've heard some discussion about the vehicle miles traveled analysis. Perhaps the council would like to make some findings in that regard and say the entire EIR is therefore rejected.
Right, but according to that statement, right, when assessed as a co-living development, the project objectives does not meet its own stated objectives. Could that be, I mean, that could not be used as a determining factor, in my opinion, right? That's what I'm asking.
Yeah, well, I guess I'm
For
not.
an EIR.
Yeah, I'm not sure what the point of the criticism is phrased. I don't understand the critique.
Okay, thank you. Regarding the lack of parking violates the Coastal Act and the local coastal program, and the project vehicle overflow equals 115 lost parking stalls on residential streets. Is there, in the process that you guys went through with this, is there any potential CDP issue related to parking? Because I would assume that would be a hard stop in this process with the proponent if they were actually delimiting parking, right?
Yeah, we have for our local coastal program, we have the implementing ordinance. In that implementing ordinance, it has parking standards. And it has that for residential, it has it for commercial. It also has the ability to grant variances. That is allowed in our local coastal program implementing ordinance. So with that, those are capabilities. There are certainly other commercial projects within our coastal zone that have been granted parking variances. So it's not like this, it would be the first parking variance that would be granted. So our local coastal program implementing ordinance actually does account for this with the parking requirements that are there, as well as the ability to grant a variance if those findings are made.
Okay, thank you.
In addition to that, there is a possibility that we may be able to capture additional parking spaces on the street with the elimination of curb cuts and reconfiguration of those spaces. So we actually might have a net positive for on-street parking as a result of the project. When we looked at the project, we looked at it for the commercial component separate from the residential component, and we had different parking standards that it had to meet for either. And in this case, again, we're looking at adaptive reuse of commercial uses and intensification of uses, and there's the two uses that actually create more of a parking demand, and that's what the applicant is seeking the variance for. And it's specifically for the tasting room, which is classified as a bar cocktail lounge, which requires about 5 times as much more parking spaces than the use that's there today, which is a clothing store, a vintage clothing store. The other item that induces it or that creates additional parking demand is the outdoor dining area with the seating. And so that's something that doesn't exist today, and it's considered an intensification of use.
Sure, and I mean, we're having parking conversations as it relates to Artesia and use, commercial use, and I think it's something we should be evaluating probably everywhere in the city. But that's it for my questions. Thank you.
Hold on.
No, I thought we're asking each.
No. Councilmember MD.
Great, thank you. All right, so those were some excellent points you guys brought up about the 122. It definitely made me kind of think, but I think those were answered fairly well. That the co-living VMT should be based on 122 units, not the 30 units. But the traffic study was just answered that they did take into account for at least 101 people being there. And and Jason also has said that it's going to be not just single people living there, could also be families, and some of the bedrooms could be used as offices and the like. So I'm definitely, I think 101 is a fair conservative number on what to use on that. The issue of the co-housing versus multi-zone, because the staff had said that we treat them the same, the multi-unit versus cohabiting. But you brought up a good point that other places have actually written it into their code. So I did a quick look into Santa Monica, and the single room occupancy housing actually has the same parking requirement as multi-unit dwelling in Santa Monica. They have a guest of 1 space per 5 units, or 2 or more bedrooms is equal to 2 spaces per unit. So, and then in deed restricted affordable units, they have 2 or more bedrooms, has 1 space per unit. So it's actually less. So in our parking requirements for our multi-units, is that pretty consistent to what we require?
We actually, for the parking requirements, we use the state density bonus law to assess it against the per bedroom count, as opposed to the municipal code that uses a per unit account and then has a factor for guest parking spaces. But it does meet, and it meets the state standard, and the parking could be, could potentially meet the municipal code standards. There's with some reconfiguration of the spaces and reallocation of spaces, I should say.
So so the commercial always requires a lot more parking, as you said.
Absolutely.
So if we were to switch that to completely residential as it's zoned right now,
It would meet the parking standard.
it would meet the parking standards already that's there. It just would, okay.
And then one comment about the unbundling of the parking. There are, in the little panhandle part of the project, I like to call it the Oklahoma part, there's some parking spaces that are not in individual garages. And typically those could kind of be like unbundled. It's the same for the parking spaces that would be under the Masonic Lodge. They could be kind of unassigned to any specific unit. So that's kind of what the unbundling of parking that Nico was talking about. That's one of the things that we look at. The spaces in the garages, no, we can't unbundle those. Those are typically assigned to those units.
Perfect. Okay, so then if you were to, somebody was, two residents were upset about blocking their views of the sun at sunset time. So if they were to be condos, wouldn't they also be 30 feet or they be less?
They would be 30 feet, yes.
So the height would be the same whether they were condos or whether they were this project? Okay.
And just a note on where there are some spaces, because of the way that we measure height, there's some areas where they exceed the height by only like a foot or so, and then there's some areas that exceed the height by a little bit more. But generally speaking, it's pretty close to that 30-foot height limit.
Okay, so if another project got built there, the complaint would be the same?
Yes.
Okay, so then the LCP, when we did the zoning and we did the LCP, wasn't it zoned to have don't we have an approved plan that has that zoning in it right now? The R3 units, I mean, it's all been approved several times or no?
Right, so typically, there's the local coastal program, and it sets up, your general policies and programs, and then there's the implementation of that, which is the zoning code, and there's a map that goes with that. So yes, one of the things that you have to keep in mind is that many of the properties were downzoned from like R5 to R3. And so that, and then many of the properties before were commercially zoned and they were switched over to residential with the idea that over time, the properties would turn over. Yeah, so it's in the implementation of the LCP where the zoning comes to fruition.
So, yeah, they were already approved through the local coastal plan program. So then, based on other housing that we've talked about, so if we deny the 30 units in this project, or we deny this project, then don't we have to find 30 units somewhere else in the city?
You mean for the housing element? Mm-hmm. Yeah, for the housing element, I think you'd have adequate for the, we'd have adequate units for demonstrating the capacity because a majority of these are market rate units and we have, ample of that in the housing element. It's those 4 units that we acknowledge that this application was being considered. So that's, 4 affordable units that would need to be, eventually developed in another location.
Right, it's those 4 very low income units that would be allocated that frankly, I think would be difficult to produce elsewhere.
So there's a sufficient parking with residential, and this was all based on the fact that we wanted to help keep the historical nature of the Catalina coffee, and that because it was a treasured landmark by the residents that entire area. So it's really falls in that category of no good deed goes unpunished, doesn't it? And so 18 to 35-year-old age group is the largest group leaving the city. And so Jason's testimony is that that's pretty much where you're kind of gearing the age group for this project. Can I ask, how are you going to, assume, if this project is approved, how are you going to decide who gets those affordable units? Is there a lottery system?
Housing authority.
Will he have a lottery system?
He doesn't decide.
He doesn't get to decide it at all?
It's out of his control.
No, actually, you can come up and answer that if you want.
Well, they just did, it's okay. I believe him.
You agree
Okay,
with that?
I agree.
yeah, okay.
It's not up to me.
Okay.
I gave it to my mom or something.
Okay, so, and based on some of the comments that were brought in, there's a PowerPoint in which, that's named Authorities Impacting the Decision in the Coastal Zone, that was created by Nils Narenheim and Zane Obagi.
Just me.
Oh, just you. Okay, and then in which it says it agrees with Michael Schoenfeld's assessment, in which it says AB 2797 Bloom preamble is that it is the intent of the legislator amending the subdivision of the government code to address the holding, blah, 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 regarding the relationship between section 65915 and the California Coastal Act of 1976. The legislature's intent is that the two statutes be harmonized so as to achieve the goal of increasing the supply of affordable housing in the coastal zone while also protecting coastal resources and coastal access. So that's, so just
Thank you for presenting my presentation.
You're welcome. And so I'm not doing the whole presentation, just saying that you guys seem to agree on that. And then, okay, so we went over the historical preservation goals. I'm trying not to repeat what other people have said. Co-housing, LCP, decision has to be made in 30 days. 30 days from what? Yeah. From the September meeting?
No, Councilmember MD Michael Schoenfeld on behalf of the applicant. The 30 days is from the date the application is received or deemed complete. So 30 days for developments of 150 units or less, 60 days for developments of in excess of 150. A determination needs to be made by staff of consistency at that point or inconsistency at that point. And that's with all relevant zoning plans, including local coastal program, general plan, housing element, zoning code.
I'm trying to figure out what's that date.
Oh, well, I don't have the specific application date in my head, but it would be 30 days after it. We're well past that. And my
Which was
point being.
September, wasn't it? That's what I'm trying to figure out. Was
You had the first planning commission.
No, the first one.
Last year.
A year and a half ago. Okay, that's what I was just trying to wrap my head around. Okay, thank you. Parking is essential. Okay, I think I've made the points on my notes. Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Lowenstein, we're next.
Yeah, Brandy and Antonio, we wrestle with following the Coastal Act when we talk about the parkettes down Riviera Village. That's one of the biggest problems we have with that arrangement is finding replacement parking. We've never talked about variances down there. Why is this different for a commercial or even a residential than it would be down for the Riviera Village in terms of replacing the parking? So if this takes 115 spaces or whatever it might be, close to that, why wouldn't we be required to replace exactly that?
This isn't technically removing the spaces. The spaces are still available here versus in Riviera Village.
Okay.
Those spaces are actually taken away, so they're not even available for parking.
Okay. Thank you for clarifying that. Just real quickly, when were you notified that this was co-living type of arrangement? Or were you ever?
You
Or
know,
was it specified as multifamily to you?
Start off as a townhomes.
If I may, it was definitely presented, it was before it went to Planning Commission, and it certainly was discussed at the Planning Commission meetings, that they expected that they may rent out to, do the roommate pairing, and they will have some that would be for one designated household. It would just depend on what that market would drive. It was, in the staff's review, we acknowledged that, why are there 7-bedroom units, 6 and 7-bedroom units? And that was, that was one of the things that the applicant said, that they may have some that will do that, some that will be households where you may have a couple, and with COVID, a lot of people have been working from home, want home office spaces. So there was a variety of different utilizations that they expected for the units. It wasn't proposed as a co-housing. I think that's a term that's come up through the appeal process rather than,
Well, it was brought up at the September 15th
Yeah.
Planning Commission.
Right, but the point being is, that's not a definition we have, and we're going back to that whole, are we going to define what a household is and who can live
Or
in
what
a
a
household?
family is, because this is multifamily, R3 is defined as multifamily, correct?
Right, and I believe that we have those definitions, and we provided that information in the staff report.
What was the definition of family in that? Do people have to be related?
No.
Okay. Is there a limit to the number of people to be considered a family? Isn't it something like 5?
The household would be 5.
Okay, so then that's one of the reasons why the planning commission might have said you can't have more than one person per room, because if it's a 5-bedroom, if you had 2, then it'd be violating the municipal code, correct?
Right.
Okay.
May I ask, clarify?
Sure, yeah.
When you just said household equals 5 people, isn't every bedroom an individual person? Therefore, an individual household?
No.
Not necessarily.
No, so the household is what is the makeup of the occupancy of that unit, rather than, it's not how many people are living in a bedroom. So the bedroom itself is not, I think.
What I'm saying is, if there's a different, like if there's a search warrant, for instance, search warrant comes in, the police can't search everywhere. If this is co-living, police can't search everywhere. They can only search that person's room. They can't search everyone's room. So wouldn't that be considered every unit then as an individual household?
It would be that there's a unit, that unit's not going to have a sub number for the bedroom.
Okay.
I can't speak to what a search warrant would
Right,
have
I'm just
or
using it
not
as an
have.
example.
Like, and I don't know even
I can't
in my
enter
own
somebody
house.
else's
Right.
bedroom, right? If this co-living situation, right? Like there would have to be.
You're creating a definition of what that co-living
Okay.
would be. I think that the applicant may want to speak to that, could speak to that.
I will ask him that
Yeah,
question.
yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah, no, go for it. Yeah.
And
That's,
just a clarification from the person from Fair and Pierce, you don't have to stand up, you can just nod or whatever. Or maybe helpful I hate to drag you up here again, but Ms. MD said you based the calculations on 101. I thought it was based on 42. Which one was it? Do you recall?
Dwelling units, 101 population.
Okay, got it. Okay, that's fine. That's it.
Why don't you restate that as answer, please?
Yeah, 42 dwelling units, 101 population.
Okay, thank you. Hey, Jason, I didn't get a chance to talk with you, so if I could ask you some questions. Leases. Are the leases going to be with individuals, or are they going to be by apartment?
There'll be one lease per unit.
How do you define unit? Room or apartment?
Apartment.
Okay.
And within that, the residents will be named of
Okay.
that unit. So if there was one family, the family would be there and then they would be named. Same thing if there was a 2-unit and there was roommate pairing, it would be one lease. They would both be named on that lease.
So the person on that lease is responsible for whoever is in those bedrooms within that apartment legally, correct?
All 4 would be on the lease.
Well, then it's not one person on the lease. It's 4 people on the lease.
Per unit. One lease per apartment unit.
Okay, an apartment unit could be 4 or 5 bedrooms, correct?
Right.
So again, that person, so let me give you an example of this. My daughter goes to school in Arizona. She lives in a place that's student housing, but it's an apartment. It's built similar to what you're talking about. Each tenant, each bedroom has a lease, and they have a bathroom and they have a bedroom, but they have common area. There are 4 leases within that apartment.
Right.
Is that what you're talking about?
Like banks and institutional, like CMBS and Freddie and Fannie require that you have one lease attached per apartment unit. Very specific. And that lease could name the occupants. And if somebody loses their job and they have to go back home and somebody else comes in, that lease gets amended. And the 4 people are still named on that one lease.
Okay, I'm still
And this
confused.
is managed by my property management company.
Okay, I'm still a little bit uncertain and confused on this. So there is either one person on the lease that's legally responsible for all inhabitants in each of those bedrooms, or 4 different people named in the lease. They would all be legally responsible because you can't have both. It's either one or the other. The thing is about this type of thing where you have roommate pairing, if somebody's coming in, people come in for 3 months and leave, then the next person, then the person that's on the lease is going to be responsible for renting out that room. Correct?
The property manager is responsible for that releasing, not the tenant.
So the tenant doesn't have a choice who moves in?
They, I don't have a direct answer to that other than the issue with, said differently, like if you were to go on Craigslist, right? And you have 2 people that are strangers and they're leasing an apartment, what happens if somebody leaves, right? That other person's responsible for the rent, they default on that rent and the landlord's out and they get evicted, right? For this updated solution, a tech-based solution for that is if there's 2 people, somebody loses their job, the manager of the apartment building will manage to be able to fill that lease back up.
Right.
So that that person doesn't stress and he can continue working on his job and doing what he needs to do.
Going back to your 300% density bonus or 300% bonus, but not 300% occupancy bonus or points increase. Because
Right,
you're
and adds an
having
efficiency to occupancy, yes.
efficiency, higher density. Got it.
So to me, it sounds like each person that lives there is going to have a lease because you can't have it both ways. You can't have one person responsible for all 5 people.
Each person will have to have their, each financials, background check.
And signing on the dotted line, correct?
Right, so
So
they'll be
that's
a
a
part
lease
of it.
essentially. They have to abide by the rules of the facility, correct? Okay.
There'll be certain agreements and there'll be rules and laws to, just like any other kind of lease.
What's the length of that term?
The minimum 6 months, the average is about 12 months.
Okay, so it can't be 3 months. It's minimum 6. Okay. Are they furnished?
They are furnished.
Okay. So you move in with a toothbrush, you can move out, whatever, right?
Well, yeah, the idea is if somebody is from North Dakota and gets a job at SpaceX or somewhere local, they don't know anybody and they can afford a 1-bedroom $5,000 or $3,500 rent. They can come and get a fully furnished unit that has salt, pepper, olive oil included with weekly cleaning, and it allows for people to be able to live in a high quality lifestyle with being able to not break the bank on their pocket, because it's really hard for folks to be able to pay $3,500 a month for a 1-bedroom unit. And that's kind of the failure of like these large developments that are putting studios in 1-bedrooms, is because they're expecting people to pay $6, $7 a square foot in rent. And they're finding that people can't pay that. And then that's when 2-3 people go into a 1-bedroom unit. So this is affordable housing with a lowercase a, right? And so another thing is that we're setting aside 15% of the units for affordable housing. Those are for families, right? And also We have 2 and 3 bedroom units and 5 bedroom units also. And so there's a variety that we're anticipating. There's a high focus on the co-living aspect of it. And that is only a mitigation to what we've seen in a Craigslist type lease up. Like if somebody doesn't clean the dishes, you'll be surprised how many issues come up. If somebody doesn't buy the toiletries or the toilet paper and all those small little things, you didn't pay the Netflix, right?
Right.
Those are small issues that become an issue. And you have a old housing stock in Redondo Beach. There are people that are coming, trying to get jobs here, premium jobs here. They try for 2 months to try to get a place in Redondo Beach. High paying renters here. And they're stuck with something that was built in the 1950s, 60s, 70s.
Yeah. What's the market rate on this? You mentioned it's market rate.
Like $350 per square foot.
Okay, so a typical, let's say it's a 5 bedroom, what's the typical rent for that?
It would be like $1,500 a month, something like that for each bedroom.
Each bedroom, so it's,
if
could be 7,500 roughly.
Right. I'm imagining that half will be rented, the full unit, and half will be roommate pairing. And then that's not including the affordable housing.
Okay. I looked on the MLS tonight, and there's 3 places in town that have 5 bedrooms.
When were they built?
What's that?
When were they built?
Recently. I actually agree with you. I think there are very few places, but all of them are either single family home or they are townhouses.
Right.
So I agree with you that there's a paucity, there's a lack of 5 bedrooms. I understand that. You wanted me to be honest with you and tell anybody, and with all due respect, you wanted me to be honest with you, that you said earlier that I never said to anybody that this wouldn't be this type of an arrangement. You and I met twice. We had good meetings. We had coffee one day and met online. I never heard that. The first time I've heard this arrangement was last week. I'd never heard it. And I also I learned it from somebody, from the public, and I also learned it by watching the September 15th meeting of that. So I don't think you were being dishonest. I just think I never heard that. The way it was presented to me, and these are beautiful drawings, by the way, they're really nice drawings. The way it was presented to me was, this is for families, and that people work from home. I don't know if you want to address that or not, but I never heard this type of an arrangement where people could come in, they work at SpaceX, they come in. I've never heard that until last week.
Right. I can address that directly.
Okay.
This is by definition a multifamily development project, right? That is preserving historical, right? So my main focus is to look at the land use and develop a project that is a multifamily project that is preserving the historical buildings here, right?
Which one's historical? Just the Catalina Coffee?
The 3 buildings that we're preserving.
The Masonic is that 4, okay. I look at those because I drive by it all the time. It's my district. The Masonic.
The historic is not on the agenda tonight.
Right, but I was just, the variance is though. That part of it is. The Masonic, from what I understand, was historic. His historic because of who met there, not the design of the building. Is that correct?
It's actually both. It's
Is it what defines it as?
it's both the architecture, the expression of the building, but also that it's one of the first buildings for a social group like the Masons in the city. So it's quite significant. It's eligible for designation on an individual basis, but that building's being adaptively reused for residential purposes. So that's not the request for the variance.
The variance is for the commercial?
Catalina, yeah, it's for the space that's adjacent to what used to be the Catalina Coffee.
The cleaner?
It's the cleaners and the Catalina Coffee will be combined into one building. And they want to do outdoor dining areas adjacent to that or in between that and the tasting room. And that's the area that is creating the additional parking. And so it's for those intended uses because the applicant is wanting to intensify the uses and get some active uses that could serve as an amenity, not only to the immediate residents, but to the neighborhood in general. And so with preservation, it did go to the Preservation Commission. They did have a recommendation to support the request for the variance.
Okay. And if that were eliminated, let's say the Masonic building were eliminated, what effect would it have on parking? As part of this project, just curious. In terms of requirements.
It's, again, the Masonic Lodge is being used adaptively reused for 4 units.
Yeah.
The 4 units require a certain number of parking spaces.
Right.
There's other, we can't demolish that building. It's a historic resource. There's other impacts that would come from that.
Okay.
That are not analyzed.
Okay.
That's not the project.
Okay. That answers my question.
I didn't.
Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
I just didn't finish. So there's a series of bullet points, right, if I may. So it was figuring out how to design a multifamily development project, how to historically preserve these resources, also remediate the site, right? Those are my main focuses, and what could be financially feasible, right? I am not hyper-focused on who's gonna lease the tasting room and who is gonna lease the coffee shop.
Okay.
I am going to hire the highest and most respected, not highest, that sounded dumb. We're gonna put an RFP out for a qualified property manager. We are building a multifamily development project, and we are not the property managers.
Okay.
And so I am burdened and challenged as well to make sure that this project is feasible, because all other proposals have not been feasible.
Okay.
And this project, by the way, was vacant when I was first introduced to it.
I just wonder why that wasn't disclosed to me when you and I met in terms of this type of an arrangement. Because I don't recall it ever being mentioned. That's why I was shocked last week when I heard that.
When we met, you wrote a pretty substantial appeal.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
And you did not mention or ask any questions about that.
Yeah, but I didn't hear it from you is what I'm saying.
Right, because that is not the cornerstone to this project. The cornerstone of this project is providing 22 units as well as, 26 units of market rate housing, as well as 4 units of affordable.
Okay.
That's that's in its core, that's what this project is, as well as doing the historical preservation.
Right.
That is like what this project is in its DNA. It's not a co-living project. I'm not expecting to do co-living on all the projects. That is just something that will allow us to mitigate people breaking leases.
Okay.
Right? That is something that's been a proven factor. This is something that was introduced to me by USC's Lusk Center of Real Estate 3 years ago, to be able to mitigate this type of disturbance and distortion in leasing.
Okay.
Sorry.
No, it's okay. That's fine. Thank you for that clarifying.
May I comment on
And one quick question. The beer tasting room, the hours of operation, is it 10 to 10 or is it 12 to 10? Because I've read both.
The proposal and statement that I put down on our application a while ago, a year and something ago, was the idea that the breakfast pantry would be open in the morning to about 3, and then the tasting room would be open like, I think it was like noon to like 8 or 9 or something. So there was an overlap. So that the idea was that they can share the common space. That was the intention. I don't remember the exact dates, but that's pretty close. It wasn't meant that they were both open all day.
If I may, the planning commission's conditions were the tasting room from 10 a.m. to 10 p.m. and the coffee shop was 6 a.m. to 10 p.m.
Okay, because
They
6 a.m.
proposed something.
What is it, 6 a.m. to 10 a.m.?
To 10 p.m.
10 p.m., okay.
Yeah.
Okay, because Catalina Coffee, when it was there, was always, had people at all hours camping out, online, et cetera. Okay, that's only the questions I have for you.
I appreciate
I have some more questions, but I'll let other folks ask questions.
I appreciate the question.
Make a comment based on.
Sure.
Yeah. Just for what it's worth, we've only spoken twice. Once, I don't know, it was a couple of years ago during the pandemic over Zoom, and then sometime in the past couple months, I can't remember when exactly. But to the point of the questioning, I feel like in both of those instances, you were pretty upfront and honest about it being either multifamily or shared. We never used words like co-living or co-housing like we've
Or
seen
shared,
in the
yeah.
appeal. But the word shared and having roommates like that was a part of the conversation as I recall it, but it was an optional. It wasn't like so I didn't feel like there was ever anything being hidden. He was being pretty straight with me. So I just want to share that for what it's worth.
What I meant was last week was the first time I had actually, when somebody said, did you notice the May 15th or the September 15th hearing? And that's when I first heard it from you. I'd heard it from other people, of course, in terms of their concerns. But when I actually saw you talk about that, this type of business model. So.
I'm sorry I didn't emphasize that in our conversation.
Okay, that's fine. No worries.
Go
ahead.
A quick question for you. Are you providing any carpool or van pool share programs, bike share programs, car share programs, unbundled parking, or other incentive-based measures that could encourage your residents to use alternative forms of transportation from this location?
Yes, we are.
Can you describe those very specifically?
Yes.
Because you're having a very high turnover of people here.
Right.
Because nothing in the plans here talk about that.
The average lease is about a year. What do you mean the high turnover? I'm sorry.
The average lease is 1 year, and you have 122 people living there. And
per unit.
Per unit, right? So
yeah. So the idea.
So that's a lot of cars, a lot of turnover. I'd like to know what incentives you have here, because I don't read anything in the paperwork in the EIR about these types of programs, sharing programs.
Right. So I don't want to speak for Nico, but the intent was to one, have the employees for the retail park off site, number one. Number two is that we were going to, there's a transit line right in front of our site that goes all the way up and down the South Bay. Number three is we're going to have, how was it called? We're going to have electric bike charging stations within the development. And then we've seen a lot of people, from the data that we've received, using Uber and Lyft a lot more. We don't have a per se like ride share vehicle, but I don't think that's a bad idea. I think that it would be a good idea to maybe have 4 vehicles that were always available. I do have the idea to try and get in line for 2 boat slips so that we can have a reservation for like a sailboat or like stand-up paddle boards for folks to like.
Yeah, that's the harbor.
Okay.
I'm specifically looking at mitigating the traffic and parking impacts to the coastal zone and the city as a whole. And I'm looking at 122 people, high turnover. You just stated that you're gonna, have the intent here, expectation to have, the employees park off-site. So that's what I was looking at. Okay, that's it. Thank you.
I just had 2 other questions. But not
you
for
have the
Jason.
floor still, correct? Yeah.
Yeah, sorry. Mr. Schoenfeld, if you could.
Mayor Pro Tem, are you ever going to call on me?
You are next. He's almost done.
No, I'm almost done. The case that was mentioned, the canal, sorry.
Yeah, Canal Gardens.
Right. What was the bill that overrode that? Because what I read was basically this should not subordinate to the Coastal Act. That's what I read.
I think Councilmember MD recited it, AB 2797.
Okay.
Specifically was adopted by the legislature in response to CalNel to ensure that there wasn't an express superseding of the state density bonus law in a coastal zone. The
Has
coastal
the
zone is
Coastal
not,
Commission said anything about that?
pardon me?
Has the Coastal Commission said anything about that law?
The coastal commission's not the legislature. It's a branch of the.
I'm aware of that, but
right.
have they said anything about that? They expressed an opinion on that? That you're aware of?
No.
Okay.
And I think the intent is obvious. It's to, and notwithstanding comments you made on national TV about affordable housing in the coastal zone, and you're being against it, and that caused me to.
I didn't say the coastal zone, but anyway, go ahead.
Okay, fair enough. But the intent behind that is to make sure that there's not some silver privilege lining in the state of California that forces affordable housing into areas off the coastal zone. That would be basically a social justice issue for the entire state. So state density bonus law, AB 2797 is intended to harmonize. And then, I think that answers your question, Mr. Lowenstein.
It does.
Correct.
And for clarification purposes, I said next to the water.
I'm sorry?
I didn't never mention
Okay, very good. I appreciate the clarification for the record. And I accept
We do
that.
have Section 8 housing in the coastal zone. We're one of the few places that actually allows it.
I appreciate that
Yeah, thank
very
you.
much.
Thank you. And the last question I have is for Rincon, and that's just real briefly. Russell Zuliger in the comments had mentioned that wells were dug 5 years ago, that had mentioned that there was contamination as far as 80 feet down. Is there any truth to that?
Not that I recall from what I've read from the reports. I do recall from the reports that they had looked at the groundwater and there was no groundwater contamination. So I don't know. Does anybody?
I think the water table was 87 feet deep and there was no signs of percolation down. Antonio, I think that was.
Jason, is your consultant for environmental
He might be
on?
on it. Is Phil on there?
Just a moment, I'm sorry.
Was it? Who is it?
He's my remediation consultant.
Madam Clerk, do you know who that is?
The name?
Bill Goldwyn is his name.
He's here. Shall I?
Sure.
Yeah.
Okay.
Hey, Phil, you there?
I'm here.
The question was studies done to see if there was any type of contamination on the groundwater?
No.
Well,
how far down does it go?
I'm sorry.
Yeah, how far down it went.
My bad. Go ahead.
So I can answer that. So the consultants that worked on the project, they put in soil borings that they collected groundwater samples, and those went down to 80 feet to find the groundwater. But the actual contamination is in the upper 40 feet. So there's 40 feet of separation between the bottom of contamination and the top of groundwater.
Okay, so how much of that has to be mitigated in order to have residential? Because I think that the amount of 5 feet was mentioned.
That's correct.
So for arsenic, I guess, but other PCBs, whatever it might be, could reach as far down as 40 feet. And will there be mitigation?
No.
Okay.
I'm sorry, no, that's, there's two contaminant sources here. One is a solvent from a dry cleaning operation, which extends from about the surface down to about 40 feet. And the vapor from the solvent can be found pretty much across the entire site, but it's most concentrated right out the back of the former dry cleaner location.
Okay. So during mitigation purposes, will the 40 feet level be addressed or only to what level? Because that's 40 feet is significant.
Well, it is, but the way that it's mitigated is we install wells, and the wells have casing in them that have holes in them, perforations. And those perforations cover the zone that you want to remediate. So, for example, you would probably put one well with a screen from 5 feet to 20 feet, and then another one right next to it from 20 to 40. You'd hook both of those up to the suction machine, and pull the vapors. For the arsenic, which is that green rectangular area you saw to the north end of the property, that's an entirely different contaminant type. Excuse me. And it's on the surface down to probably realistically about 2.5 to 3 feet. But to be extra careful, we're going to remove it and treat it down to 5 feet. And the way that it's treated is simple. It's mixed with cement, not like cement, like structural cement, but just the powder cement. You mix it in a mixing batch, and then it comes back out with the cement surrounding the soil grains, and the arsenic is now trapped inside of that, and it can be used for backfill or under parking areas or wherever you want, but it no longer will leach into the ground anymore.
Okay, thank you. That's it.
I got a quick question for you, sir.
Sure.
Is there anything preventing them from going to 20 feet down?
The arsenic?
No, just digging 20 feet down. You said they're going 5 feet down, but can they
Either the
go?
arsenic or the gases.
Yeah, can they go 10, can they dig 20 feet down?
Well, okay, so I don't want to get too nerdy about it, but arsenic is a metal, and
Right.
basically metals are not really mobile in soil. They don't move very easily unless the soil is very acidic, like a pH of about 2 or 3.
Yep.
And so in this case, the soil pH is around 6.5 to 7. So it was applied at the surface as a weed killer, there's a series of borings. I don't know if it showed up on that drawing, but there was about 30 or 40 borings that went down, and they sampled 6 inches, 1 foot, 2 feet, 3 feet, 4 feet, 5 feet, and they took samples all the way down. So they have a very accurate picture of where that goes. Now, is it possible that between one of those borings it went deeper than 3 feet or 5 feet? Yes. Is it likely? It's not likely, but is it possible? Yes.
I know, I'm not asking that. I'm asking, there's nothing to prevent the soil from being removed 10 feet down or 15 feet down. We're going 5 feet down because that's what the project is requested to do.
There's nothing in the way. Is that what you're getting at?
Yes.
There's nothing that
Exactly.
would prevent us from going down 10 feet.
Okay. Yeah.
But is it necessary?
Well,
No, right, and we'll be sampling it. In other words, as we get down to our desired excavation depth, we'll be sampling the bottom and the sidewalls to make sure we got it all.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay.
Todd, you done?
I'm finished. Thank you. Finally.
Councilmember Baji.
All right, couple questions for you. On the note of carpool and car share, you don't have any sort of in your proposal, you don't have any sort of Uber or Lyft credits for the inhabitants so that they don't bring a car, right?
Not at the moment. I don't think it's a bad idea. I have my notes here that I thought that having 2 vehicles for rideshare or providing bus passes would be a good idea. So I'm open to suggestions and.
The parking that you have, that you've shown, the number of parking spots, are those assigned to the residential ones? Are they assigned to particular units, or are they just free for all the residential residents to use?
They're typically assigned to each unit.
Okay, so they're not unbundled. Is there any other incentive-based measure that encourages a resident to use something other than their own personal automobile in this project?
Not necessarily. I mean.
All right,
we could, creatively speaking, we could provide free bus passes for all the occupants. That rideshare could be a free amenity for providing 2 rideshare vehicles. I think would be pretty cool.
Okay, but on that subject of the bus pass, and your example of a person who moves down there to go to SpaceX, you realize, I just looking at a Google Maps, to take public transportation from the site 132 North Catalina to SpaceX would take 49 minutes. To take your own personal vehicle would take 18 minutes. That's right now with no traffic. But that's with the bus coming like in 6 minutes or so. So do you think anybody is going to waste 31 minutes each way, so 62 minutes every day taking public transportation to get to SpaceX? Or are they going to drive?
I mean, that was an example that I stated. People like to read audiobooks, do a lot of things, so they don't have to worry about driving, right? I don't have, a scope on everybody's desires, but there's also a lot of jobs. They're in Hermosa, El Segundo, Playa del Rey, et cetera. So.
It would take 2 hours by public transportation to get to the Snapchat headquarters up in wherever, Playa Vista or such.
Yeah.
They probably have a car, or they probably ride share, or they probably use Uber. Or there's a lot of different ways for them to get there.
All right. Are there master bedrooms in these developments, in these units?
There are bedrooms that have a bathroom and a balcony. Yes, I guess you can say that. Yep.
Well, like the bedroom that's big enough to have a queen size bed or a king size bed?
Right, yeah.
Okay, that's what you're referring to.
Yeah.
The rest of the rest of the bedrooms have ensuite bathrooms or not ensuite bathrooms?
It's 50% have bathrooms, and the others have some share and some have private.
Okay.
You meet him? Madam Clerk?
For staff, that's all. I think that's all the questions I have for you right now. Do we have a local parking management program? Do we have a local parking management program in our local coastal program? Do you know? For the area in particular?
Local coastal parking management program. I talked to our city manager about this, Mike Wazansky, earlier today. I know we have a local coastal management program in the North Francisco area in 190th. I don't know if he asked you guys about this area.
Okay.
He said no. He wasn't sure, and he would ask you. So if you don't know.
Okay.
No, I'm not aware of it.
All right. Earlier on, Antonio, when you were telling us what findings would need to be made if we decided to reject the project, you said, the three different things that we could find, but you said and. I just wanted to clarify that it's what you said in the report, which is it's a disjunctive test. Basically, if it doesn't result in cost reductions, if it has a specific, significant, or quantifiable, direct, and unavoidable adverse impact upon the public, or the waiver and concessions are contrary to state or federal law, either of those would suffice as a finding to reject the project. Is that correct? Okay, I want to make sure. For Mr. Schoenfeld, a question that I have for you. Since Redondo Beach has a local coastal program, it's my understanding, this is my first project in the coastal zone as a council member. It's my understanding that we essentially serve as the coastal commission or in the place of the coastal commission in essentially ensuring that the Coastal Act is abided by. Is that fair?
Yeah, Mr. Obaji, that's a way to put it. When you have a certified local coastal program LCP, the Coastal Commission basically cedes its authority to issue coastal development permits to the city council. It's all on the basis of the certified LCP. So, that would be an accurate response to that. In response to your question earlier, I know it wasn't directed to me, but to Antonio, you talked about disjunctive tests for denying a project. Just remember that the Housing Accountability Act standard saturates this entire bundle of entitlements. So the actual standard specific adverse impact based on objective standards, what Antonio was referring to accurately was state density bonus law concessions and what standard you have to do to deny those. But when it's bundled in this kind of project, it's colored through and through with the higher standard of HAA. Which is an acronym for Housing Accountability Act.
Right, I got that in your letter. Thank you. So if we could share my screen, please, 2B. Madam Clerk. So since this was my first first project in the coastal zone as a council member, and feeling like the planning commissioners didn't seem to feel like they were briefed up enough on the Coastal Act, I didn't feel like in my 1 hour that I got to spend with staff that I really got a great enough understanding on it. I did some research myself, and here's some things I'd like to find. And feel free, if you disagree with anything that I say, just stand up and say I disagree here. But I have read your letter and looked at it carefully. And I guess what I'll say is, what I was surprised by your letter is the very scant mention of the Coastal Act in it. And I realize that your world is one in which the housing code, the housing act, kind of prevails, and there's no Coastal Act. But my world right now is one where there is a Coastal Act, and there are these housing laws, there is this housing crisis, and there is a need to get affordable housing in the state of California. So I've got to reconcile the two, or as they said in AB 2797, harmonize the two.
Yeah, and Councilmember Obaji, thanks for allowing me to, chime in here and there. I don't operate in a world where only the HAA exists, and the HAA doesn't say that at all. The HAA does have a savings clause for the coastal zone. What the HAA makes clear is that there's a limit on what you can invoke under the Coastal Act when you are in an HAA context. So, whereas if you didn't have if you had a commercial project, okay, you guys could have full reign to govern and regulate that project under your normal authority under your LCP and the Coastal Act. That would mean subjective standards like, this is in keeping with the look and feel. Subjective standards could be invoked. You cannot do that in the Housing Accountability Act context. What you can do, for instance, let's say that there are wetlands on a site in your Coastal Act. In the coastal zone, you can impose reasonable mitigation to protect those wetlands, but you cannot deny the project under Coastal Act principles unless it's specific adverse impact to public health and safety, and that standard I keep harping on.
Objective.
The other thing you can't do is you can't reduce density, right? Or impose a condition that makes the project infeasible. Those are 3 no-nos. So this is important, Mr. Obaji, just want to say, and then I'll get it out. There was a case that came down called California Renters Legal Advocacy and Education Fund versus the City of San Mateo. It came out in 2021. And it's 68 Cal App 5th, 820. What that Court of Appeal decision made clear is that when you have a subjective standard, you cannot use that as your basis for denial. It has to be objective. And that means if you have 2 people who come up with a different interpretation, that is a subjective standard. And in this case, the Planning Commission is that. They said this is fine. This does comport with your LCP. So you might be putting some provisions of the Coastal Act that are subjective in nature. Be advised, though, that there is a limit then on the ability to invoke those in this context.
I'm gonna put laws up for my other fellow council members to consider as part of this public hearing. And to me, they're objective in what they're saying. They're black and white. And then we're going to weigh them and figure out essentially what should be done here. So first, the Public Resources Code, very early on, this is, it starts at 30,000, Public Resources Code section 30,000 starts with, says that it's the basic goal of the state for the coastal zone to protect, maintain, and where feasible, enhance and restore the overall quality of the coastal zone environment, its natural and artificial resources, ensure orderly, balanced utilization and conservation of coastal zone resources, maximize public access to and along the coast, and maximize public recreational opportunities in the coastal zone. All right, and they want us to coordinate planning and development for mutual beneficial uses, including educational uses, and mitigate adverse and environmental and economic effects of sea level rise, et cetera. All right, we covered Bloom. I'm gonna skip through that. This is the preamble to Bloom, says that the two statutes, the housing statutes and the Public Resources Code, Coastal Act, need to be harmonized. All right, government code, and this is to your point, Mr. Schoenfeld, government code, I did this research on the fly right here while sitting here, but government code section 65589.5 says that when a proposed, you say that we have no authority because our planning department should have already deemed that had 30 days from the date of project submission to reject the project and say it violated the coastal program, except the statute says when a proposed housing development project complies with applicable objective general plan, zoning, and subdivision standards and criteria, including design review standards. But what we have here is a local coastal program, not plan. And so only then does the city have only 30 days from submission of the project. See, it says not in conformity with an applicable plan. Well, here, program, policy, ordinance, standard, requirement, or other subdivision, subdivision. But they don't administer the local coastal program. We administer, the city council administers the coastal program.
Mr. Abaji, that would work an impossibility in the statute. That would mean that you would have to get before city council, who acts as commission, to make a decision on consistency within 30 days of an application being submitted. I don't see that happening in any city, county, or any local, jurisdiction.
Right.
I think the answer to your question is up there in the highlight right there. It's clear that that language is certainly broad enough and should be embracing any applicable plan. Well, it's a local coastal plan. It's a plan. And the fact is that has been said by staff before that I believe in even tonight, the LCP is your general plan, the coastal zone. The decision of consistency was supposed to have been made within that window, and it wasn't. And I don't see anything in here, unless you're going to write it in yourself, and you can't, that provides a specific exception for our local coastal program. This language clearly is broad enough and should be embracing any zoning program, any zoning plan.
Mr. Kettles, do you agree with that interpretation?
So, look, this has not been interpreted by a Court of Appeal decision, so it's subject to interpretation. I did look at the
notes of decisions, and actually there was a 2022 case. This is Baker Hills 150 versus San Diego, which says that the HHA does not wrest control over housing project determinations from local governments so much as require them to proceed by way of clear rules adopted in advance rather than by ad hoc decisions to accept or reject proposed housing. So these are the clear rules that I'm going through.
Sure, but Bankers Hill also was a case where they approved the project, not denied it.
Okay, but I mean, that's
different.
That's dicta.
Not applicable on the facts, yeah.
All right. Public Resources Code 3003. All public agencies shall comply with provisions of this division. 3005. No provision of this division is limitation on any of the following: on the power of any city, county, or county to declare, prohibit, and abate nuisances. 3007, nothing in this division shall exempt local governments from meeting the requirements of state and federal law with respect to providing low and moderate income housing, replacement housing, relocation benefits, or any other obligation related to housing. So the Coastal Act does consider the housing law. Public Resources Code 3007.5. The legislature therefore declares that in carrying out the provisions of this division, such conflicts be resolved in a manner which on balance is the most protective of significant coastal resources. 3009, liberal construction. All right. And we have the definition of coastal program. I think nobody has any dispute about that. All right. Development shall not interfere with the public's right of access to the sea. That's Public Resources Code 30-211. And this is important. Public Resource Code 30-212.5, wherever appropriate and feasible, public facilities, including parking areas or facilities, shall be distributed throughout an area so as to mitigate against the impacts, social or otherwise, of overcrowding or overuse by the by the public of any single area. The next code section 3251 protects the scenic and visual qualities of coastal areas. New development in a highly scenic area such as those designated by local government shall be subordinate to the character of its setting. All right. 30252. Location and amount of new development should maintain and enhance public access to the coast by providing commercial facilities within or adjoining residential development or in other areas that will minimize the use of coastal access roads. Subsection 4, new development needs to provide adequate parking facilities or providing substitute means of serving the development with public transportation, which is precisely why my requests were, I was asking about alternative transportation methods. Since it's clear that the development is providing inadequate parking facilities. Both from what I'm seeing so far, it somewhat seems like maybe maybe the residential portion is underparked as it concerns co-living. Public Resources Code 30252, maintenance and enhancement of public access, assuring that the recreational needs of residents will not overload nearby coastal recreation areas by correlating the amount of development with local park acquisition and development plans with the provision of on-site recreational facilities to serve the new development. I'm not necessarily seeing much here by means of that. Maybe the outside roof. And of course, you don't have the right to appeal to the commission, or they don't have a right to appeal to the coastal commission, but either of y'all could file suit against the city if we make an errant decision here. But I think the coastal commission could indemnify us for litigation costs if we if we follow the law, right?
Mr. Obagi, I don't see any case where commission is going to indemnify you. I also say this is an interesting recitation of very, very interesting standards. I don't see how these standards are brought to bear on this project. I don't see any connection between these standards and evidence that shows any of these standards are being violated. That's missing. It's a gaping hole in your record here.
I'm not making any arguments.
Okay.
Well, I'm just citing authority.
I also wanted to say that in the preamble to SB 330 and Housing Accountability Act, there is a very, very direct, very specific, and as you know as a lawyer, specific controls over the general. There's a specific provision that says any interpretation of this act, that means Housing Accountability Act, shall be in the manner that's most facilitating of housing. So remember that too. I think if any of these are, I think if you ever wanted to develop record on any of these standards, we can't do it, I don't think, tonight. You don't have the evidence.
Well, we're getting into more specific now.
Fine.
This is the local coastal program. I don't know if you read our local coastal program, but we have Zoolager Park is a protected resource. And they said basically that nothing could ever block the views from Zoolager Park. But what benefit is it to have a protected resource in the city of Redondo Beach along the coast like Zoolager Park if people are not going to be able to park and go to the park because all the parking is going to be consumed by the 122 plus.
Do you have a study that supports what you just said? Are you going to deny the project on some sort of off the cuff?
It's a question.
Guess?
It's a question.
Well, it's a guess. It better be more than a question. It looks like it's 11:15 and this city council has one hearing left. These are questions. Do we want to spend time?
We are going to take.
Mr. Schoenfeld,
we're going to take.
Mr. Narenheim, yes.
If you could please sit back down because it's my time actually.
Okay.
So
You invited me to come up here.
We're going to take as long as we need to carefully consider this important, critically important project on the coast.
Yeah. Okay, hold on, Mr. Schoenfeld, with all due respect, we are the decision makers. I understand you're being paid to represent your client vigorously. That's what you're supposed to do. I love that. That's awesome. I love the
Well, I appreciate that. You appreciate that.
Yeah,
I understand
I'm
that.
not finished.
Yeah.
I'm not finished. But we need to keep a decorum here.
So maybe take notes of there, what you want to respond to, and then you can come back up and respond to my presentation at the end of my presentation.
Absolutely.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. On this map here, we see that this coastal resource, Zuluga Park, is about 0.1 miles, a 2-minute walk from 132 North Catalina. We also see how close it is to the ocean, and right there, the International Boardwalk. Interesting. One court once said, the regimes of boarding houses, fraternity houses, and the like present urban problems. More people occupy a given space. More cars rather continuously pass by. More cars are parked. Noise travels with crowds. A quiet place where yards are wide, people few, and motor vehicles restricted are legitimate guidelines in land use project to address family needs. But really, I don't need to read this whole quote. I'm just looking at the top. You know what court said this? Just that Supreme Court of the United States of America in 1974. South Carolina Supreme Court said, there is a rational relationship between the city's decision to limit to 3 the number of, let's call it, individuals who may live together as a single housekeeping unit and legitimate governmental interest of controlling the undesirable qualities associated with mass student congestion. All right, other cities have recognized that additional traffic, trash, noise, this is Columbia, South Carolina, affect neighborhoods when there are dormitory or mass housing conditions. City of San Jose, California, the mayor directed staff to get to the goal of providing affordable housing by updating the downtown zoning district to eliminate parking requirements, encouraging density and development. And in the staff report, they said new uses like the dormitory setting will be required to provide ample common living space for residents, provide extensive bicycle parking, and offer other transportation demand management incentives that support this urban living option. So I'll encourage you when you come back up to highlight where, I know Redondo Beach hasn't adopted this type of ordinance to manage this type of development yet, but where you are providing these things for this project. Here in California, in 1980, the appellate court said the power granted under the Coastal Act is not confined to the narrow circumspection of precedents resting on past conditions which do not cover and control present day conditions, obviously calling for revised regulations to promote the health, safety, morals, and general welfares of the public. Just looking here for a quick second, this is a random slide I threw in during this hearing. Looking at the population from the census, 2020 census in Redondo Beach, you see that about almost 30% of residents in Redondo Beach are under the age of 18. In this co-residency 5-bedroom facility, I just can't imagine that we're going to have that 30% present there. I imagine it's going to be older than 18-year-olds, and those older than 18-year-olds are probably more likely to drive a car than people under the age of 18. I think that's a rational statement. The California Coastal Commission has discretion to determine adequacy of parking for development in the coastal zone. Imposition of parking, that's San Diego Navy Broadway Complex Coalition versus California Coastal Commission, 2019. Imposition of parking regulations as a condition to granting application by petitioner to construct restaurant in order to provide adequate parking for customers using restaurant was within the power of the Coastal Commission. That's Liberty versus California Coastal Commission, 1980 case. The Redondo, California Coastal Commission dealt with a parking management program, but we don't have one here. This is from the Redondo case, though. Denial of land use permits for lack of adequate parking has a long history. As with other Coastal Act policies, the Commission has discretion to determine adequacy of parking for development in the coastal zone. The Commission did not abuse its discretion when it found that the provisions for the commercial off-site parking did not satisfy LUP and Coastal Act standards. Although reasonable minds might differ as to the adequacy of the parking fee, the determination of the question falls within the broad discretion the commission is empowered to exercise in protecting coastal resources. Redondo Court also said a permit may not issue unless the commission finds, for example, that the development will not have any substantial adverse environmental or ecological effect or irreversibly commit coastal zone resources. All right, so I Brown acted with Mr. Narenheim on this, so in any event, that's it. You feel free to come up and respond to anything you wanted to on the presentation.
Yeah, Councilmember Obaji, and appreciate your comments, Councilmember Narenheim. I apologize if I did step aside from decorum. I didn't intend to. If I'm advocating zealously, that's again what I'm supposed to do. I don't see a single principle up there that has any bearing on this case. I didn't see any evidence that you mustered to bring any argument, legal or persuasive, to establish that any of those precedents apply here. I know, for instance, Jeffrey v. Salinas is a 1965 case. It can't possibly be a Housing Accountability Act case. That Riddell is a 2009 case. It can't possibly be an SB 330 or a Housing Accountability Act case. So they aren't, and there's no, every one of those could be distinguished on its facts. And all of the, I guess I would say the lofty principles that you've invoked on the Coastal Act, they're all very noted, understood. But the fact of the matter is, you're trying, or it seems to me, you're trying to make a case to deny this on Coastal Act grounds, and you can't, because right now, and notwithstanding the fact that you think it should have come before you, 30 days after an application is even complete, as a matter of law, and this is very clear under the California Rangers case, it's SB 330, these cases show that this is a consistent program no matter what you say or do. This is a consistent project right now, as a matter of law. If you had brought forward some evidence, preponderance of it, we talked about what preponderance means, and you didn't bring forth anything, you just cited principles of law, we might be able to talk about, whether that evidence was to the level of specific adverse impact to the public health and safety. We can also talk about whether or not it was based upon written objective standards that were in place at the time the application was deemed complete. Those are the standards you have to meet. Nothing you said came even close to casting a shadow on the threshold. Nothing. So if this is a direction towards denying on these principles, it's not going to pass muster under any court of law. So I'm not sure if that's where you're going or not. You may not have made up your mind yet. I understand that, but we appreciate the education. That sounded like an MCLE course. Maybe I can get some units. My deadline's coming up.
Yes, I just put it in my certification. And actually, I felt like that's what I needed, was this MCLE course for myself, because
no, I appreciate that.
We're getting the housing. We're not getting, nobody's representing the coast except for these two mothers here representing Mother Nature. So it's very nice of them.
Well, you guys represent the coast, and then the Planning Commission does too, because they're there too. If this weren't appealed, there would have been the final decision. They've carefully considered it. And 3 hearings, 10 hours, I heard, plus. I think staff very carefully considers the coast too. But I appreciate your these very important principles that I agree with. But I just don't know where they come down to the reality of this project. There's a huge kind of gap between those two things. And that, as we know by case law, has to be linked by evidence. That's the way you get to a lawful decision. Thank you.
Thank you. That's it. I have nothing further.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, can you do mine 1A, please?
Oops. There we go.
Oh, hey, you need to be okay. Talk to me. So I need to give some perspective here so everyone kind of understands what's going on, where I'm coming from as well. Mr. Schoenfeld, I wrote actually an amendment to our local coastal plan called Measure C. It passed. Gathered signatures for it, got on the ballot, it passed. And here's the impressive part, actually. Went to the Coastal Commission and they approved it They didn't change a single word, a single letter. That's the first time in the history, as far as I know of, when I asked Coastal Commission staff, they never knew of something like this to ever happen before. So it's kind of big deal for this community to be able to do that. I was a part of that. It took a big team. I learned a lot. And when I go to other communities, this is a picture over here in Florida, Ponte Vedra, Florida. And a couple of reasons why I'm showing this photo. The reason I actually took the photo was because that little stop little thing, I want to reproduce that for our Public Works Department. But why I took this photo, this was in December. And I was visiting a friend out there, and they were gloating. I'm using the word gloating because you see all this parking here that's here? That's all private parking. It's all private access. The beach is actually on the right-hand side, right? And the closest public parking is, they said, to be easily half mile to a mile away, depending upon what block you're at, which means you have to park and pick up all your stuff and bring it to the coast. And then you have to find your way through the buildings. So the Coastal Act, as a lifeguard as well, and you'll see that here, is very important to me, and coastal access. So this is the Esplanade, and I see a couple things here, and I want staff to correct me if I'm wrong on some things. We don't have the police chief here, but it's fine. If someone can correct me if I'm wrong, the first thing I'm seeing here, there's a sign up right here, and there's a no parking after 9 p.m. That is correct, right? On the west side of the Esplanade, there's no parking at 9 p.m. after 9 p.m. Police comes by and they give everyone tickets. They clear everyone out. The second thing I'm seeing here is, you can't really see actually some of these photos, but on both sides of the street, there are parking meters, correct? $1.25, $1.50 an hour, I want to say. Okay. The next thing I'm seeing here, some of these cars on here have a little white sticker that you can pay for to get a parking pass to park at one of these meters for 4 hours or more, right? And the last thing I'm seeing here is on the east side of the Esplanade here, the residents are allowed to get a parking permit to park at the meter on the east side of the street for an indefinite amount of time, I believe. I don't think it's a 4-hour limited, as far as I know of. I could be wrong, but they get a special permit, like a door hanger thing, so they can park there on the street because they're residents. Thank you, sir. So if we were to implement these parking, and the other thing I see here is the street is full of cars. If we were to implement this type of these parking changes, would we have to go to the Coastal Commission to get permit parking, more meters, hours, all that kind of regulations?
You mean in the vicinity of this project? Yeah. I don't think that you'd have to go for all of those specifics. Because as far as establishing what the parking is, we do have the preferential parking program, where there's certain criteria that need to be met and application process for that you could establish for that. I'm not as familiar with that. I don't know.
But we, on our current local coastal plan, we don't have these things in that area that we're specifically talking about, correct?
Correct. Well, there is meter parking on the west side.
Well, I'll get to that in a minute.
Right.
Not on the east side.
There's not on the east side.
Right. I walked it.
Along that block.
Yep.
Yeah. There is not preferential parking in that vicinity at this time.
Yeah. So you can see here more, you can see some of the more meters. It's full all the time. People are there, coastal access. This is a photo that was sent to me at Torrance Beach over Labor Day weekend. And you can see it's full, but it's not completely full. It is quite full. One would say it's full, but it's not as full as this photo. And this is over at Ainsworth Court, where there's a phenomenal amount of parking, right? Heavy usage by people outside of Redondo Beach, and it is a large impact to the community on these, especially this last Labor Day weekend when it was hot. This is right behind the property in question that we're talking about. So these guys did underground parking. It looks to be about 10 or 15 feet below what was the old grade. Could they do another property, same thing? They're going down. They could build and go underneath, build parking underneath or lower, correct? Like 10, 15 feet, create more parking?
It's permitted. I'm not sure if the applicant, I'm guessing that they've evaluated the cost of that because that excavation does have the added cost for the project, but
Right.
It is something that's permitted.
Right. Okay.
There's actually locations on Diamond Street that's right in the vicinity of this, like a half block, or not even a half block, on the other side of the that golf shop. That
Right. I mean, we have the Zoolager Park there, and it was mentioned that there's no, if we are encroaching some of this parking, we are encroaching some of the access to the Zoolager Park. So I was thinking about that actually. Going to this parking study, I actually went to the property in question, walked around this area, and it's funny what the appellant, the semi-appellant resident said, and Ms. Forbes, is there a street in Redondo Beach called on Bellflower Boulevard? Right.
You'll see the street above.
Yeah, it doesn't.
Look at the.
Oh yeah, I get it. I get it.
There's a scribble.
But it's not like this is a minor mistake. I mean, this is like a big street name mistake, and everyone's looking at this and saying, I get it. I'm just saying, like, wait a second here. We all looking at this, and I'm like, nobody brought it up during planning commission. I'm like, that doesn't make any sense. The reason why I bring it up is this parking study, and everyone's talking about parking right now. Parking utilization supply study. They did this study? They paid for it?
Yes.
Okay. I think it was the planning commission wanted it, correct?
Yeah, the planning commission requested it. The clarification was they're only evaluating the parking for the commercial because the residential met the state requirements for parking.
Right. So I walked around the neighborhood, and here's my email to our police chief. And I wanted to make sure, because I noticed something interesting about these numbers, this parking supply number, a lot of interesting things. So first thing is there's some areas with a curb where there's no paint at all. That means you can, and there's no meters and there's no permits. So it means you can park free will as long as 72 hours, right? It's California code or whatever it may be. Then I noticed actually a lot of spots were painted green, and green is temporary 15-minute parking or less, correct? So then there's yellow parking, which is loading, right? And then there's blue, which is handicapped, and red, no parking. Now, when I walked around, part of this parking supply included loading and green parking, and I believe there was one handicap somewhere along the way too, but forego that. So what I find interesting though, in this parking study, they specifically did included the paid parking, $1.50, $1.25 an hour, right? Included with the free parking. So when I was walking around asking the residents, hey, how do you feel about this project and blah, 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 the number one question is, would you park at a free spot or would you park at a paid spot? And everyone's saying you park at a free spot, right? Everyone said that to me. It's basic knowledge. So when I was actually walking around, I actually met some of the condo owners. Jason, you talked about them across the street. And they actually brought something up. A couple of them brought something very interesting to me. The thousands of condos that are, hundreds of condos that are there. I'm not sure what it is. But they said, we have our own visitor parking and we're fully self-parked, meaning all of their impacts are contained to their environment, and that they have a few visitor parking spots, and that they actually, two different groups of people said to me, they expect if this project were to go in, their visitor parking would be acting as overflow. And they said that because it's already happening on street sweeping days. I noticed in this parking study with street sweeping days, there was a point here with only on days where there's street sweeping where there's significant impact. Correct? Is that correct? Right? So why was this parking study then done where you had free parking and then include temporary parking, green and yellow parking, when that's temporary? It's not like real long-term parking.
Yeah, the parking study was, again, evaluating for the commercial component and the, because of the variance, the parking variance for that. So it's not looking at where would residents park, because, again, they meet the requirements for the residential parking, but more so, is there parking available for those who might be going to the coffee shop? Green, maybe, they might be able to park in the.
Chief, I'm gonna need you in about 5 minutes. Perfect, thank you.
But for if they're going to get coffee, maybe that green might count towards that. So I think it's really it was evaluating that commercial overflow because of the variance.
Right, no, yeah, I understand. I see that, and I'm trying to get it in my head. Like, I see the Riviera Village, that's been brought up a lot as well. In Riviera Village, there's actually a employee parking pass, right? And Jeremy here just talked about how the expectation or intent is that the employees park on the street. So if we institute if we get more meters or do a parking meters or a permit program for residents, where are the on Catalina, where are the employees going to park? They're going to park on in the residential Broadway area? I mean, unless they pay at the meters and pay $1.25 an hour, right, on both sides?
Yeah, I mean, those are all possibilities of where they would go, yeah.
Yeah, okay. I'm just trying to evaluate and trying to understand where it is. Also, when I went down there on a Tuesday, twice on a Tuesday at 4 o'clock, 4:15, on a weekend in the morning, weekday in the morning by 10:30, 11, and then also on the evening of a weekday. And my numbers were different. It was actually less available parking. What I noted actually is there was always 3 or 4 parking spots in front of Jeremy, your little area. You're like always 3 or 4, Jason, sorry. That there's always 3 or 4 cars there, but there's only ever 1 car on the west side of North Catalina. And they always had a little parking meter thing. So I'm looking at that all the time, like, wait a second, there's all this ample parking. It's true, the parking study is true. It's a lot of ample parking, but it's always the majority of this is always in the paid parking, as well as, you start looking at the green and yellow and all these other areas along the way. So I thought that was interesting. And I also see my numbers here, when I looked at it, was less availability or more parking that was being used at the time. Okay, let me look at my notes here real quick. Chief, just in time. Yes, sir. Okay. I talked to you earlier today. So fire department does 2 things. It does fire prevention, fire extinguishing, and then does paramedic services, rendering paramedic aid. So let's talk first about paramedic services and life-threatening services, with the notion that brain death starts to occur 4 to 6 minutes of when oxygen stops going to the brain. So one of the questions I have is, is there an expectation of, if you see a townhouse or you see a building, is there an expectation for the fire department, for personnel when they approach, speaking about a paramedic situation, when you get there and say, hey, we got a call for this person here, XYZ, is there a certain expectation that you're trained for when you see a building or have a certain inhabitant?
Certainly.
council member. So when we arrive on scene of any incident, first thing we do is we give a size up of the type of occupancy it is. Is it an apartment? Is it a single family dwelling? Is it a commercial occupancy? And based on that, then we determine like what's our best access, what equipment are we bringing, where are the other resources going to respond from. So we do pre-fire planning throughout the city for different types of occupancies and access points. So yeah, definitely we pull up to an incident and size it up.
Okay. And if you show up on scene and you have a dormitory style housing or multi-unit housing, and there's a lot of people there, and someone's called for 911, and how do you deal with a situation where you have a dormitory or transitory living where there's no next of kin essentially there?
Similar to dormitory housing, one of the things that's sometimes difficult to gather is pertinent patient information. So oftentimes going into a situation like that, that is one of the, I would say, things that could, create a little bit of a time lapse. Who's the individual, is their next of kin, who's the responsible resident, where's the person at? So normally in a normal residential setting, we would probably have some type of familiarity of people that live there. So just like in dormitories, when we respond 911 calls in my prior department, that presents a challenge. Who's the individual, who's responsible? Do people know who the individual is?
You'd have somebody, sorry.
And it could sometimes take longer to gather pertinent information about an individual. It's not, like I said before, it's not insurmountable. That's what we're trained to do. But certainly, yeah, if you go somewhere where there's not familiar recognition of an individual, sometimes it takes a little longer to get information.
Right. So I would assume that in that type of environment, you have at every dorm, you have a go-to person, maybe like a locker box or an information or someone you go to for each individual unit.
Yes. So and I keep going back, I think, from the layperson's perspective of dormitory style housing. There's a responsible resident. There's someone on scene that we can communicate with. This is, although they may not be specifically related cohabitants in a building, but there's some point of reference and someone on scene that gives us information. Absent that, we can also proceed. We're trained, we're a class 1 department, but yeah, all those things come into play when you're treating patients in what I would consider to be kind of co-living facilities.
And if a paramedic squad shows up and, hey, listen, we got somebody breathing inside here. We don't know what's going on. We call 911. We've heard nothing anymore. We can't get into the room. It's locked. Mm-hmm. But just paramedics, they don't have any equipment to knock the door down.
Yeah, our paramedics do have equipment to get in. We come up with a truck company or an engine. Forcing entry is not necessarily our first line. I always say that if there's a key or there's a quicker way to get in, let's find someone on the residence or the campus that can let us in quicker. But if we have to, I've broken down many doors. Yeah,
right. Sounds like fun. So when it comes to that, and you're showing up, emergency response plans in a dormitory or any type of multi-living situation, commercial or a high turnover facility, that you would have an emergency response plan in place as part of the policies and procedures when it gets the project or whatever the commercial unit or whatever it may be is approved or looked at and said, this is what our plan's going to be.
Yeah, we would like to know what the emergency procedures are for a facility. The other thing is that we would then also do training on those facilities, and that's kind of all part and parcel to our job. But certainly any occupancy, any apartment complex, any large construction project that we work with, what are the response plans? Who's responsible on scene? How do we access it? What type of individuals going to be on premise? What type of materials are stored here? And there's a lot of things that we go into in a kind of a pre-fire plan. And those are all part of, an approval process, so that, firefighters know that when we pull up to an incident, they kind of know what to expect, knowing that it'll always change, when they reach the threshold of the building.
Do you have any experience with LA City, with you walking into a facility and it's a lot more people there, a lot more stuff there, a lot more equipment, denser than what was expected?
Yeah, certainly in my prior career, I spent 3 decades with the Los Angeles Fire Department. I'm also a graduate of USC. I went to the same school here as the team here. I received my terminal degree. I guess that's what they call it there. But yes, I do have a fair amount of experience. And oftentimes what happens is in density areas and density population areas, we sometimes have more people living in a unit than we would have expected. Now, does that something that we can't overcome? No, but firefighters, when they're doing search and rescue in a building, crawling on their belly with the heat coming down, the heavy smoke, part of our job is not only to contain and control the fire, but also to search for occupants. And I've been to fires where the occupant count was way beyond what I ever expected to be. 1 patient, then 2 patients, and 5 patients. And so generally when we look to fight fires in an apartment complex like this, we look to firefighting that's going to potentially quickly transition to something that's going to generate patients for us. That's what we do. We're a Class 1 department. But from a practical perspective, I share a firefighter's view on what it is to, address challenges in multi-residential buildings.
Right. So when it comes to firefighting, specifically for fires, would you expect to have certain codes and policies in place before something is, or as something is conditioned for a use or for density use?
Sure. So as you guys well cited earlier, that, your building processes and your planning processes all take into account the life safety aspects. So yes, absolutely, there would be an expectation. There's laws in place, there's fire codes in place. And so, yes, so definitely.
So
yeah.
the issue that we're having here that I'm seeing on the council is like the traffic issue. We're using one set of standards, but it's actually a higher set of standards, meaning there's more density here of people and individuals living versus, say, occupancy. If you have 5 individuals, that's different than 5 individuals of the same family. You can share the same refrigerator and so on and so forth.
Sure. So I would just say as a general rule, my experience is that population density has a potential to increase call for service, demand for service, potentially response time issues. So those are all things that come with increased density in populations, and firefighters, we adapt to that. But those are all true statements that we could reasonably expect there to be, more obstacles in our way as more and more people come in and move into an area, and it's not something that we cannot overcome. It's just
it just takes more time.
It's a matter of fact, and it's a matter of just basic understanding of what we do.
Yeah, I mean, like I said in the very beginning of this conversation, brain death starts 4 to 6 minutes. And then when you start layering on obstacles and issues and getting more equipment or whatever you need to do, it just takes more time.
Absolutely.
And then if, say, for instance, something, there's a room and it's locked from the inside, deadbolted, because it's a personal, hey, listen, I got my room here and it's deadbolted, so you guys can't get in. And something, somebody else locks it from the other, they get mad or whatever, and there's no fire escape from the other side, so it's only one way in, one way out to the room. How, I guess, you would want to have a policy in place. If it's a dormitory, you have some that's not lockable, the room or a situation, some it's only lockable from the inside?
Yeah, I think egress out of any type of these buildings is paramount. So in dormitory style housing, there's specific rules on access, aisle clearance, window size, and all those things to be addressed. So those would certainly all be conditions. And to your point, they're also private residences. So once someone's living in there, we also have kind of a limited jurisdiction on, inspecting someone's actual home, unless there is, reason or there's a, administrative warrant or issue in there. But yeah, because so once the place is built and the doors are closed, then we have kind of limited oversight on that. But in the common areas, we would have jurisdiction to make sure common areas and access are clear. But to your point, internally, I bring it back to the layperson's perspective. If it's a dormitory style housing, it presents different challenges to us, and then we would just train to them, but understand it's not exactly the same as a residential building.
So part of the fire codes that I look at for this stuff when we assess something, we don't just do fire and paramedic services. We also look, fire department actually signs off on like electrical aspects. So for instance, if there's 5 people living in a townhouse and they all have separate food and bathroom and whatever else equipment, heaters and electric heaters, there's now an extra increase in electrical usage. There have to be two refrigerators possibly, 2 dishwashers possibly. I mean, there's now an increase in electrical load.
Sure.
Would that be safe to assume?
There could be, and those are all things that the, under the planning department would ensure that, it's built to code and that it has the proper draw and that the circuits are set on the right amperage. But you could potentially have more use and draw. But, I don't know what we would not have as much oversight on the actual utility plan for a building.
Right. No, I get that. I'm trying to, understand how a higher density living environment such as this impacts the fire and actually police response too. We know the police here. Doesn't really matter so much, but the fire and paramedic services to a facility like this when everyone has their own room, it's their own habitant spot. So I think it's all that questions I have for you. Thank you, sir. I appreciate that.
Yes, sir. Thank
you. Minimum so minimum square footage, they said it was 8 by 8, some of these rooms. Is that true?
Yeah, the minimum square footage for habitable is 70 actually.
Right.
So it's I think the architect addressed that the last time there was changes in the floor plans and the dimensions didn't capture the correct sizes of the units. But that's something that when they come through plan check, our senior plan check engineers would catch items like that and ensure that they're actually compliant with the building code.
You're still screen sharing, by the way.
Yeah, that's fine. I know.
Yeah, 70 is really small. That's a very small room.
Right. It's a very small room.
Yeah.
I mean, and I saw what the planning commission did was, only minimum 1 person and 2 people. Like, what if there's a guest? How long do you say it's a guest? I don't know. I mean, there's a bunk room. Now it's this. I mean, it's to the point of, living. It's, I don't want to be sending cops into people's bedrooms, literally, right? And ensuring that we have certain standards in place.
Yeah, we check that before we issue the permits, before the building permits are issued.
Okay.
That's something that would be corrected.
Okay. So this is, what? This is LA City Ordinance, and I'll submit this to the record as well, but LA City Ordinance for home sharing, hotel host primary residence is maximum 120 days. Do we have any home sharing type, home sharing style of ordinances in place?
No.
Okay, because it's exactly like applicant says, primary residence, sole residence from the host for rights for more than 6 months of the calendar year. So we don't have something to regulate the home sharing aspect of what he's doing. And I mean, kind of like it's not a VRBO, but it's in a way kind of the same concept. So San Jose, actually, I believe, was the first city to go down the path to regulating co-living, and they're treating it like a commercial living. And right here, they very much relied on incentives for carpool, van pool, bike share, car share, unbundled parking, and other incentive-based measures and encourage residents to use alternative modes of transportation rather than vehicles. So in here, there's a lot of very specific things regarding, we'll get to the meat here, standards for co-living regarding bathrooms and kitchens. So kitchens 0.25 per bedroom. One of the rules I thought was actually really fascinating that they have in here is ensuring that there's no deadbolts or locks from the outside of the bedroom going to health and life safety. Do we have any ordinances or rules that prevent that forces them to not have a deadbolt or locking from the outside only?
Yeah, I would have to refer to our building division staff. I don't know if there's anything in the fire code that would prevent that. But I know we have the chief here that might be able to address that question.
Yeah. I mean, do you want to answer?
I mean, so your point is that, and listen, I'm giving you from a practical perspective, is that yes, you would want to be really cautious that people don't create their own limiting access to windows of an egress internally.
Right.
And there are fire code and building code requirements on even the size and the diameter of a doorknob. Like you can no longer have a doorknob that turns in certain buildings because you can slip, it's under heat. So there are very specific rules to all these things. And from a practical perspective, I'd say I would be concerned that just to make sure that internally in a building that those types of rules are in place, because what you wouldn't want to happen is the people then to add their own locking systems internally and then create a condition where people cannot exit a building.
Right.
And so those are things that, you know, when the code is looked at and when the bedrooms are designed, they're designed to code. But what would preclude folks from doing that would be something that would be more of who's the responsible resident for that facility. But I can get more information back on the actual doors, doorknobs, as in an exterior door and interior door. But I think your point is we would not, me as the fire chief would be very cautious of any internal obstacle to letting people egress, even if it's through a adjoining bedroom. Because in firefighting, sometimes you do bail out through an adjoining bedroom to get out a window, and we could rescue you from there.
Right.
So.
Okay, perfect. Thank you, sir. The last thing I'll show up here is in the San Jose ordinance, they talked very specifically here, I'll just highlight this. Required amount of bicycle parking shall be required for a co-living unit community and shall be provided at a ratio of 1 bicycle space per 2 bedrooms. At least 60% of the bicycle parking shall be long-term parking spaces. No more than 40% shall be short-term parking spaces. That's important again, because going back to Riviera Village, we've put in a phenomenal amount of bike parking to deal with the negative impact to parking that we have impacted there. And we're doing a lot of different things to mitigate the negative impacts that we have down in Riviera Village. That's correct, right?
Yes, and that in the mitigation measures, we do have a provision that a bike share system and subsidies will be provided by the applicant.
Okay, you can stop the screen share. Thank you. Okay, I'll submit the LA City short-term, or not short-term, home sharing ordinance to the record, also as well as the San Jose ordinance and the memo that they have moved forward with. And then, let's see here. What else do I have in my notes?
quick question while you look.
Yes, sir.
Mind for the project proponent. What kind of sound insulation are you contemplating between the rooms or between the units? Between the units, you got to put like STC 55, right? And then how about between the rooms, are you anticipating any sound insulation or are you anticipating just regular bedroom to bedroom insulation?
Well, I'm Dan with the BSB Design. Generally, when we're doing these kind of condos, we put insulation between every room inside, not only on the outside. The outside's, to meet Title 24, but I think every bedroom would have sound insulation between it.
Okay.
And the floors on the flats would have impact sound insulation.
Dan, while you're up at the podium there, can you address the issue with the room size?
Yeah, and I'm trying to, it's been so long since I looked at those rooms, but we try to, we start out with a minimum like 10 by 10. And I know some of them got maybe a little smaller than that, but I don't think there's any 7 by 10 rooms that I know of, that I can remember. Huh?
That's pretty small.
Yeah, that's kind of like Russian size. I remember having a tour guide in St. Petersburg saying that she lived with her son in a 7 by 10 room.
Oh my God.
And I went, that's it? And she goes, yeah. No. Anyway, so, no, they're bigger than that. And they have to meet a certain size for code.
Do you add any other like privacy design, so noise and viewing or sight? And I mean, is there any privacy and security issues that you added to these designs, particular?
Well, they all, all the bedrooms are, they all have an exit window. They all have glass and air.
I'm thinking in perspective of the residents when they show up there. One guy's loud, one guy's quiet.
Yeah.
Is there any extra design features that were done to mitigate any potential privacy or noise issues, residential issues?
Well, we can do things like I said, insulate every room so that you don't get that transforming between rooms. But it's pretty hard to control people. They have to sort of work
Right.
out.
No, I'm just asking if you've designed everything in part of this program. Okay.
No.
All right.
That's
Thank
specific.
you. Thank you, sir.
Motion to close public hearing?
Yes.
No, well, Councilmember Lowenstein, you have, we guess have to take other public comment if there are, isn't it? Your hand is up.
No, sorry.
Is there any more public comment from people at Zoom or
Back there.
come on down?
Good late evening. I'm Kathy Bodeker, and as some of you may know, Emerald hasn't been mentioned a whole lot tonight.
It's Bellflower.
Emerald and Catalina.
Bellflower. In the parking report, it's called Bellflower. It was an incorrect mistake.
There's a big yellow house right on the corner.
Yep.
I live in that house, and I have no idea
Us.
what that's going to be like with something that is going to completely block airflow, the sound of the sea lions at night, and feet away from this. And then on the other side is the Masonic building.
Yep. Lodge.
Yeah. So that's going to be interesting because that's going to look right down into the backyard.
Right.
As far as having something up above where people can go out late at night until 10 o'clock at night, and when I have to get up at 4 in the morning and my bedroom is right there, that's going to be interesting too. The big yellow house hasn't really been mentioned much. It's old. It is
Vintage.
It's a situation where 8 people live in it. A couple bathrooms are shared. I live in the middle where I have my own everything. as far as fire goes, our lease is written to where it says you cannot put a deadbolt on your doors. You can not do this or that or whatever. It's very clear. And there's a walkthrough every year that they come out and check fire extinguishers. And if someone's new to the building, they show them how you're going to use it, where they are, how to use them. So it feels like a pretty safe situation there. I just thought of that while you were talking about that it is written into our lease and we have to initial everything that we've seen. We know where the gas meter is, et cetera. So that feels pretty good for us. The concerns would be more the noise, what's going to happen when parking's backed up to our house. We call it a slice of heaven because you can actually see the ocean from the balcony and the second floor. That'll be gone. So the situation's going to change completely for our house. As far as parking goes, not a lot's been mentioned about the people that work down on the pier, that park on Emerald on the weekends. Packed. We have a huge driveway, so 4 of us can park there. 3 people are usually on the street. On the weekends, they tend to have to go into the driveway until it opens up, which is sometimes 11 o'clock at night, depending on when the people come up from the pier.
Okay.
So that's a concern too. A lot of times there's a lot of.
Quick question for you. I asked this earlier to some of the other residents. How would you feel if, right now you currently have free parking, correct?
I do.
It's all on that side there. How would you feel if all of a sudden we starting parking permit programs, extra meters, and resident passes like we do on the other side of
I know. I think that if this does happen, that would be a must. I don't know. I just don't know how anyone would park. Emerald gets the church parking.
Yep.
The pier parking.
Yep.
And the apartments.
Uh-huh.
The people from the apartments have extra cars and they park on our street. And you'll see them come up to change it on street sweep day.
It's actually funny you say that, because that's one of the people that I talked to who were parking their car, and then they walked across the street with me, because I was doing my parking, my own little walk around. I'm like, why are you guys parking over here? I'm like, well, because the visitor parking is all taken over here, and this is free parking. I'm like, why don't you just park over there on the meter parking? I'm like, why would I want to pay for it?
Right.
I'm like, when you get a pass, why would I buy a pass if I can park here for free? I'm like,
Yeah, and right now, a lot of the cars are getting broken into on the west side of Catalina. You see a lot of glass on the street quite often. So a lot of people aren't even using the meters there. They're going farther down and whatnot. Anyways, that's all I wanted to say.
okay, thank you very much. Yeah,
Thank
appreciate
you all
that.
for your time.
Is there anyone else from the public that wants to come down and speak? No, only if you've not spoken. Any more? One last call for public comment.
I do have one question for
Yes.
you. Outside
You
council.
get and to council, any questions you may have for
Final
staff or the proponent needs to ask now.
For the outside council or in the in-house council, is a parking scheme envisioned by the planning commission, is that even legal where you have permit parking for the residents of a certain neighborhood, but you exclude those residents from that project from participating in the permit parking, even though they live there? I mean, it seems like a denial of equal protection. Any opinions? I guess, do you have an opinion? Have you formed an opinion on that?
Poor Cheryl. It's on. No, it's off.
Why I can't
There
do
you go.
this. Okay. I don't know if we've formed an opinion on that. I think that question was raised with respect to this project. And I did discuss it with Mr. Kettles, and I don't think that we came to an absolute conclusion, but we thought that any condition that you attach to a project, there has to be a nexus. And we didn't, I don't remember exactly, but I don't know if we came to a conclusion that there was a sufficient nexus to prohibit certain residents of projects from being able to avail themselves to a citywide benefit.
Right, or a neighborhood benefit.
Or a neighborhood benefit, correct?
Okay.
And just to add on that, it would also depend, I think, on how the district was drawn, right? What the boundaries are that might change things.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
I have my hand up.
Councilmember MD.
Okay, so the project was already modified to reduce the overall size once before. And then Jason mentioned that he's building less than allowed. If he was to maximize the units allowed and the maximum height allowed with the density bonus, what would that be?
With the affordability levels that he originally proposed, which was for very low-income units, he could get a 50% density bonus, which would be 33 units maximum. And then as far as the height, we are trying to observe the 30-foot height limit for the project. They're requesting a specific waiver for the height because they're having because of the roof design and with the decks and those types of things.
Yeah.
So they're exceeding it in portions of it.
Yeah, under this project, how proposed, the height itself is not one of the concessions that outright that they would get. It's one of the waivers that they would have to demonstrate that physically without it, they wouldn't be able to do so it's not like they could just now, add additional height. They can meet their project with these minor adjustments to the height as it is now.
Okay, so I thought that when you built something with density bonus, that you were actually allowed to go up a certain amount of height. That's not true?
It's you would have that as a concession. So you would utilize, but they're utilizing the concession for the stories, the number of stories, so they can get the third story, even though they wanted to stay within the 30-foot height. But once they had the design down, they recognized that there would be small little areas where they would just slightly go over the total height, and that they requested the waiver for.
And when would I bring up, when I would really like to put some kind of requirements to give people who work in the city of Redondo Beach some kind of an extra bonus on if you do lottery system. When do I bring that up? Now or later? After?
I'm sorry, say they're what?
I'm asking them.
Oh, got it.
I mean, if this passes, I think it'd be great is if we had, so for example, if they had a lottery system, that we had an extra ticket, if you will, another chance in the lottery if not only do they meet the income requirements, but they also work in the city of Redondo Beach. So that way, if the Boy and the Bear barista can afford, only makes a certain amount of money and they can afford to live there, I would like to give them a chance to do so, because that will help with traffic and the like. It would also help businesses to be able to, if we set that as a precedence for every affordable project that happens in Redondo Beach, then it helps the businesses have an extra bonus to be able to incentivize workers to come here. So I would like to start putting that kind of requirement in there, that they have some kind of an incentive program.
Yeah, I think you could do that as in a broader picture here as a condition. And then when we, as a city, work on the program, we would make sure, it would be incorporated in there.
Okay, so we do it as a condition after the public hearing's closed. Okay. And would you consider the commercial part of this maybe one of the reasons? I know it's hard to speak for what Aaron was thinking when he first, projected this, but would you consider this use, the commercial use, to be a neighborhood use? So, go ahead.
Yeah, so these are neighborhood serving businesses. they qualify under that. So I think that I know that that's what the applicant was looking for, is something that's going to not only serve the residents of the project, but draw the neighboring residents as well. So it's very neighborhood serving as far as the size of the businesses themselves and the type and the use.
Okay, well then, if we've exhausted it, I move to close the public hearing, or?
I want to make sure there's no one else wanting to give 3 minutes of time.
Get your questions to staff out.
Okay, no questions to staff. All right, there's a motion on the floor to close the public hearing. Is by Councilmember Emdy. Is there a second? Okay, Councilmember Horvath. All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Passes unanimously. All right. Councilmember Abaji, your hand is up.
Oh, no, it's not up.
It's not up? Okay. So are there any thoughts about this project that you guys are thinking about? Should I start off with, or you want to start off with, or anything?
I'll say on the positive side, just looking at the project, it is beautiful. It is consistent, scale wise with the surroundings. It is, it looks perfect from a drive-by perspective. I do feel for the people who live right there, though, who are going to have that, their views and stuff impeded, their light impeded. But I know that that's not necessarily protected basis. I am concerned about the coastal resources and the availability of parking there because, and I realize that's not an environmental impact, but the parking that's there is for the public, and it's not just for the Redondo public, but it's for the LA County public. And some of the people who come in from the inner city know that area as a parking place where they can park for free, not in our very expensive pier parking lot. That is also very expensive for the city to maintain. And now you're claiming, you're going to use that for your residents. I'm not really concerned about the parking impact from the commercial because, how long is somebody going to stay at a coffee shop? 3 hours, 6 hours? They're not going to stay there overnight. How long is somebody going to stay at the bar? Probably going to Uber in this day and age, hopefully. I am concerned about the massively augmented number of cars that will need to be parked there because of the 122 bedrooms there that will likely each house a driver at least, if not more than one driver and one car. The old city, and nobody's sang a different song since Nobody Walks in LA. The old song. It still stands true to this day. Nobody walks in LA. I do appreciate that this is an effort at creating a village right there, but the parking is wholly inadequate in my perspective. And you're essentially going to consume the public amenity that is public parking entirely for this development and deprive the entire public from it. So that is a main concern. That's where I feel like I'm between a rock and a hard place.
Yeah, I was thinking here that the parking wasn't that big of a deal because there is sufficient, or where it seemed like there was sufficient parking. But when I started walking down there and started talking to people, talking to the residents, and hearing now there's definitely going to be a 20% increase in residential density, 101 to 122, 121. There's the occupancy is going to be much higher than what we are expecting. And this is the last area of free parking in the coastal zone that's kind of, that has been managed to be free. And the problem with that is now if we do this, we're going to have to institute a parking management program. I don't even know if we can do that as per the LCP, and you have to get approved by the Coastal Commission first. So I thought, we can just mitigate the parking because, it's not that big of a deal, the commercial aspect. But what I'm seeing now, it's more just the commercial. It's a commercial and residential being put together that's impacting the coastal zone, particularly Zoolager Park and the harbor and the other areas. And from what the last speaker just talked about, was actually very pertinent regarding parking, how many people actually do park. What I saw wasn't just a one-off, happens consistently about people from across the street every once in a while parking. And I am concerned that this area is now going to have to require, after this project, a larger, broader parking management program. And if it was just contained to directly out front of the project itself, well, yeah, it's whatever. It's the project itself. As the applicant stated, the employees can park there, whatever. Let the neighborhood serving commercial do its job with the neighborhood. But actually, I don't think that's this project was built around the concept of residential medium density, RMD. And in this type of situation where we have this coming and going, one person holds the lease, more people coming in, the lease gets traded off, there's a flow of people. This is a commercial activity. And the dormitory was actually very pertinent to what I was seeing with exit and entry. I like the project as a whole. It's this modern coastal preserving the historic thing. When I talked to the residents were all talked about the historical aspect. But I'm definitely seeing now that the impact to the people that rent or lease there, this project doesn't seem to be fitting for what the intended use is going to be for the rent, for the leasing activity with the different people, and if it's coming and going. Like I said, where there was a 20% increase in residential density that was not, like you kind of pointed this out, 122 units. The EIR talked about 101 people, and we could easily say 122 people. We could easily double that and say at maximum we'll have 244 people living there, because if you have a bunk bed situation with two people or guests or whatever, I don't expect that to happen, but I do expect some of these rooms to have double occupancy just because of guests.
Or spouses, correct?
Or spouses, you can't discriminate. I don't know but the plan, with all due respect to the planning commission, I'm not sure what you guys were thinking about regarding limiting it to one person. What if it's a couple? We can't stop a couple from coming in. That's just, we shouldn't be able to do that anyways. This is only for single people? That doesn't make any sense. Boosting the occupancy load by 300 basis points, I think was really key, because we're having a continuous flow through of people here. And having that many people here, more people coming in and staying there consistently, it's going to be used. There's going to be more traffic. There's going to be impacts there. I like the historic district. I like the fact that old buildings, people are stoked on that. The design on that was, not the design, but the historical district people seen, when I was talking to the residents. So we have a project that is built for RMD, for townhomes, but is now being used as a use that we don't have, conditioned for or designed for. So I think that zoning for, and the use and zoning, it's both kind of the same thing. That's a problem. As well as the Coastal Act. This is not going to go to the Coastal Commission. I want to implore that. This is one and done here. So if we approve something with conditions, it's not going to the Coastal Commission. Councilmember Lowenstein, how do you feel about this? Is your district?
I'd like to hear from my colleagues. I concur with what you say and what Councilmember Rabaji says, concerns about parking, concerns about coastal, concerns about density. We're assuming that it's going to be 122 people. It could be more. It could very well be more. So
There's basically a floor of 122, and it's really only going up from there.
It's not going to be less than 122.
Right. Right. Councilmember Horvath or Councilmember Horvath? Yeah.
Yeah, I don't share the same concerns as you're expressing because I don't think we know. I think there's a lot of assumptions that are being made. And I'm not an urban planner. I'm not a developer. I don't do this for a living, but I think it's real easy for us to go down the fear-based rabbit hole when it comes to these types of decisions. I think if you want to put a couple conditions on it to the point of like what Councilwoman MD mentioned, that makes sense. But I think to some degree, we're overthinking a 30-unit project here. I mean, this is quarter of the size of Legato practically. So those are my thoughts.
I mean, to that point, quarter size Legato 30, it's 122 bedrooms and we're gonna have minimum.
I know, but to the point I made earlier, if he rented it out to a family of 5 versus 5 roommates, and it was a family of 5 with, adult children, it doesn't change the dynamic. That's what I'm saying. So, you could still potentially have 5 drivers or not. I just don't see it as being as big of an issue as I think we're making it out to be. And listen, I'm not saying, we make decisions here all the time where we don't exactly get it right. That's the beauty of this process. And there may be a need for a condition to reevaluate what are the impacts afterwards, because I assume that this is going to take a couple of years, 2 or 3 years to construct. We don't know what the conditions will be like at that point in time. So I would try to figure out if you're going to put any conditions on it, what do you do to either think about the potential unintended consequences or to allow enough room to see what actually transpires and happens within the business plan and the leasing plan. And then, are there adjustments that need to be made at that point in time?
So I think the problem with making adjustments, once it's built, you can't make adjustments to the project.
No, but I'm talking about like your fears about parking and
Right.
what needs to happen, right? You could plan, you keep talking about like, oh, are we going to need to put permitted parking down there I don't think we know yet. We'll have to see. When I go down and to that area, there's always seems to be ample parking, especially on the west side of Catalina. I've never had a problem finding parking around there at a variety of times a day. So I don't know.
Yeah, I hear exactly what you're saying. And I would say the reason why there's ample parking is because the parking has been managed, right? To have enough sufficient parking for the development that's down there. You go to the Esplanade, there's clearly nowhere the Riviera Village or other places, it's not enough parking. But
But you get a lot, the Esplanade, to your point, gets a lot of people coming down to want to just get beach access.
Right.
Right? You don't get a lot of people going to Catalina to get beach access, right? They can go down to the points that were made earlier. They can go down and park at the pier or, any of the parking structures, the marina lot, down by Veterans Park, people who are truly getting coastal access, right? The primary people that are parking in that area are, it's resident serving.
Right. So to that point, they could go down and build parking underneath or lower and have more parking underneath, but they chose not to. And creating an ample parking supply, like I showed one of the neighbors, they went down, they built parking underneath, and now there's ample parking in the neighborhood. Our streets have intrinsic value to them with parking, and our streets have, we manage our streets. We just leased a lease revenue bond with our streets for $200-something million. So if we were to go down a path of installing meters, and we install meters or a parking permit program because of this project 2 or 3 years down the line, and the Coastal Commission says no, hey, why did you approve a project for 120 something units, or excuse me, 30 units, 30 units that impact your parking with the commercial? I think it's going to be an issue to the residents that are down there. Any thoughts on the health and safety aspect of the co-living?
Yeah, I was just actually writing on that. I feel like our city has not yet studied or developed its own regulations to protect health, safety, and welfare in this type of, high density per unit dwelling. And it just presents unknown and potential risk to life, and we're going to turn it over to the developer to say, hey, design it in a way that's going to be good for our fire department and police officers.
We don't, and in this plan, right, and to that point, actually, we don't have a plan for our fire and police for when they go there. It's not, because we don't have the regulation to be able to say, hey, listen, you're going to be doing X, Y, and Z as part of this.
Or they're going to have a key for you at this spot.
Right.
Pick up on your way in.
Who's the person for this particular townhouse?
Yeah.
It was a particular townhouse, it'd be a different situation. But since the townhouse is not a townhouse, it's now a 4-unit or 5-unit or 3-unit townhouse. It's a different use, and a different use has a different impact, and different impacts include a whole host of other impacts to the community. Let's see here. What about, I respectfully to Mr. Schoenfeld, the Coastal Act is the highest act. Voter-led initiatives are the highest act. There's one thing I learned from our city attorney in closed session, open session, is voter-led initiatives are the highest form of government. And the reason why is because the only way you can change a voter-led initiative is with another voter-led initiative. The Coastal Act is the highest use, the highest point of authority. You can try to harmonize all you want, but at the end of the day, you're harmonizing and to the point because you're breaking something else and you're trying to get in agreement with the Coastal Act. I think we should be very careful with the parking issue when it comes to Zulugra Park. Measure C was specifically written for because of the waterfront project and the views that were being impacted. So if we're impacting now the parking, that would be an issue as well. And that is a protected resource, as you said earlier. So the city staff did not design this project for co-living. It was designed as residential medium density. There's no way for us to get around that at this point in time because the use is different. We don't have a San Jose created a whole ordinance for this type of living, including what I specifically asked about regarding locks and regarding ingress and egress, kitchen shared kitchen areas. I mean, you have now 5 people. They're all going to have their own food on their own washing machines, and it's a larger impact. And if it's 5, it could be 5. Best case 5, it could be 10. How do we deal with that aspect? Anyone have a condition on that?
I'm sorry, everybody's going to have their own washing machine?
Well, it's going to be 5 different loads or 10 different loads of wash happening. And my point is this:
people live with roommates all the time.
My point is this: in the San Jose ordinance that was written, they are very specific regarding kitchen and communal uses to make sure that it's well regulated so that the impacts to health and safety for those residents are negative, that they're positive. So those types of impacts are regulated, and not just regulated, but those policies are for city staff to look at. That's why that's there. Councilmember, you haven't said much over there?
I hear all your concerns, and they're valid concerns. I just don't see how you're trying to control this particular, how your concerns are applying to this project when the person in the big yellow house just admitted that she's also sharing the house and doing, everybody's got their own room. It's the exact same thing that he wants to propose. So I don't know, this is happening all the time, regardless of of government intervention on it. I don't see where you have determined any of the things that the staff has said that was two reasons why you can deny this project. Parking is a concern, more people is a concern, more housing is a concern, and we've had laws that have been put upon us that doesn't allow us to do certain maneuvers. I just don't see where we have proven that there are grounds in which we can deny this project, or rather, not deny the project, to uphold the appeal.
So how do you regulate the project then in a way that manner it's consistent with the issues that have been identified?
Well, I don't agree with a lot of the concerns with the fire. That'll all come in when you actually do the plan checks. As far as being able to get into someone's home, to get into someone's room, I'm sure that they are more than capable to break down doors. There's a property management on site that can help with access to anything. I think that the different uses of the commercials they're complementary. And so I think some of the parking concerns will be mitigated by the fact that they have different uses. I definitely wouldn't mandate that they have to go down underneath to do more parking. There is lots of parking in that area. I have no problem with the idea that what you're saying is to put in metered parking, then maybe if that is a concern, but why don't we wait until that happens, till there's a problem, then we can put in the metered parking instead of doing it ahead of time. Is there a way to make sure that well, I think we already have that rule in place, that cars should be parked in the garage, correct? We already have that rule in place, and that also gets ignored.
That can't be enforced.
It can't be enforced, exactly. So any mitigations you put in there, I'm not sure where we're going to enforce, because we have the same problems everywhere. It's not just this project.
But we don't start off with, I don't start off with the automatic assumption that we won't be able to enforce something or do something. If we can't do something, then we don't go down that path, in my opinion, and I say that all the time. I mean, I'm not going to, I'm definitely not seeing any, do you guys have any solutions for the parking issues? Because I'm not seeing any solutions with the parking issues right now. I'll tell you right now, I'll make the statement right now, flat out.
Before you do that, is parking even considered a significant direct or unavoidable adverse impact on public and safety? And that's really, I don't think parking is considered that, correct?
The Public Resources Code designates parking a public amenity. So that is something that we are forced to protect.
Can we get clarification from staff? Because I'm seeing lots of faces on that.
Do we get clarification during a public hearing, or when the public hearing?
Yeah. Okay, all right. Well, no, I do not believe that parking is considered a significant, direct, and unavoidable adverse impact on public and safety. So then I don't believe that. And so I don't think we have any grounds to be able to uphold this appeal.
I would say that the Coastal Act, like I said earlier, is the highest form of law. And this is purely, in every sense of the word, violates the Coastal Act. And harmonizing something, making sure you're working together. But it doesn't mean that one can violate the other thing. And I thought, when I heard the statement that we have an expectation just to park the employees on the street. Well, now there's an expectation that all these people are going to be parking. And I'll just make a statement right now, just flat out. This parking study that was submitted to the planning commission they requested, it's exactly as the two residents said. It's completely it's wrong. It's just flat out wrong. It's got the wrong street address. The numbers are wrong. They didn't differentiate between paid parking versus free parking versus permit parking versus hours of parking. It's like, say, oh, you could just, these times they a certain amount of time parking is available, but it didn't state and specify parking meters. That's a huge deal. And now if we go down the path of doing parking meters and all the other aspects, we now have to get approval from the Coastal Commission. And I asked that question, what if they say no? Then we have a project that we can't get meters or parking permits in. So I'm not seeing an answer to the parking issue on the Coastal Act. I don't think to me, that's not, it is extremely important for someone who uses the coast all the time. I work on the coast. That's my job. One of my jobs. And I want someone from Barstow, California to be able to show up to Redondo Beach and be able to park and enjoy the coastline. And they should be able to do it for free. And forcing them to pay or doing a pay station is lack. I work in Hermosa Beach. Just worked the other day in Hermosa Beach, and there is no parking for visitors to come down there and park. On busy weekends, the amount of people on the beach is the same as on a normal weekend because there's no place for the outside residents from somebody from Barstow to park. And that's my gold standard, is somebody outside this community to be able to park in the coastal zone and access the coastal resources, whatever it may be, beach, pier, boat, whatever it may be. So we need to find a solution to this parking thing. We can't condition the amount of inhabitants. So that's an issue. And then of course there's so that goes right to so I can't believe this parking study here, that's done. So if I can't believe the parking study, and that's the basis of where we're trying to park, that's a major flaw, major issue in and of itself. It's not part of the EIR, but it's definitely impacts the coastal zone. And if we have, like it was testimonied here, a 20% increase in residential density, I would assume that's a 20% increase in parking as well. So we're now going from whatever the net negative is to adding another 20% at minimum.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes, sir.
All right. If I add to it on the VMTs, and by the way, Councilmember MD, the finding that needs to be made is that the concession would have specific adverse impact upon public health and safety or the physical environment. And here I think we're talking about the physical environment with more specific adverse impacts than kind of the generalized ones we determined as to health and safety. As to the VMTs, I think Fairs and Piers tacitly acknowledged the deficiencies in their study in that there are no standards for determining the transportation impacts and VMT impacts from this type of development. And so their analysis takes into consideration, a single family, multifamily dwelling, and doesn't take into consideration the 5 adult roommate pairing that they have set up here, a minimum in these units. So I find the EIR, inadequate or flawed in that respect, and it's already identifying a substantial adverse environmental or ecological impact that cannot be mitigated, and yet it's still understating the impact on the block in the community here.
I want to clarify something.
Actually, hold on, let me add on the transportation subject. The fact that they have that they didn't bring forward an extensive bicycle parking plan, alternative transportation to management plan, incentives for their residents to use Uber, Lyft, and that support this urban living option. The fact that they don't have unencumbered residential parking, and on top of the adequate a lack of adequate parking, all combine to really damage the physical environment and availability of resources around the development. So those are my findings on that subject.
To that point, Councilmember Rabaji, you actually just brought up a good point I didn't think about was the VMT, there's a 20% increase in residential. So we're going from 101 people, 122 people. And so while it's done off of units, we also have an increase of people there as well. So when we're boosting the occupancy we have our higher occupant load that's going to actually impact the traffic, the parking. Yes, parking is part of the EIR. What I'm referring to is the study that the Planning Commission gave. And if that's a reliance upon where the amount of parking could come from, that is actually I can't rely on that. Just walking around that neighborhood, I can tell multiple times that this was unreliable. So the EIR, I think, is deficient, not just the parking, but it's the residential, the traffic as well. And I'm still not hearing from anyone about how to solve the fire, paramedic, ingress, egress, the ability to access. There's no plan as part of the EIR or staff giving regarding, lock boxes or individual for each individual building. And if each individual, I'd be really afraid of, we even had the person testimony coming down talking about making sure on the lease said there's regarding locks on the outside of the doors. And what I actually thought was interesting is the proponent didn't even talk about ensuring that there was these leases had, the privacy concerns with locks and so on and so forth. So there's no ability. There was a lot of confusion on the lease itself, whether it's a lease with one person, every sub-person has a lease. That's not part of the EIR, but it is going to be going directly to the health and safety of the occupants that are there. I could only imagine if there is an issue and somebody locks a door from the outside and there's no egress to going outward, those doors, you got to have complete access to the building, and it has to be maintained as a commercial environment.
We've approved 3 projects in the past 8 years here, all multifamily. Legato, One South, and the one up on Fisk and 190th.
And the Galleria.
Well, okay, and the Galleria. And we've never had this conversation, and those are far bigger units in most of those situations. Some of them, sharing hallways and whatnot.
How many of them are in the coastal zone though?
Well, that's actually, no, we'll get to that in a second. I think it's bringing up a good point.
It's not, but the coastal zone is not, that's not the health and safety aspect, right? That's a different argument that you want to make, but from the health and safety perspective, we trust that as a part of the process, as a part of plan check, that everything is going to be up to code and up to the discretionary judgment of our fire inspectors for meeting code and for access, ingress, egress, the whole 9 yards. So I feel like we're barking up the wrong tree with that one, because I believe that will be taken care of because safety is paramount. You have concerns about parking. I think, like Laura said, that's a viable concern. I think we're overthinking it personally, but the health and safety aspect, I think, is pointless to go down the rabbit hole on that one. We see where this goes, but I'm going to make a motion to adopt by title only resolution number CC 2301-013, a resolution of the City Council, the City of Redondo Beach, California, denying the appeal and upholding the Planning Commission decision, certifying a final environmental impact report, adopting environmental findings, a statement of overriding considerations, and a mitigation monitoring and reporting program, and approving a coastal development permit, conditional use permit, density bonus, historic variance, Planning Commission design review and investing tentative map number 82561 for the construction of a 30-unit residential project and adaptive reuse, of existing buildings for non-residential uses on a site within a low-density, multiple-family residential R3A zone in the coastal zone located at 100 to 132 North Catalina Avenue.
I'll second that. Can you add that we ask the authority to add working in the Redondo Beach for the,
As a condition.
as a condition for the affordable housing unit? Then I'll second that.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Okay.
Here's an option for the parking thing. One of the things that I was always told that the reason why we don't have such an issue, even though there with parking on Catalina, is that it's shared parking. There's no garages, so people can't fill it up with junk. And so I don't know, maybe not have garage doors on there so that everybody has a shared parking. I mean, it won't look as nice, but there's just an option. That way there's no way they can just fill it up with junk and not use it.
Carport type.
Carport, right.
They also have the perpendicular park.
Okay. I'm not seeing that. We've got to be able to severely curtail this project. I don't think we can curtail this project. I don't see any evidence of any carpool, van pool, share programs, bike programs, car share programs, unbundled parking, or other incentive-based measures that encourage residents to use alternative modes of transportation rather than personal vehicles. That's going to talk right to the EIR and the VMT or level of service and the parking standards.
But I think it's been proven that there's the residential parking is not the problem. It was the commercial parking, and he's got the electric bike charging stations, and there's tons of bike parking. And if it's anywhere like it was with Catalina Coffee, that is there's a lot of bicyclists that use that.
There's a problem that is a 20% increase in residential. Yes, sir. Councilmember Rabaji.
I actually want to make one more finding under the other finding. The waiver and concessions are contrary to state or federal law. At the very least, it's ambiguous as to which should control. Harmonize, the term harmonize is not particularly helpful here, but it seems to me like the resident complained that her little slice of heaven was going to be blocked off by the height of this development from her second floor balcony. And Public Resources Code Section 30251 specifically states the scenic and visual qualities of coastal areas shall be considered and protected as a resource of public importance. Permitted development shall be sited and designed to protect views to and along the ocean and scenic coastal areas to minimize the alteration of natural landforms. So in an attempt to reach and meet the goals of the housing law, I believe this project is violating, and the concessions are violating the Public Resources Code, Section 30251 in this regard, especially as it concerns the light to the adjacent sunlight and views to the adjacent units. So I want to make that finding as to that Public Resources Code section. And I'll make a motion to adopt by title only resolution number CC 2301-014, a resolution of the City Council titled City of Redondo Beach granting the appeal and overturning the Planning Commission decision. And I do that regretfully because
grant the appeal and deny the project.
Right.
Yeah. So
I do that regretfully because if this just had, for example, if it had some slight changes that we can't make it the project we want it to be, we got to accept it as it is or reject it as it is. This is, I feel like, my obligation here.
Yeah, I'll second that, and I've got a lot to add to that. I mean, I think the EIR is deficient. Based on the VMT, we have an increase in residential that was not, I have a whole list of it as you were talking about here, but the EIR is the VMT is deficient. We have an increase, 20% increase in residential. Nothing is being done to mitigate traffic impacts such as carpool, van pool, share programs, bike share programs, car share programs, unbundled parking, or other incentive-based measures that encourage residents to use alternative modes of transportation rather than personal vehicles, which impacts the level of service, EMT, and parking. health and safety impacts. We have no current standards or policies in place to deal with the health, safety, and welfare of the occupants for emergency services such as paramedic and fire services. It's being, we don't have any codes to properly define what type of use this is going to be. Let's see here. And I think we got to make some more findings here on the health and safety issue. Call for the vote. There you go.
Okay, so I think the best course for the substitute motion is to look at that draft resolution that staff included with their administrative report, and they left blanks as to the findings that council would have to make if they did grant the appeal and overturn the planning commission decision. So you would have to specify which, findings you would want to insert at the, blank spaces that staff left for you. I think that would be more beneficial than you listing off just the objections. That will help solidify the resolution.
Cheryl, so we have in there all of the possible findings you might be able to.
What page is it in the?
75, 76.
We have all the potential findings you might be able to make, because we had no idea where council was going to go and what things you would find. So I think the critical ones are 14 and 15. Those are the ones that we've discussed that are kind of the requirements of government code. And then anything that you're like, well, those findings aren't necessary because you're just really going to provide the ones that are. We can go to, I think the environmental ones are like the first 8. So, those could be replaced with whatever you're looking at for environmental.
Yeah, so if you look at the resolution, page 6, section 12 is the vesting tenant track map findings that would have to be made. Page 7, VMT, the non-residential findings. Page 9, section 14, that's the density bonus findings. Page 9, section 15 is the Housing Accountability Act findings. Page 10, section 16 is the CUP for a density bonus.
So wherever there are blanks, we need to.
There are a lot of blanks there. Page 13, section 17 is the Planning Commission design review. Page 15 is the historic variance for parking. Page 16, section 19 is the coastal development permit, and specifically there's a reference to CEQA. And page 17, section 3, certification of the EIR. There are findings that you can plug in there that, you don't believe that the EIR is sufficient. So those are the places where you would insert the appropriate findings.
Okay.
And did you want to say something?
I agree with what you just did. Thank you, Cheryl.
I was just giving you the reference pages and the sections so you can look at those and the findings that you feel are sufficient to deny those entitlements or those approvals. We can take a break and you can, fill them in and then let us know.
I don't want to do that behind the scenes. I want to do it here so everyone sees.
That's fine too. You could tell us.
We can't meet back there somewhere in the conference room.
You can give us direction and then we would insert it into the
So let's take these one
document.
by one.
Okay, perfect.
What was the last thing she said? Take direction? Give you direction?
You can give us direction and tell us, okay, these are the specific findings that we make for instance, section 17 on planning commission design review. And then we can after we get all the direction from council, then we can take a short break so that we can insert it into the resolution, and then you would have it.
Okay. So as to section 12, do you need, we haven't really discussed the vesting tentative map. So if we don't have a finding there, should we just find that it's consistent?
I mean,
that's not lethal to the appeal, is it, if we find that it's consistent?
I deferred it to the attorneys on if you would need all of the, because if you're making the findings of what you're going to deny, you don't necessarily have to deny the vesting tentative tract map if you're denying other portions of the project.
Right.
So it's really, we left everything in because if it was just the vesting tentative tract map that you were finding an issue with, you could have those findings. But if that's not a finding, that could be deleted.
Okay, so we'll go to number, let's see here, 12A, B, minor subdivision, C, specified subsections, D, proposed minor subdivision.
Okay, so 14B, I think, is 14B, C is where our findings are. So the
Hold on, you
concessions.
skipped over 13, though. Let's go over these one by one. I don't want to skip over something. 13 is, section 13 is about section 10.1.711 municipal code, non-residential vesting tract maps. Is entire section 13 regarding the tract map? Is that safe to assume?
Both sections 12 and 13. And again, if you're not looking to deny that, you can just use the same
Leave that blank. I just want to make sure that 13 is about the vesting tentative tract map. Got it. That's my question.
Yep.
Okay.
14 is where our findings, so far we've articulated them. So, do you have pen and paper? All right. And I have these in writing for that matter. Actually, I just wrote them down while we're discussing. So, first, the complete and utter, so this is under subsection B. I'm not making any findings under subsection A. So that's not, it's under
section,
B.
section B.
It's under B and C. So under B, the complete lack of alternative transportation provided or adequate parking, which is a public amenity under the Public Resources Code, the lack of extensive bicycle parking and alternative transportation demand management incentives that support this urban living option, the lack of unencumbered residential parking, the lack of 23 commercial parking spots, plus an approximately unknown number of 40 to 115 additional residential parking spots generated from the residents, the individuals renting 122 bedrooms in this co-residence, co-living development. It shorts, it results with that number, the aggregate number of 23 plus whatever the unknown number from residential being put out, those parking spots being put out onto the street and taking up public parking spots, which is a public resource under the Public Resources Code in this coastal zone. And it irreversibly commits the coastal zone's resources to this project.
Having no standards or policies in place to deal with health, safety, welfare of co-living.
Right, including as far as it concerns public safety responses and egress.
Ingress and egress.
Mainly egress options for safe alternative egress options in the case of an emergency is a public safety concern.
Yep.
As far as the physical environment, the project's understated significant and unavoidable VMT impact imposes adverse effect on the environment that's not adequately captured in the EIR.
And we're not approving the statement of overriding consideration.
Right, denying the statement of overriding consideration.
That the fact that there's a 20% in increased residential impacts the calculations for both parking and traffic.
That the project is within 0.1 mile or 500 feet from Zuliger Park, which is identified as a protected resource in the local coastal program, for which we must also protect the public resource of parking and access for the general public. And I find that the concession permitting the height under subsection C, the concession permitting the height and the density that would end up blocking views from the adjacent residences and sunlight to the adjacent residences would be contrary to State Public Resources Code 30251, which protects the scenic and visual qualities of coastal areas as a resource of public importance.
That the parking study that was submitted to the Planning Commission was deficient and invalid.
On what basis?
It didn't properly study the parking, the available parking. It included parking that was temporary, short-term, and metered parking. And I didn't see that the numbers lined up with what I saw as when I was walking or did my counts.
Yeah, on that subject, I counted 2 green zone spots, which are temporary parking spots on the southeast side of Catalina Avenue, 2 green zone spots on the south side of Diamond Street at Catalina, 2 commercial loading and 1 green zone short-term parking space on the northeast side of Diamond at Broadway, all of which deplete the available parking for the residential excesses, because people are not going to be able to park in the green zone for residential. And presumably those areas are painted green already because the existing businesses there in the area are using those for their customers for temporary parking.
Did you cover the parking aspect deficiency with regard to the coastal zone, impacting the coastal zone for physical environment already? So,
I mean, I think that, well, that should have been clear.
Specific to the Coastal
That's
Act.
under the post, yeah, that's under the,
I really want to have a finding in here that says the coastal zone impact for parking, the parking in the coastal zone would be severely negatively impacted.
So this project violates, the concessions to this project violate Public Resources Code 30252. This is under subsection C, because it fails to provide adequate parking facilities or provide a substitute means of serving the development with public transportation. And there are many other Public Resources codes sections, including 30212.5, which make parking areas public facilities and protect them, which this project, the approval of this project would not do.
That there was no to the internal living area, so there's no privacy, noise, or other security means for the co-living inhabitants inside the living areas. I think that's very important to include as a health and safety issue. let's see here. Intersection. Okay. We can come back to this. Oh, that the fire chief, we had specific testimony regarding, fire. I mean, do we need to make specifics to what the, testimony of fire chief and in terms of like access and accessibility, ingress and egress for paramedic services? And occupancy load. I think occupancy load was the big one that I identified early on, impacting health and safety.
Are you making findings under paragraph 15 now?
No, B, still adverse. That's public. Well, it's public health and safety. It is public health and safety. Under C, the concessions would be contrary to the State Coastal Act of 1976.
I discussed those. So we need to make findings under 15 as well.
Yeah. Do we want to talk about C more? Are there any other state or federal laws that we need to include? I mean, to me, the only one that we really need to look at for this, for contrary to state and federal law, is the Coastal Act. That's the highest level. Is there anything that you want to include for any other state or federal law? I think maybe if we include some of the health and safety code provisions, do we need to do that? Ms. Park, which in that for the state?
For subsection C,
Yeah.
I would add all the findings that
Okay.
you've
So we've
deemed appropriate.
that the concessions would be contrary to state law with regards to health and safety living and of residential, again, for egress, public safety access, for health and safety on kitchen and bathroom facilities for the inhabitants. Let's see here. We can come back to that. We want to go to number 15.
Yeah.
In accordance with the Government Code
so-
Section, Housing Act, County Ability Act, of Housing Request Construction 30 unit. Based on objective, identifiable written public health and safety or safety standards, policies, or conditions as they existed on the date of the application where it was deemed complete on December 2nd, 2021.
Lack of policies regulating the safe proliferation of cohabitation. Developments.
And
lack.
Can we repeat some of the concessions that in findings we have in 14? Okay,
Yes,
so
we
let's.
B, yeah.
If they're appropriate, you can put them in 15.
Okay, so let's do that. Let's repeat the same health and safety impact that we have in 14 in 15.
14B to 15.
14B, yeah, specifically for, paramedic and fire services, personal safety, privacy issues.
Airborne disease, including COVID spread. Lack of protections for that in these environments.
And when the architect came down, there was nothing is designed for a co-living environment. It's all designed for a multifamily townhouse style. So the specific impacts are for co-living when you have 5 different members of the public.
5 or more.
5 or more, good point. 5 or more members living in this particular area. Disease, health, safety, sanitary conditions. There was no sanitary conditions being talked about in any of this for bathrooms and so on and so forth.
No air cleansing or filtration systems proposed to be used for these folks who may go to different workplaces and then return to the same common areas.
Okay. You know what actually I can look at is actually, we don't have any, actually, I have something here. Home sharing. We have no home sharing residences or home sharing ordinance in place, specifically as LA City has regarding transit occupancy, short-term rental or rental units, and any prohibitions in place, such as overnight guests and host requirements. And when it comes to, let's see, San Jose, they had very specific ones here. Co-living, so 0.25. Standard, that's the uses. Bedrooms are considered for sleeping. Let's see, excluding, no special permit for excluding the closet area. Blah, blah, blah. Bedroom must be at least 100 square feet. No. 6 clusters, they better make it. Full kitchen facilities are not properly defined. Individual bedrooms having separate external entryways or exitways, some sort of escape. When it comes to the units themselves, there's no protection for the occupants when it comes to the doors, the type of doors. And let's see here. I think that's, let's see, co-living shared. They all have the same kitchen facilities. I think this is important. They all have the same kitchen facilities regardless of the amount of bedrooms and kitchen-like facilities. There's no difference among any of these units, whether it's a 3, 4, or 5 bedroom, which means you can have anywhere 6 and 10 people on a particular kitchen, which goes directly to health and sanitary issues. Okay. Let's see here. 16, municipal clovers is not met. Highlight that under 16 as the follow. The site proposed shall be conforming to the general plan and coastal land use plan, local coastal plan, and shall be adequate in size and shape and accommodate such using all setback spaces, walls, fences, parking, landscaping, and other features required by this chapter, such used with the land uses in the neighborhood. So regarding the coastal land use plan, this project violates our local local coastal plan in significant manners with parking, access to the coastline, Zuluger Park, the harbor, does not have required parking requirements and loading requirements. It's another good point there. Loading requirements and parking requirements. So that since the parking study is deemed deficient, we don't have any extra, all the loading areas will be taken. So people that are going to the park, significant impact to the Zuluger Park area. Let's see here, general plan session. Violates our general plan. This type of use violates our general plan because there's nothing enumerated regarding co-living standards. And we have no parking management plan in place for this particular area, which would allow us to do parking meters. So we can't approve this project without impacts or without identifiable parking programs to the coastal zone, such as parking permits, hours, and meters to the surrounding neighborhood. I wouldn't say is not adequate land use in the neighborhood. So, and then neighborhood character for the coastal zone will be severely impacted for visitor serving services to the park and the harbor.
This is number 16.
Yeah. Why it violates
this is the uses irrespective of the parking, right?
All the different uses. All setbacks, walls, fences, parking, land, landscape, other features required by this chapter, such as land use. Land uses in the neighborhood.
I wasn't looking at A. Okay, got it.
I haven't gotten the B yet. Site of proposed, you shall have adequate access to public street, or it does not, is not meeting adequate access to public street or highway, adequate with width and pavement to carry quantity of kind of traffic generated proposed use.
The project is generating excess VMTs.
Since we're not approving the mitigated negative declaration.
It's not a mitigated negative declaration.
Not mitigated, sorry.
Statement of override.
Statement of override consideration, sorry.
So the project is not supported by overriding considerations?
Yep, there you go, perfect.
So just to clarify, they're going to go through this whole list, then we're going to take a break.
No, Mr. Kettles is actually typing it up as the conditions are being verbalized.
Nice. Thank you, Mr. Kettles.
Adequate access to public street does not have adequate access to public street, uses highway and adequate use of pavement to carry the quantity of traffic generated by the proposed use. Proposed use in, I don't know if I mentioned the parking aspect, but the is not sufficient. The parking is not sufficient in this, but for this particular project, both commercial and residential.
What are you under C now?
B.
B, okay.
Any other adequate access to public street, highway, and adequate width, pavement carrying quantity, traffic generated by the proposed use. I mean, we're not approving the statement of overriding consideration, and it's also, I want to actually also include here.
The VMTs are understated. Based using a residential dwelling model, which doesn't adequately incorporate the environmental impacts of co-residency or co-living establishments.
Right. It's a good point. Proposed use shall have no adverse, or does, is not met, so shall have no adverse effect on a budding property or the permitted use thereof. This proposed project would significantly impact its surrounding neighbors.
By consuming their available parking.
Parking, violation of the local coastal plan for views, parking, access. Again, have a 20%, have an significant increase to residential density and occupancy that would impact the neighborhood and the abutting properties. Anything else on abutting properties? Abutting properties, does that include the definition for the public?
It could also impact abutting properties with noise and people going in and out because it's such a high density, high compaction development.
Right. Abutting properties, that only means private property, not the public property such as Zoological Park? Immediately adjacent, okay. Okay, we want to go to D. The conditions stated in the resolution or design consideration integrated in the project shall be deemed necessary.
Do we need to fill this out or find here since these are conditions? No, we don't.
If that one isn't, that's not going to apply because you're not going to add
right.
conditions, you don't have to address, it's
Okay,
really just
alright.
addressing those that
Okay.
you are making findings for. Again, if vesting
Yeah.
tentative track map isn't important for you to make findings on,
So
make the findings on what
condominiums,
you need to.
airspace subdivision, all this we don't need to deal with. E, F, G. Since we're denying the project hours of operation, we don't need to deal with that. I proposed tasting room will not create blighting influence. We're not approving that whole commercial project. Outdoor dining shall be managed, operated, maintained as an integral part adjacent food service establishment. Let's see here. These buildings and the outdoor dining area will be buffered by both sides of existing lodge. Furthermore, the hours of operation will be limited to prevent noise from becoming a nuisance. I think do we have any findings on that?
I think, is 19 the next one we got to do?
17.
17.
Hold on. In accordance to section of Redondo Beach Municipal Code, the request for planning commission design review is not consistent with the criteria set forth. 17, page 87, is not, I want to make sure we check, is not consistent with the
Yeah, is not consistent.
criteria set forth therein. The buildings are incompatible with the surrounding neighborhood, out of character to the neighborhood with regarding to height, impacting the coastal zone. The neighborhood and shall strive to be in harmony with the scale and bulk of surrounding property. The property itself is too dense.
Hold on, to identify what section are you speaking of?
D, page 88.
Okay.
17.
17D, yes.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Overall design shall be integrated, compatible with neighborhood.
The proposed buildings and uses are too dense for the surrounding
It's
neighborhood.
just talking about the buildings. So the buildings I think they're fine. I mean, not totally, but besides their height adjacent to existing residential developments, or they're scaling right next adjacent to existing residential developments, are not in harmony with the scale and bulk of surrounding properties, insofar as they block access to light at those existing residences. I think the facades are fine.
Yeah, facades are fine, box, yeah. All right, so that page 891. Conditions stated in here, additional design considerations integrated into the project shall be deemed necessary to protect the, so H, I don't want to go through and restate absolutely everything. Can we just simply see prior findings in other sections?
Absolutely.
Okay.
A lot of these are repetitive, so just use the same finding.
Okay.
Are you talking about 18A?
No, that was 17H.
H, the last one, right above
Oh,
H.
H, okay.
All right.
Let's see here.
We're not granting are we granting the historic variance or not?
That's not on tonight's agenda. It's only the project. The historic variance was not appealed.
Correction, it was part of the appeal. The landmark district is not.
Oh, that's
the
what it
agenda.
was. Okay, landmark district, got
The
it.
variance is.
Sorry, I got it backwards. The variance is on here, right?
Yeah.
The district is not.
Yeah.
Correct.
And that's section 18.
Right. Historic variance. Historic variance for parking necessary for, how does this affect the landmark district now? It doesn't?
Can't have a
Okay.
conversation.
Historic variance for
This is
parking.
just strictly in terms of the rejection of the
Do we need to
request
make
for
any,
the parking.
do we need to make findings under 18?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. For parking necessary adaptive reuse of the buildings located in, as proposed, creates an intensification of use, and the amount of parking that's required severely impacts the surrounding neighborhood. That are local coastal.
And the amount of parking required combined with
The residential.
the intensified residential use creates a problem
Right.
for the neighborhood.
Yep. And then the, what did I just say? Oh, the parking, there's not, post tasting or outdoor area creates intensification of use. The variance, historical variance for parking does not create or does not have supporting documentation for proper use, proper amount of parking in our local coastal plan, which then therefore would need a amendment to our local coastal plan or ordinances, which would then have to be verified by the coastal commission before this project moves forward. I think that's a very important part here that we have, that the coastal plan, or the coastal commission would need to verify or approve the amendments to our coastal plan or coastal parking before this project moves forward. Anything else on the historic variance for the parking?
You're looking at A at the moment? Is that
Yeah,
correct?
A. I'm about to go to B now. Historic variance will not prevent the use from being able to adequately function on the site. Historic variance will prevent being able to use on the site. So, let's see here. The proposed historic variance for parking allows the site to be adaptively used for a variety of non-residential uses. The proposed tasting room.
Mayor Pro Tem, could you read to yourself? Because it's becoming very difficult to try to.
I can do that, but then the public doesn't know what's going on.
Well,
that's the only reason.
But if you want contributions, I got to be able to think.
Okay, sorry. So section B, comply. I can put this up on the screen, actually. Can we share my screen?
Which,
1A, please.
okay.
I don't understand what's being said here at B. The historic variance will not prevent the use from being able to adequately function on the site. And then it says the proposed historic variance for parking allows the site to be adaptively reused for a variety of non-residential uses. Why is there a blank after all that statement? Like, what are you expecting to be put there?
The way that the finding is typically written, it enables the use, the adaptive reuse of the building. And so you would be making a finding which would be the opposite, which is that the historic variance, like not granting it, does not prevent the adaptive reuse of the building. So that it's not necessary, that the parking variance is not necessary to allow the continued use of the site.
Okay. I just realized the parking stuff. Did we?
Not granting adaptive reuse.
Going down.
Well, not granting adaptive reuse to the building will not prevent adaptive reuse. Not granting the variance will not prevent adaptive reuse because in the circumstance where the adaptive reuse is combined with commercial is what's causing the parking issue, right? So if it came forward without the commercial, we'd have to approve that. So, right?
Yes. Yes. So if those, I guess if those buildings were used for other purposes that didn't require more parking, the variance wouldn't be necessary.
Right.
Right. Okay.
So that's our finding there.
Are you on D now?
C.
C? A lot in add.
And determines that the parking study is deficient.
Yeah. Parking study and the EIR parking was deficient.
For the reasons already stated.
For the reasons already stated in prior subsections.
That's fine.
Okay.
Including failing to identify the demands of parking demands caused by the churches in the area. And imposed by street cleaning. As well as limitations on parking placed by all of the temporary green and commercial loading zones in the vicinity. Do we need to do anything on D?
Yeah.
Yeah, I was just going to mention that you need to make a finding for D as well. And I think you can just reiterate the same findings that you had for the other sections, that you believe that the project is contrary to the coastal land use plan, the Coastal Act.
Coastal Act and, right, okay.
Coastal Act and the local coastal program.
And then you can say the same thing for section 19 for A.
Is not consistent with the criteria set forth. Make sure
Right.
that's checked. Is not.
Correct.
The proposed development is in conformity with the certified local coastal program, which is not. And see the prior sections for why it is not in conformity with our certified local coastal program. I mean, it's clearly not. We have to amend it. I think that's, part of the other findings. We have to amend this, our local coastal, certified local coastal program. Local use plan, okay, so B.
You can skip that. You can go down to section 3 under the CEQA findings.
Okay.
Wait, there's one under.
Second.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
Greg
We're
can
trying to catch up
Moving
here.
along, but
The more words that come out at one time, the harder it is to.
so go back to 19A, please, and
Yep. The proposed development is in conformity, is not, first of all, checked.
You want us to restate all the reasons why we thought it was inconsistent with the Coastal Act?
No, he just was
No.
on the
You
other
just catching
item.
up, okay, got it, okay.
19A, whatever you said about 19A, please.
So it's not in conformity to local, certified local coastal program because we have to amend our certified local coastal program parking. And the other sections that we mentioned, other subsections, I want to specifically identify that we have to amend our local coastal plan for this particular project with regards to parking.
It impairs scenic and visual qualities of the coastal area in violation of Public Resources Code 30251, among other ways, by impairing views of the coast from even the streets. It consumes for itself public facilities, including parking areas, in violation of Public Resource Code 30212.5. By consuming the parking in front of Zuliger Park for this development, it interferes with the public's right of access to the sea in violation of 30211.
That the increase in, I don't know if we said this, but the increase in residential density would have an increase in parking requirements as stated before. Yeah, okay.
The project does not balance our most, sorry.
The Zuliger Park should be specifically mentioned here.
The project does not adequately protect, it impairs access to parking at Zuliger Park, which is an identified public resource in our local coastal program, which is heavily protected insofar as all views from Zuliger Park must be protected.
Mentioned in here that the Zuliger Park was created by the Coastal Commission as well, because the Coastal Commission created the Zuliger Park because of the projects across the street. So we are finding that Zuliger Park, and as per Measure C, as public views are protected from Zuliger Park the parking and access to Zuger Park is therefore protected as well.
And the project fails to comply with Public Resources Code 3252 by failing to provide adequate parking facilities or providing a substitute means of serving the development with public transportation. The public transportation does not adequately, in the area, does not adequately serve the destinations that people would most likely reach from the project, be it SpaceX in Hawthorne or
Barstow.
Or what's that called? Snapchat in Playa Vista or Santa Monica.
Santa Monica.
Santa Monica.
And residents from statewide. Any other coastal act is, let's see, views, parking, and access. I think we covered that. Okay. We don't need to include Measure C. It's included before. How Measure C, well, actually, no, we want to have a finding here. Measure C was created to preserve the views from Zuluger Park, and this would prevent people having access to Zuluger Park and for the particular views of Zuluger Park. It's actually a big one now I think about it.
This is still under 19A?
Yeah.
All right, let's go to 19D.
Okay. First public road, we're not in the first public road, right?
Okay.
Yeah, we don't need to do there. Okay, so section 3, certification C, Redondo Beach hereby certifies.
Wait, hold on one second. So on that C portion, I
gotta
think
change
that
the
would be
text.
stricken because you are actually not
Yeah, we're not
approving
approving
the
it, yeah.
project, so,
Right.
okay.
So we're gonna strike that. I support it, right.
All the more reason why you shouldn't read aloud, Mayor Pro Tem.
There's a lot more going on in my head.
All right, now it seems like we're on section 3, certification under subsection B.
So the first thing we need to change here is, grant the appeals and overturn the planning commission decision.
Subsection B, the city council reviewed and considered the information contained in the FIR and determined the EIR to be invalid on the basis that did not adequately account for the full VMT impacts caused by this project that has potentially that will house at least 122 individuals.
And possibly up to 244. And
who are not likely to be below the age of 18, or at least predominantly not below the age of 18, and thus likely to require their individual transportation, such as an automobile.
There was no evidence given forth regarding mitigating traffic impacts, such as carpool, vanpool, share programs.
Yeah, hold on. Just want to make sure you're caught up.
Yep.
I'm getting there.
I'm trying to go as slow as possible for this one.
Thank you.
This one is repetitive, but it's very important, I think, extremely important, such as carpool, vanpool, share programs, bike share programs, car share programs, unbundled parking.
Parking is not part of the EIR.
It is, actually. The study I was referencing is not part of the EIR, it was secondary.
Right, but it's not in the EIR, so just don't mention the EIR findings.
Carpool, car share,
Uh,
there's something else in there.
and other incentive-based measures that encourage residents to use alternative modes of transportation rather than personal vehicles.
Well done.
Okay. That there is a 20% increase in residential density, higher increased residential density than was actually studied. And let's see what else. Let's see here. That's why I don't have it. Okay. And I mean, we should probably just include there in the term. And other subsections from the other prior subsections related to
The EIR.
the EIR, shown as deficient.
And C should state the final EIR does not reflect the City of Redondo Beach's independent judgment and analysis.
Or you could strike it.
We just strike the whole section.
Sure, strike it.
And then above, it would read not certification for the title of the section, but no certification, right?
No certification.
Right?
Yeah.
Right.
Does not certify.
Yeah, it does not
It did.
certify. You are not
Does not certify.
certifying.
Right.
Correct.
Right here.
Okay. Does not certify.
I don't even see that, but I'll trust you guys.
I'm sorry, and then section 4, if and when you're ready to move on, the environmental impacts and findings, section 4C, you would make a finding regarding not adopting the statement of overriding considerations.
Right. Does not.
Mm-hmm. Section
Yeah.
6.
Yeah, the overriding,
Consideration decision.
or the other considerations are not supported by a preponderance of the evidence so as to outweigh the environmental impacts to the coastal environment.
Section 6, I think.
Yep, section 6, yeah.
The significant impacts do not.
And then does not again on the bottom. We do not adopt the statement of overriding consideration.
That's it.
You say, okay.
I think the rest of it can stay.
Okay. That's the end of that.
That's it.
Okay,
Covers it.
we'll get to work.
Okay.
Typing, putting this in, cleaning it up,
Cleaning it up.
exactly.
All right.
We'll come back. So shall we take a break? What's the
Or do
process?
you want? Well, not
I
this
think we're
I
good.
think we can adopt it.
Yeah.
And then you can figure it out and then they can.
Yeah.
How it would be at this meeting, so they can adopt it.
Gotta take a deposition at 10 a.m. It's gonna be good.
Take notes.
Just
Well,
just the biggest case on my plate, that's all.
And then have the mayor pro tem.
Fine, yeah.
I mean, that's,
Mhm.
unless,
No, I think that's right.
Yeah.
I think we've taken sufficient notes and you've verbalized it sufficiently so that the public is aware and the applicant is aware of the changes that were made to this resolution. And you can make a motion to adopt it as verbally amended. And then, we can completely type it up, make it so that there are no, typographical errors, and then you can
All right. So
sign it.
Okay.
Motion.
Real quick, I want to make sure, I had to run, that we have in here in the beginning that regarding the parking, that there is no reason why the parking, it can't go down in parking. Environmental consultants testified that there was no reason why going down below grade, deeper to provide additional parking was unable to do that. Under, exactly, where I would put that.
So we started at 14.
Yep, so
Yes.
13, 14.
So on
Sorry.
PDF page 83.
Let's see here. Not 14,
Okay,
16A,
okay.
right? Adequate size, shape.
Did you get overridden on that?
Yeah,
We're gonna take a recess.
Mr. Webb has recommended that we take a break.
Okay.
We'll write it all out, provide it to the council, provide it to everyone in the public, so everyone knows what is actually being
But Mayor
adopted.
Pro Tem, finish stating to our outside counsel where you wanted that statement placed, that they could have put additional parking underground.
Is not adequate in size. I think 16A, because 16A specifically goes to the coastal land use plan, general plan, and specifically mentioned parking.
Excellent.
Just weird.
And that was based on the testimony of the
It's based on the expert testimony of their own environmental
geological
consultant.
consultant. Yeah. Or environmental.
You're Thamesville, bro? Lowenthal?
No, it's wrong.
Okay.
It's mispronounced.
Okay, so did you
How
make?
long of a recess?
Gotta be up at 6.
Yeah, 20 minutes, half hour?
Yeah, 20
at
minutes.
least 20 minutes.
All right, 25 minutes.
Let's do 20.
Mr. Saman, you don't have to be here, do you?
Motion to recess for 5 minutes.
Motion to recess for 20 minutes so that the staff can.
25.
25 minutes.
Second.
All right, all in favor?
Aye.
My name is misspelled.
Are you serious?
Yeah, right here.
Oh my gosh, LOE, yeah.
Yeah. I'm not sure that'll impact the resolution.
What happened?
My name is misspelled.
Oh.
It's okay.
If you want to email it to me, it's fine too. Councilmember Lowenstein.
Here.
Councilmember Horvath.
Here.
Councilmember Obaji.
Here.
Councilmember MD.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Narenheim.
Here.
Thank you.
All right, so just so everyone knows, everyone's got copies. If I go through it.
Every time I got a question for our council.
Yeah, go for it.
Mr. Kittles, by the way, and legal team, thank you for working this up so quickly. Looking at it so far, it looks good. Question, would the findings that we've made here justify, could we use these findings to approve a reduced project? A project, for example, with reduced bedrooms?
Well, some of them, I don't think you could, but you could modify the other reso to approve findings.
But we would need findings, though, in order to be able to reduce the amount of bedrooms.
Yeah, you'd need a reso of approval, I think is what I'm hearing proposed now, a resolution of approval, but findings to justify reducing the bedroom count.
Right.
So that would be something different than what we've come up with here for your direction.
I mean, it'd be the same basis. In that the environmental impacts would be significant, the violation of the Public Resources Code would be still existing but lessened, and therefore harmonized a little more with the housing code.
Yeah,
So you're saying that you would deny the appeal and sustain the planning commission decision with certain modifications to the conditions attached to the project.
That's thinking out loud, yeah.
significant changes.
Right, so you wouldn't use the resolution that we just redrafted and presented to you, you would use the the alternate resolution with modifications.
Parts of this reso and incorporate those into the first reso if you wanted to do.
So would that take another hour and a half?
But you know, McDonald's does open for breakfast at 5.
All right.
I like how you have that, no.
All right, let's go.
I like how you like that, all right.
So if you want to indicate, and I'm not guaranteeing how quickly we can do this, but well, first talk amongst yourself and see if you want to give us the direction.
Okay, so
And
what I
it
was.
may be best if you give us that direction for us to talk about what items we'd incorporate out of this to move into the first resolution. But you have to decide if that's the direction you want to give us.
All right, Mayor Pro Tem, may I just offer something?
Yeah.
All right, so nothing about to say lessens any of the impacts that we've identified collectively, or the findings that we've identified, that we've made so far. But, you know, as we've thought more about the context in which the times in which we find ourselves, it seems like it may be better for the city, for the state, for the housing crisis, if we approve a project, but with lesser impacts. So for example, one idea would be a reduction of 1 bedroom to every one of these units. I'm sure if Mr. Schoenfeld was here, he'd say you can't do that. So on and so forth, we're entitled to all of them. This is that. But if you reduce 1 bedroom per every unit and there's 30 units, then you end up with potentially 30 less cohabitants or inhabitants, or 60 less inhabitants, and a corresponding lesser number of cars. So that's a thought.
We would have to indicate on here that the decrease in units would directly correlate to.
It correlates to BMT's reduction, correlates to parking, correlates to all the things that we've already identified as problematic.
Yeah, but health, safety issues remain and the use remain.
They
So
do.
we would have to put in here that this could not be a co-living.
If you have 1 less bedroom per unit, that's at least one less person to breathe in the unit, to spread whatever germs are going to spread. Potentially more space to build egress out of the unit, and so on and so forth. So I think a lot of the effects in every respect can be not eliminated, not the adverse impacts aren't eliminated, but they can be partially reduced.
I mean, that's reducing the amount of residents from 30 to 60 people, between 30 to 60 people. Still doesn't mitigation programs for carpool or.
Just a thought, so.
Yeah, no.
To have 3 hours ago.
It's, one of these whereas clauses in here need to have, I think this is really important. The last whereas clause regarding planning, page
5.
Page 5, thank you. We need to insert a whereas clause that the co-residency aspect was not made clear to the planning commission or the public until the 3rd meeting of the planning commission.
I don't even know how you can say that. It was all over next door. I knew about it from next door before I ever heard from it anywhere else.
I watched all the planning commission meetings and it was not talked about until the last planning commission meeting.
That'd be the 4th.
No, one of them was the historic commission.
Preservation.
Preservation, thank you. That's how you got to the 4 meetings.
Councilmember Lowenstein, any thoughts?
On page 6, the 4th sentence from the bottom, it's missing a word, I think it's spaces. Project would result in 23 excess spaces for commercial, excess parking spaces. I think that's an omission.
Spaces. Okay, got that.
I had given that some thought as well, too, what you were talking about, but I don't know the viability of it in terms of the applicant and if it's feasible.
The significant reduction in bedroom units could make the project financially feasible as well. And that's an impact as well, that and then there's the fact that the significant 30 less units would.
Well, without opening the public hearing, what I'd say is we heard the applicant talk about how it's priced per square foot at $3.50 per square foot, and that doesn't change if you change the number of bedroom units. Still $3.50 per square foot.
It changes the calculation in terms of rent.
No,
Right.
not if rent is based on the square footage.
So the problem is we can't see the pro forma. That's pro forma is a
Well,
proprietary document.
if you want to reopen the public hearing based on.
No, it's almost 4 a.m. Seriously. You should get off the pot here with your motion.
Yeah. Wait, we'll make sure we do this right. Okay, 115. Do we need to make a motion, receive, file all the reports, information, testimony from the public as well? Everything that was received? Okay.
You did that.
Did we, I don't see in here that we have 115 lost parking stalls on the residential streets. Yeah. Under item 6 or 14. Unknown, at minimum 115 parking spots. Impact on street parking.
Where does that go?
As well as an unknown, as well as 1,500, at minimum 115 residential parking spots, parking impact on street parking.
Are you on page 6 or 7?
Page 6, item 14B. A third line up from the bottom.
As well as unknown residential parking impact on street parking?
Yeah, change the word to as well as a minimum 115 residential parking impact on the streets. Page 6. Street parking, yeah.
Okay.
The problem with what you're saying, Councilmember Obaji, is also we can't determine the impact to VMT parking sufficiently, as well as the other issues remain on health and safety.
All right, there's an idea.
I 100% agree with you. We need to go through this, make sure we do this right.
So the population would be less. So the VMT would be less.
Right,
The
but we
question
have
is,
to
it
approve
wouldn't
the
apply to
project.
the EIR.
We have to approve the project as is in front of us.
Yeah.
And if we do significant change as that, it changes the calculations on everything. It turns on the performa, on the VMT, the parking, and that's exactly why we're denying this EIR, because the EIR is valid. I mean, the parking study that was given to us was deemed insufficient. So those are the only 3 changes I have. Adding the whereas clause, saying that the residency, co-residency aspect was not made clear to the public until the 3rd Planning Commission. And then adding the 115 parking stalls on residential streets, the loss of 115 parking stalls on page 6. And then I guess we need to do the receive and file for the report. Anyone else have any comments or questions to the?
If I may,
Yes.
we just recognized the last whereas that's in this draft would need to be stricken. Because that's saying that you are certifying that.
Oh, sir, yeah. Does not, completely stricken.
Yeah, we were just.
Amend, yeah.
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 That's why we need to go over this.
Yeah. Just for housekeeping, my name is spelled Loew.
Yeah, change that. What page?
It is page 4, fourth paragraph, bottom of the fourth paragraph, Loew. Also, at the top, resolution, the planning commission is spelled wrong. Assistant. On the top,
I see it.
a resolution, the title, commission is spelled wrong.
I don't have any other notes. Okay. Okay. And up to 244 individuals. Perfect, yep. Carpool car. Circulation not required. Well, we'd have to recirculate the EIR. That's what it could come down to.
You would have to restate.
We have to read a significant change.
No.
No? Okay. Councilmember Baji, you have any other changes, updates, additions? Councilmember Lowenstein?
No.
Councilmember Horvath? No. Councilmember MD? No.
Council, that
Yes.
there's one issue I want to draw to your attention on page 11 at the bottom. This is section 4, sub C. There's a finding that starts the EIR evaluation included a detailed analysis of impacts. And it goes on to describe what the EIR does. It discloses impacts, expected result, where feasible mitigations measures were identified. These measures could reasonably be expected to reduce adverse impacts if required as conditions of approving the project. The council has indicated elsewhere that they think the EIR was flawed,
Right.
particularly with respect to VMT analysis. And so as it stands, the statement suggests that the EIR is actually fine.
Yeah, no, that shouldn't be stated like that. So it should be that trustees, they could not be reasonably expected to reduce adverse impacts. Right, or the mitigation measures, or that they do not reduce adverse impacts.
Yeah. Where feasible mitigation measures were identified to.
The mitigation measures.
They did not succeed in minimizing significant environmental effects.
I would just cross out could reasonably expected to and put would not reduce adverse impacts, even if required as conditions of approving the project.
Even if, right.
Yeah, so if I could just read the proposal so it's clear, in the last sentence, it would read, trustee agencies that would not reduce adverse impacts, even if required as conditions of approving the project.
Yeah,
Right, okay.
that's right. Thank you. Thanks for flagging that.
Okay.
Motion to reopen public hearing.
You don't need to.
You don't need to, you just do a third motion.
All right, well,
Uh,
I'll let more seasoned pros handle the rest of this.
boy.
You should, I mean, if you're gonna ask the applicant.
We're gonna have to ask, if we
elaborate on
ask,
that, you should open it and
Right.
ask him that specific question. and
right,
understand
so,
what that means.
yeah, I'll second your motion for a reopen public hearing.
All right,
Thank you.
all in favor?
All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any
Oh, no.
opposed? 4-1. Okay. Come on up, sir. So you said that, you've stated that you're willing to bring down the amount of units or bedrooms. To what number are you willing to go down to? Because there are some significant impacts here that have been identified.
Right. I think that I could be able to reduce the bedroom count by 5 across the board to show that I'm willing to kind of provide, a collaborative approval here. Also, I'm willing to concede to ride-sharing programs and things of that nature if they have been successful in other municipalities.
I mean, I think the problem we find right now is the significant and unavoidable impacts that we're finding here is way more than 5. We're looking at probably, I mean, just looking at this project here, you've got 30 units, 122 bedrooms.
Let me ask you a different question. If you reduce if we grant a reduction of the project where every unit is reduced by 1 bedroom, resulting in a net reduction of 30 bedrooms, but keeping the same square footage, is that going to be an economically feasible project maintaining the affordable units that remain, that you've dedicated already?
I think that from architectural, I'm going to answer your question specifically. From architectural perspective, it'll be financially feasible if I've reduced the 5-bedroom units to 4-bedroom units. And there's 19 of those.
19 or 18? That was 18.
18. Well, 18 was, yeah.
I was under the impression it was 18. Yeah.
So that's because there's a lot of fine-tuning configurations because of the site specificity on the site. So a lot of the units really highly configured to their locations. And I think that the 5 bedrooms could be reduced to 4 bedrooms. And that's a pretty hefty reduction, 19 bedrooms. I went from 5 to 19 to show my good faith.
That's substantial.
That's a substantial.
What about the possibility of having one person on the lease versus multiple people on the lease? Or a CUP?
I am not specifically the property manager, so the way that they do it is 1 lease per unit.
Per room or per apartment?
Pardon me? Per apartment unit.
Per townhome.
Per
townhome.
The reason why is because the bank wants a least security on each unit. And that's how Freddie and Fannie and CMBS takeout financing loans require. So we couldn't do it any other way. That's the same as a typical multifamily development.
Because I think the problem you're seeing here is the co-living aspect with the impacts of health and safety on there. And reducing the units to 19 and then not allowing co-living in the townhomes is the significant impact that we're finding here.
We're not allowing co-living in the affordable units. We can also add to the leases that they're not allowed to deadbolt their bedrooms.
Say it one more time.
They're not allowed to deadbolt their bedrooms, and in the affordable units, there'd be no co-living. But the other units there would be.
Thank you.
Is what I think.
And I'm providing 19, which I wasn't prepared to do. My financial analysts over there are going to kill me. But this is what I did at Planning Commission. I reduced the square footage by like almost 6,000 square feet. And I added almost 8 stalls. And I even collaborated with the historical preservation as well as with the city for 4 years. I'm showing it now.
Did the appellants or project opponents have anything they want to say about this?
Now that, since we have to call for public hearing or public comment again, now that public hearing is back open again, so everyone that wants to speak can speak.
Can I have this cookie?
What?
Yeah.
Oh.
I wasn't sure. It was so
Let's think about this before we get some more public comment. Sure. We go down this path.
Is this a timed?
Yes. I don't need much time. If you guys make any kind of a compromise on your decision, you have no reports to go back on the environmental impact report. So we're talking about the VMT, the traffic study, and the parking study. So you're just pulling numbers out of the sky without any kind of reports. And if this is co-living, those numbers, again, aren't going to be accurate. So I would not recommend this change at this late time. The parking, if you just go down by 30 cars, well, you said 30, but he said 18, 17.
19.
18, I thought.
18.
Yeah.
18? 19?
18, I believe.
18.
We were talking over 100. Do you think that's going to make a big difference? I mean, I just don't see how it's going to make a big difference for the people or for the Coastal Commission for that matter, I mean, the coastal plan.
Okay. Anyone else from the public want to come down and speak for 3 minutes?
I believe that a lot of the points made around health and safety are not applicable to multifamily housing, right? And if you go down this path, you have probably 20 to 30% of your rental units being rented out to students at USC or UCLA. A lot of us went to school around here. A lot of people had roommates and shared roommates. And I think you're trying to delineate a specific type of regulation over this particular project because there's a different form of lease, but it's not necessarily anything different than what you'll find within your communities today, which you don't regulate in a differentiated manner, right? So I think that's something to give due consideration for, right? These are not short-term rentals. They are term rentals, 6 to 12 months, right? So same as you have with apartments, things like that. So that would be the thing I would ask you to really consider as you're thinking about kind of this delineation. And specifically with the number, I know you've thrown out a lot of numbers, 121 or one person per unit. There's no basis for you to necessarily make that assumption, right? That there will be one person per room.
Could be two.
Right? It could be none, right? It could be two people in a 4-bedroom, right?
None doesn't make sense as a financial model, right?
If someone is renting the entire unit, they're renting the entire unit. We live in a 4-bedroom. There's 2 of us. Right? So that I think the assumptions that are being made aren't necessarily, they're taken to the end state, and there's not a reflection or the study around it that would warrant the determination that's being made.
I understand what you're saying. Well, follow-up question. I understand fully what you're
So
saying.
if there's a 3-bedroom or a 2-bedroom, a couple may want to rent the 3-bedroom but want a space for storage, work, whatever, study.
The problem is that when we were talking about the lease and the app and all this stuff, it's all been centered around one person has the house and then all of a sudden other people come and join.
But that doesn't prohibit someone from renting the unit in total, right? So a single person could rent a 2-bedroom unit. We see it all the time.
Are there any?
Right? But just making the assumption that there's 121 rooms and each room will have an occupant.
There's only two bedrooms. Yeah, I understand what you're saying. Yep, yeah.
Right?
All right.
And at an endpoint, if the rents are such that someone needs a car or needs to drive, but they can't find, they're not going to rent the place, right? Part of this is locating housing near where people work, right? And people are moving down here. People are working down here. People are, freelancers, whatever, working out of their homes. And I think the other assumption that was made around everyone needing a car, that is certainly not the case today with people under 18, right? A lot of kids, you can't convince them to get a license when they're in high school. So I don't know where that thought, I understand maybe how we grew up, that's the case, but that's certainly not the case today.
I got a question for
Thank you.
Jason. Going back to your drawing where there's a surface lot right now, you have parking, is it an underground or just a first floor parking with the development built over it? I guess if you could share.
Yeah, there's a podium and then there's 4 units above. They're in a loft configuration.
Okay, so they're built above the grade level parking.
Correct, that's right.
Why is any number of underground parking not occurring here?
Can you repeat the last little
So not all the land is contaminated, right? Mm-hmm. Only a portion is, and it's only 5 feet down. So why isn't there some number of underground parking here for the commercial, for example?
So typically you want your pro forma to be a 6% untrended return on cost. Right now we're at a 5% untrended return on cost. And that's not including the 30% raise in construction costs and interest rates. And then doesn't include the 5,000 that I gave up at Planning Commission and the 19 bedrooms that I just gave. And so
18.
I have a very hard financial burden to go subterranean because the cost for subterranean, as some may or may not know, used to be $20,000 a stall 7 years ago. Now it's $70,000 a stall, right? And so with that, I'm working to preserve the historical, significance of the project, but it's really hard to pencil. I mean, this project, I was hoping to break ground 2 years ago, and I'm here with you guys. I really respect your guys' time, all your questions, but it's really a financial infeasibility of the project. I've looked at the project every different way with the architects, with the planners, and this was the most practical way to use SB 1818 and 330 to provide 3 incentives. One of the incentives is to provide an extra story. In LA, you can get an extra story and an extra 11 feet. It comes as a combo, right? Here, I did an extra story, so I didn't have to do subterranean, so it wouldn't financially burden the property or the project, but I still kept to that 30-foot height limit, right? So if I used the precedent of how LA interprets SB 1818, when you get a story, you also get 11 feet. I didn't want to do that. I wanted to try to conform to the R3 zoning, to respect it. I hope that answered your question.
I think 70,000 is cheap. When we did it at the school district, it was above board. It was 60,000 a stall.
Yeah.
I think your 70,000 number's low for subterranean.
And then there's also the remediation component to it that complicates it. And there's also the preservation of a lot of the structures of the historical buildings that I need to keep intact. So I try to look at it every different way. But thank you for that question. I appreciate it.
There's still public comment.
No, there's 8 2-bedrooms. There's 8 2-bedrooms, 3 of which, yeah. There's 8 2-bedrooms. 3 are affordable. There's 4 4-bedrooms.
Yes, that's correct. I see 2. 8 2-bedroom.
Right?
Okay, is there any other public comment? Yep, come on up.
So it is reasonable to assume that 122 bedrooms will be filled with 122 individuals. That's reasonable. The goal here, the important points to remember is the Coastal Act, the parking. If we allow this project to avoid the responsibility of parking on the site for all the tenants, right? We are avoiding the responsibility of our responsibility, the city's responsibility to the Coastal Act. In addition, the VMT, not adequate. We have a responsibility for that. It's important for this project to acknowledge that responsibility to the community. This is not just about planning and development. This is about the community that surrounds this development. Okay, it seems like this project is trying to shoehorn itself into this community, into these standards, without acknowledging the responsibility to the community, to the parking, and to the VMT. I would urge you to rethink the direction that you're going now. Thank you very much. What is it, 4 o'clock?
4:15. Anyone else from the public want to come down and speak? 4 people left. Okay.
Motion to close?
What?
Oh, go for it.
The problem I'm seeing here is I'm not sure if we're significantly avoiding the impacts as what we've described. We can go down in net units, but I don't know if that's enough. Can we quantify that as being enough for the Coastal Act?
Do you have questions you want to ask, or do you want to have a discussion now and close the public hearing?
Our experts have gone away, so
Oh, well, look at it this way. You have, it's 122. He said publicly earlier that it was 101 is what he had done the calculations for when he did the 42 units, and it worked out to 101. So if you bring it down by 19, 18, you're pretty darn close.
all right, let's close the public hearing. I'll make a motion to close the public hearing.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right. The problem I see here is we're a couple of things. We're out of public hearings. This has to be decided now. And it comes down to us not having enough information to sit here and look at the situation as a whole. When it comes to the bedrooms and it comes to the total bedrooms, and we simply just say, oh, we're going to cut down 18, 19 bedrooms, well, which units are we going to cut it from? What units are we going to go down on? I'm not seeing right now that decrease satisfying the health and safety aspects as well as the parking and traffic. I understand what's being said with the reasonableness of one person being able to rent 2 bedrooms, but there's also reasonableness with saying a couple can take 1 bedroom. So a 1-to-1 ratio should remain. I'm having a really hard time trying to put together the facts of the EIR and the impacts of the commercial. We haven't even touched the commercial. We're just talking about the residential. And largest part for me is, well, not largest part, a large portion of this project is the commercial aspect of it. And it's like I said before, the historical district and the historical aspect is huge. Residents love that. But the trip generation and parking generation is created primarily from the commercial. And it's the total number of both together that's creating the disharmony between the Coastal Act and what's happening here.
All right. You got a motion?
There's a motion on the floor.
So there's no actually motion yet on the floor.
Yeah, there was a motion on the floor, and then we went back and they filled out the information, and now that motion still stands. There's a substitute motion.
Oh,
and
the
then
substitute
a
motion.
Primary motion made. Doesn't change.
I see what you're saying, right.
The motion granting the appeal.
Motion granting the appeal, denying the
Yes,
project.
there was a substitute motion about Councilman Obaji to grant the appeal and overturn the planning commission decision. And we took notes on the findings, and we took a break to go back and draft those findings, and that's what is before you right now.
I will withdraw the motion only insofar as Councilmember Nierenheim can make it.
Can what?
Doesn't express my opinion on it.
So that I can,
Sorry, what?
Make it.
read it?
Make it.
Make it. Okay, so I'll make the substitute motion to grant the appeal, approve resolution number 2023
It's 2301-014.
014 to deny the project, receive and file the public testimony and any reports that go along with it. Is there anything else that we need? Resolution with the findings?
As amended, because
as
it's
amended.
based on
Oh, that's
the
right.
previous motion that's been withdrawn.
Yeah, as the resolution as amended, which denies the EIR, correct? And denies the project and approves the appeal. Is that correct? Yep, Antonio? 4. Is there any discussion on the item, on the motion on the floor?
There's a second.
There's a second. First of all, is there any amendments to the motion? Okay, I'll do a roll call vote. Councilmember Lowenstein.
Aye.
Councilmember Horvath.
Absolutely not.
Councilmember Obaji.
Reluctantly, aye.
Councilmember MD.
No.
And Mayor Pro Tem Narenheim, I will vote aye as well, reluctantly. Motion passes.
Okay, I'm going to read the title. Council adopted by title only, a resolution number CC-2301-014, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Redondo Beach, California, granting the appeal and overturning the Planning Commission decision, certifying a final environmental impact report, adopting environmental findings, a statement of overriding considerations, and a mitigation monitoring and reporting program, and approving a coastal development permit, conditional use permit, density bonus, an historic variance, planning commission design review, and a vesting tentative map number 82561 for the construction of a 30-unit residential project and adaptive reuse of existing buildings for non-residential uses on a site within a low-density, multiple-family residential R3A zone in the coastal zone located at 100 to 132 North Catalina Avenue as amended.
Motion to adjourn.
No, we got real quick here. Sorry. L1. Do we have no city manager items, any other house items? Okay, yeah, motion to adjourn. Got it. All in favor? Is there a second? Yep, all in favor.
Aye. Night. Good morning.